Tell me, do you hear me now? Do you hear me now? Please say you can hear me now. Can you hear me now? Still no sound? Can you hear me? Do you hear me? Yes, thank you. All right, I'm the TheFitLawyerATL, and you can hear me. All right, the verdict is in. We're waiting. They announced it. I started getting text messages. Let me see, because they said they would give us 20 minutes before the verdict came in. Y'all, I was literally prepping for the show that's supposed to start tonight at 6, and I got the text. So I got the text at 2:52. So that was a 20-minute head start for people to be in the courtroom, which would put people back in the courtroom by 3:12. So it's 2 minutes after people are starting to come back into the courtroom. So, okay, going down on court TV, love. All right, we're going to loop them in. Okay, I just had to get the sound going. So just give me 1 second. Let me pull them up. Let me pull up court TV. 2 seconds, and I will loop them in. Goodness, y'all cannot believe this verdict has come down soon. You never know what this means, okay? So a lot of times people like to say, oh, the verdict is in quickly. That means that it's going to be a guilty, but that doesn't always mean that. I had a not guilty verdict in a rape case in 37 minutes, so you never know. All right, I have it up. I'm going to share. I'm going to mute it because it's a lot of racial slurs being screamed. Let me just share it. Yeah, they actually just muted over there. Give me 1 second to share. Okay. All right, here we go, y'all. Share. Okay, give me 2 seconds, y'all. Literally, I was like, thought I had time to prep for the show. I had no clue that the verdict would be back there standing outside. The jury is soon to announce. Oh, share screen. Here we go, y'all. YouTube. All right, I'm sharing it. Okay, just gonna unmute.
Has this case
y'all can tell my heart is like racing.
There were no cameras allowed.
Attorney, I'm so nervous.
We have relied on our correspondent, Cody Thomas, but all of these people have relied on different news organizations to deliver the details of the trial as it's unfolded. And that, of course, makes a difference, because had a camera been allowed in this case, we all would have witnessed the exact same thing. Not the case in this trial. The closing arguments were done earlier today. Each side only had 35 minutes, and the state of Texas had the last word. And I want to read to you the last words that the prosecutor told this jury. It is your duty to hold this young man accountable for this senseless murder.
Court TV is there talking in the background. Okay, let me start back up, y'all. My heart is racing, okay? What does the screen, let me make sure. Y'all, I am shaking like this is my client with the verdict coming down, because this was rather fast, all right? No one suspected that this verdict would be now my client with the verdict coming down, because it would come down. Okay, so the screen looks fine. All right, so let me start to settle down, guys. I'm so nervous about this verdict. All right, so I am going to start over. All right, so welcome to the channel. I am the TheFitLawyerATL. We have 68 in the chat. As you come in, please like, share the live. We are on verdict watch. Tensions are mounting outside the courthouse. I do have court TV here. I'm watching. You all can see it in the background there. We're waiting on the verdict to come down. Tensions are mounting outside. As I have the sound playing, you can hear racial slurs. People are chanting. People are protesting. That has been going on all week. But of course, with the verdict coming down, it is intensifying. Okay, so that is what's going on there at the scene. All right, I want to welcome everybody into the chat. I see Jay Witt. You were like number 2 in the house. Okay, I Love Chunk was the first one in the house. Thank you so much for joining us. We are here on verdict watch of the Karmelo Anthony trial that's going down in Collin, Texas. This is a case that occurred April 2nd of 2025. Karmelo Anthony was charged with stabbing Austin Metcalf at a track meet as they were under the bleachers. We're going to show you scenes of the crime, but we cannot leave court TV right now, okay? Because the verdict is in. And so we are waiting on that to be announced. All right, let me jump into Court TV and see what they're chatting about.
Essentially, they can convict them of murder, right? Under 3 hours, 12 people. It's unbelievable. Can't even get them to agree on the flip.
Okay, so you can kind of see the scene here in the background. And what I'll say that has been, is it makes me nervous about this verdict as well, is they didn't ask any questions, right? Like usually we see the jury coming back out with questions. They had to decide between murder or manslaughter in this case. And so you would think that they may have had some clarifying questions for the judge or for the attorneys. Maybe they wanted to rehear some evidence. No, none of that. They got this case, I would say about 3 hours ago, and now we have a verdict. And so this is interesting. Okay, so they're saying parents from both sides have entered into the courtroom. Let's check into Court TV.
Karmelo Anthony testified, but we know that, of course, Karmelo Anthony declined the opportunity to take the stand in his own defense. But bottom line, just trying to set the scene for our viewers here.
Okay, so I'm gonna go out again because, right, I can give you all legal commentary about the case. You can't hear me talk, but I did want to, make sure we stay in to make sure we hear the verdict come in. But they are saying that the parents are back into the courtroom. So Hunter Metcalf, who has been absent for the entire trial, is now inside the court, which I thought was different. I thought maybe the prosecution was keeping him out of the trial because they may possibly want to bring him back as a rebuttal witness. And if you know that if you're going to testify at any point during the trial, you cannot be present in the courtroom to watch any of the testimony. So that's why I always thought he was out. But once the defense put up just a few witnesses and rested without Karmelo testifying, then I was like, well, there was no reason for them to call him. There was some rumors floating around that, the defense wanted to call him, but they couldn't get him to call, all of that is just outside of courthouse speculation because none of that was coming from the actual reporters that were inside the courtroom. See, Mindy Ann 44 says, I've been watching the live coverage. So have I. Like, that's all we got to watch, right? It's just people going inside the courthouse, coming out, reporting. I've been making sure that I stay in following legitimate people like Cody with Court TV, following him and the different lives that he's been on. The people that have been inside the courtroom, Nick and Knight has been inside the courtroom as well, because there have been some people that have been on other people's lives that were not actually in the courtroom, which is crazy to me. So they just been making up things and people have been hearing that and running with it, which made me kind of want to do a live because I got tired of kind of trying to fight people in the comment section of Facebook. Because I'm like, no, that's not true. Because people were reporting that there was a video that showed 4 guys attacking him and that it was clear as day. And you can see that that is not true. You'll have some clips from previous days' testimony that the video footage was actually kind of grainy. They brought in an expert that it kind of maximized, zoomed in, but you could still, once they were under the tents, only really see blobs. So it really wasn't, any much clearer to show kind of what happened. So it didn't really add a lot to the case. And there was no other video presented. There was no other video presented by the defense. I saw a lot of people online saying, that they're hiding videos, but it's just really no reason for that to occur in this case. And if the defense thought that, then they could definitely raise those issues in court. Brady is a law that has to be followed, that all discovery, even if something that helps the defendant, has to be turned over to the defense attorney. So if it's requested, it has to be turned over. It was requested in this case. And so if they are keeping anything or they really believed anything was being kept back, then they would be able to raise that issue in court. I'm going to check into Court TV and see what they're saying. I know the verdict should come down any minute.
I just don't see any strategy that the state could have cobbled together that would have told them, hey, it's a good idea not to put him on the stand. Karmelo not testifying, I can understand that. That's one that I totally get. But I just don't see, I can't even imagine a strategy. I can use my imagination. I still can't imagine a strategy that would keep him off the stand.
Sonny Slaughter's joining.
We're going to get into that as we go some more. Talk. Enlightened Aura for You says they're going to cut the fuck up. Yes, they are. No matter how this verdict goes, right? Because if it's the Metcalf family or any supporters that they lost a loved one. There's nothing that can come down from the verdict is going to.
A lot of evidence. They had a lot of evidence.
Okay, y'all just want to make sure we don't miss
prosecution side. So I'll look
anything with this verdict. But they lost a loved one, right? He's not going to come back no matter what this verdict is. So they're going to be disappointed if Karmelo is found to be not guilty due to self-defense, because that was his argument, right? And if the other way around, if Karmelo is found to be guilty, then his family's going to be upset, right? All of his supporters. And I don't know if you all have been watching the lives from the trial, but there are a lot of people that don't even live in Texas that have flown in. They're just agitators. They're not really even paying attention to the real evidence in the case. They're just making noise. So they're going to cut up, right? If they don't get the verdict that they feel like they should have with the evidence that they believe exists, even though reports are coming out about what the actual evidence is. So tensions are high. I know the police are thick out there. So as you can see, they're blocking and kind of barricading people and trying to keep them away from the courthouse so they can, you know, protect anything if something goes on. So this is, I'm super nervous. All right. So someone says they shouldn't even be here. Yes, the verdict is in. Someone, LaBallin, 2247 says that you believe would be guilty on first-degree capital murder, where he's not charged with capital murder in this case, just first-degree murder. So capital murder would allow death penalty to be an option as a punishment, and that's not the fact in this case, so it is just first-degree murder. However, the defense did make an argument prior to the jury receiving the case, and the judge allowed them to argue for manslaughter. So he's actually facing murder, which could allow him to be sentenced to, let's check in. I'm gonna make sure we don't miss a verdict. All right. I think they're just working through the crowd. So, actually, okay. So I still have it here in the background. Okay. So yeah, we'll put it side by side. So yeah, so they have the option of deciding guilty on murder. If they do, that sentence could be 5 to 99 years or life in prison. You are eligible for parole for your sentences in Texas at half the time. So if he's given, you know, found guilty of murder and let's say sentenced to 60 years, at 30, he will be eligible for parole. He's also up for manslaughter is a lesser included that the jury can decide on. And if they decide on a manslaughter charge, then the sentence for that is 2 to 20 years. So let's say he's found guilty of manslaughter and they give him the absolute max, that would be 20 years, and he'd be parole eligible in 10 years. All right, we're going to check in and see if anything is coming down. Let me pull up JD Miles' Twitter. Well, I already have it up. Let me just go check it because he's somehow getting us info from like inside the courthouse. Courtroom. They are not allowing any devices in, but he's able to disseminate pretty quickly. Yeah, last time he posted was 18 minutes ago. So, and then 36 minutes ago was when he posted that we had a verdict. And the judge originally said they would give 20-minute heads up, but of course they don't kind of rush this type of thing, right? If a defense attorney is away 5 more minutes away, then they'll, you know, give them more time to get to the courthouse, that type of thing. I'm gonna throw up a poll really quick and see what you all think. See if I can remember how to do that. Because, you know, your girl was supposed to have time to get ready for the show tonight. What do you think the verdict will be? Guilty on murder? Guilty on manslaughter? That option? Or not guilty? And the only way he'd be found not guilty, well, I'm not going to say that, so I'm just going to call it not guilty. I would say start the poll, because I was going to say the only way he could be found not guilty is by self-defense, but that's not the case, right? They could dismiss the self-defense claim as a defense, and they could find that the state didn't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt for murder. We're going to pull up the statute for murder in Texas because I don't know, well, people don't know because I've been seeing a lot of wrong information online. But The law in Texas for murder does not require that the state prove premeditation. Let me mute Court TV. They don't have to prove that there was any premeditation. Okay, they just have to prove that he was the one who committed the murder, that the act that was done was. Are they about to go? Hold on, y'all. Let me.
The case against Karmelo
Just tune
Anthony
in. Court TV has me
in
nervous.
McKinney, Texas. Collin
I don't want us to miss anything.
Is the scene. This is the outside of the Collin County courthouse. Inside the courtroom,
They're still just showing outside the courthouse.
And our Cody Thomas is in place. We're just awaiting the judge to take the bench. He says that Karmelo Anthony is there. This is the first appearance of Hunter Metcalf. This is the twin.
Okay, so they're waiting on the judge to take the bench. As I told you all, when the family came back in, the parents came back in. Hunter Metcalf was walking in with the family. That's been the first time that he's been in the courthouse. A lot of us were thinking maybe he hadn't been showing up because he was going to testify as a possible rebuttal witness. However, after the defense didn't put up many witnesses, the state did not call anybody in rebuttal, and so he didn't come. But then I've heard reports today that he wasn't in the courtroom because he just couldn't take being there present, hearing about his twin brother being killed. So not really sure which reason it is, but he is there now for the sentencing. As you stated, Karmelo's in the courtroom. They are simply waiting on the judge to take the bench. Going to keep peeking back in to Court TV just to get the verdict. Once we get the verdict, then I will come to you all and just take you all from the case from start to finish. What happened in the case, the incident. We'll show some video from the incident scene. We'll go through the testimony of the witnesses. We'll get to argue it out, right? Because I just dropped a poll in the chat. I think I did. And want you all to weigh in on what you think the verdict will be. Did I do that right? Yeah. What you all think the verdict would be. Oh my God, 47% guilty on murder. See, you never know, right? So this is when you go to a jury trial, you never know how people can feel. I want to go back to, okay, we're still waiting on the decision. That's what Court TV. I gotta figure out how to go back and forth quicker. To me. Okay, so we're still awaiting this decision. We got 195 in the chat. Make sure you all like, share the live so I can get back in the algorithm. All right, so the Texas Code on Murder, I'm going to pull that up so we can discuss. Actually, let me log in because as I was stating, I was preparing for a show today at 6 o'clock, but we are here early because we got a verdict in. And a lot of people like to guess, what does it mean when a verdict comes in early, right? Does it mean it's not guilty? Does it mean it's guilty? You all, honestly, we don't know. We like to have theories about that, but I've gotten a not guilty in 37 minutes on a, rape case before. And so that's a very serious charge, right? You would think the jury would need to deliberate for a long time, but they came back very quick. Everyone was nervous. They asked one question and then they came back with a verdict in 37 minutes. I find it very surprising in this case that they didn't ask any questions. Like not one question was asked. And so they just got right to it. So we don't know if this was like the episode of Martin where they walked in and they were like, look, we already made a decision. Everybody cool, just kind of talked a few things, but it did take a few hours, right? So they probably walked in, took a poll, saw who was leaning towards what, heard what the other person had to say, and then saw if they could convince each other either way, right? Because they don't get to just go home if you just go back there for like a couple hours and deliberate and come out and say, Judge, we tried, we can't. No, the judge is going to make you take a little more time with the case, especially a case this serious, the charge being murder and manslaughter, that difference being life in prison versus 2 to 20, that distinction in the difference of the elements that have to be proven and self-defense. You have to consider that, right? So we're going to go through all of that has to be proven in this case. And so give me 1 second to pull it up. I'm gonna go to Court TV as I pull it up.
I can find him not guilty. It's just I question the 3 hours. I just question that. So I think there's a good chance of that. But look, could it be that they came back in 3 hours with manslaughter and manslaughter was
got to cut you off? They are back on the record, according to our Cody Thomas inside the courtroom. The jury is heading into the courtroom. Karmelo is looking very serious. but expressionless. Defense attorney has his arm around him. The tension is clearly high in here, not verbal, but you can feel it. That is our Cody Thomas sending notes to us because, again, if you're just joining us, there are no cameras allowed in this case, but it has been watched by people across the country, and specifically for those living in the Collin County, Texas area.
Oh, so my God. The jury has found Karmelo Anthony guilty of murder. J.D. Miles has just announced on Twitter that he has been found guilty of murder. Oh, my God.
Cody Thomas. The verdict is guilty. Guilty of murder.
Guilty of murder.
Against Karmelo Anthony. So,
oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
Indeed. We'll watch the crowd outside. They will start to get this information momentarily. And if we can keep that camera up on the outside there, because it'll just be a matter of seconds before this crowd reacts.
So what does this mean now, y'all? Let me
look outside the courthouse as people have gathered.
Wow. Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder. Wow. I am surprised, but when I break down this law, this was easy for them to get to, which is why I was celebrating that they allowed manslaughter to be something that they considered in this case. Because when you see the Texas law on murder, you're going to see how it was easy for this jury to reach that verdict. I'm going to share my screen, and I am on Claude AI pulling this up. However, I have verified that this is the actual Texas statute. So actually, I'll just pull that up because I don't want y'all to be thinking you're not getting the correct law. Oh my God. So in Texas, the possible sentence for this charge is 5 to 99. Now, before the trial started, Texas is different here, right? If this was Georgia, once he got found guilty, the judge would be sentencing him to life in prison, because that's the only option. She can decide whether it can be with parole or without, but that is the option. But in Texas, it is 5 to 99 years. And prior to trial, he chose to have the jury sentence him. Y'all, I am very nervous about that. The jury will be sentencing Karmelo Anthony in this case, not the judge. He chose to have the jury sentence him, okay? So they are going to go back into deliberations. I'm not sure. The judge said that if they had a verdict before 4 p.m. today, that they could start deliberating on the sentence today. So it is 3:36 here. They are an hour behind. It's 2:36 there. They will start deliberating on his sentence today. They have the right to sentence him from 5 to 99 years or life in prison. His sentence is up to the jury. Now, it has to be unanimous. And if they do not reach a unanimous decision, then he will be impaneling a different jury to make that decision. But Texas is different. He had an option to choose the judge or the jury to sentence him after trial, and he chose to have the jury sentence him. So they are going to go back into deliberations, and they are going to decide now what the sentence will be. It can be 5 to 99, or it can be life in prison. We're going to tap back into Court TV. As you all heard, I announced the verdict before they did to you, because J.D. Miles was tweeting from inside the courthouse, and he was able to tweet out that murder was the verdict. They were quick with that, right? That is so unfortunate. Let me go back to Court TV.
Verdict. How'd you reach it so quickly? What happened? It was a 4-inch knife. He used it one time. He was pushed. I'm not saying that it was right, but what are you doing? How did you get this verdict? I'd want to know. My whole identity as a defense attorney would be in question, right? I'm questioning my identity right now, and I have nothing to do with this case. How could you come back like that? I would be enraged. I'm enraged right now. This is very upsetting. And then on top of it, to compound it, this dumb judge didn't allow cameras in the courtroom. What was your wisdom? What were you thinking? How are you put on a robe? Are you that?
I totally agree with that, guys. The fact that they did not have cameras inside this courtroom leaves everyone wondering if justice truly was served in this case, right? Because we weren't able to be inside. We just had to simply rely on people like myself that were coming on YouTube, or the news people, or people like Cody with Court TV who would come out and talk to us and tell us what went on and what was going on with the testimony. JD Miles, who basically broke down all the testimony on trial. We're going to go through that. But first, I want you all to see what had to be proven in this murder case. And I am going to share my screen to show that. Here we go. All right. So this is on website called Find Law. Let me bring it up. All right. So you all can see this, right? All right. So it states, for the Texas Penal Code in 1902 applies in this case because deadly force was used and when they were claiming self-defense. So that is why this is the statute for the murder. And so under this statute, it states that, I'm trying to find where my mouse is. Sorry. It states that a person commits an offense if they intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual. So I'm starting to read it subsection B for murder. So it's the intentional part. And so intent could have been proven 3 ways in this case, and every juror could have found intent in a different way. Okay, so there were 3 ways to find intent. It was intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, intends to cause serious bodily injury, and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. And I really think that is the part of the statute that they rested on. I think this is the part of the statute that they were able to find intent, right? Because there was testimony that Karmelo made statements like, don't touch me. No, don't touch me. Like, don't, with his hand in the bag, as if I'm going to do something if you touch me. This is what the state was arguing in the case. And so if you take that as fact, right, because the jury is hearing those arguments, then they are finding that you already had your hand on the knife, possibly, right, as it's in the book bag. And so prior to you being touched, you're already intending to use this weapon on the person that touches you. And then he is pushed. Now there was different testimony on what type of push it was. If he actually, both hands, pushed him on the shoulders. Some described it as a linebacker push off, right? Where you would kind of be down low and push up, but he pushed him. That's clear, right? Some said it was a strong push. Some said it was in between a medium and a medium push, in between soft and hard. It was different testimony from all of the state's witnesses, and we'll go through that testimony about what type of push, but he did push him. But then almost simultaneously, the allegations or testimony was that Karmelo stabbed him. He happens to stab him in the heart. The knife he uses is a 3.5-inch pocket knife, but this knife doesn't put just a slit like you're stabbing a piece of paper, or and it's like just a slit. It actually went in and ruptured his heart. The wound that it caused was unsurvivable. So nothing could have saved him once he received this stab wound in the heart. And so the intent could have been formed at any second. There is no premeditation required in the Texas murder statute. So it only requires that you identify identity, causation, and intent. And so as you read this statute, you can see how the jury could find intent. Now, once the defendant raises self-defense as a defense, which what Karmelo did in this case, then the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it's not self-defense, right? And so the defense, unfortunately, did not have a witness that truly helped Karmelo in the case. Even the witness that kind of started to help, that explained that, yes, Eddie called him over, and yes, he dapped Eddie up and he was talking to him, that he still at the end came back and said that he felt like Karmelo was in the wrong. We're going to pull up the testimony, you all. was not one witness that really from start to finish of their testimony testified in a way that showed that Karmelo Anthony acted in self-defense. And with him not testifying, which is totally his right to do, then they weren't answered some questions, right? Why did he have the knife at the track meet? It wasn't against the law to have the knife, but it was against policy at the track. So why did you have it? A lot of people had that question. So I can only imagine a lot of jurors had that question. There was 18 total jurors seated because there were 12 in the box to actually make a decision, and they had 6 alternates. Out of that entire 18, there were 7 that were women and 11 men. So I'm not sure of the actual seated jurors that decided on the verdict, what their makeup was, but let's say it's 4 and 8. I want to appeal to the emotional part of some of the jurors. So I think I may want to put my client up to testify, right? But you never know how your client is going to testify, okay? So you can prep your client forever and a day. And this is with adults. He's a child, right? He was 17 when this incident occurred. I think he's now 19. He's still very young. And when you testify, you don't just testify and sit down, you testify and you're cross-examined. So if you don't think your client can withstand the cross-examining, then, you know, you just don't put him up. Someone says he needed Brian Steele. He would have had to deal with the same evidence. If this is the evidence that truly existed. I saw a lot of people say, oh, they had motions. We don't know what was kept out, y'all. I pulled up, and I'm going to pull it up with y'all because I'm just, you know, kind of show you all how I kind of look through these cases and find information. Let me see. I sent myself an email with all of this stuff. But I pulled up the docket in Texas, right? And went through, and you can see the gag order. You can kind of see stuff entered. There weren't pretrial motions filed in advance that have orders. Now, there may have been some motions that were made in limine at the start of the trial, but there's not anything filed. And they actually mark everything down on their docket. And they said even the day-to-day, like when the defense rests, when the state rests, all of that was marked on that docket. I'm going to pull that up. And I know I keep saying I'm going to pull up stuff, and I'm pulling everything up. So let me just say, how did I do this? I just said, let me just share my screen so you all can see the process here. You all can find out a lot of this stuff, so you don't have to listen to, you know, the stuff online and the fake news. You can find out a lot of stuff on your own. So I'm gonna take you all through my brain for a second. All right, so Texas District Court case search is what I went to. Actually, I think I said Frisco. Texas Frisco District Court case search. And then most counties have their case searches and court stuff online that you can go to. And most of them are free. And if you have to set up a login, it's a free login. So this was Collin County. This is where the case exists. I went to case search, and was this the criminal? Like, look, don't get here and can't find it out. Okay, I typed in Karmelo Anthony's name, and oh, his middle name is Sincere. And so the case came up. And so you can, where did I look at? Go through the docket. I don't know if you all can see, like, you can see the day he was arrested, April 2nd, 2025. You can see there was his bond, when he had a bond order. So they're like, and I'm showing you all this to show, like, this case was kind of cut and dry. Like, a lot of people acted like, oh, they're hiding evidence. They filed these motions. They kept out all this stuff. They kept out this testimony. But the record doesn't reflect that. The record shows like this case was just kind of cut and dry, simple as it was. He admitted that he was the one there. You'll hear testimony that one of the officer, as he was arresting him, the resource officer says, like, I have the person that's the alleged person who did this. And he's like, I'm not alleged, I did it. Like, right. It was we had to go find someone, and we had all of this, you know, work to do and all of this evidence. Like, it really was kind of really simple. They had the kids to interview. You'll see their letter of representation, June 30th, his attorney entered an appearance, general docket things, like literally, there's an application for a subpoena. So So his defense filed some type of subpoenas to get some records September 24th, 2025. And there's literally nothing else in the case until April 16th, when the judge filed an order to keep out social media, streaming, and all of that stuff out of the courtroom. And then May 18th, there's amended order to that, meaning he added cell phones to the order. And then the jury trial starts June 1st. And they literally track it each day. Testimony ends, all of this. So there's not this whole, all of these motions happen and they kept out all of this evidence. And there was really a video that showed this, and there was a video that showed that. It just didn't exist in this case. So it was really kind of simple. It really was just the kids to testify. They didn't even have experts per se to testify in this case. I know I watched Nick at Night. Go follow her. If there's anyone in the chat that can share her channel, she was out there in the courtroom daily, and she was surprised that there was no expert witnesses. She was like, oh my God, there's always an expert witness. There wasn't one in this case. They had an ME that testified about the autopsy, and they showed pictures from the body, but they didn't need an expert. There was no knife expert that came in and testified about how the knife was used. It was the firefighter at the scene. It was the coaches at the scene. It was the kids that witnessed it. Like, the state put up 21 witnesses. The defense put up 4 or 6. Like, it just was, the evidence just wasn't there. So I know there was a lot of false narratives and everything being painted online, but the evidence was pretty simple in this case. All of the witnesses and the state was smart. They knew that although this case, like Anthony, this a mixed environment. The kids were very diverse. There were kids that were white, there were Black kids, there were Hispanic kids that witnessed it. I think they said it was about 30 something kids out there that day that witnessed it. They didn't call all 31 to the stand, but there were about 30 kids that witnessed this. So, and it happened very fast. The whole incident happens in about 4 to 6 minutes. So, and no one knew that it was going to escalate to this point. So no one was recording. They didn't know that it was going to be a stabbing, right? So there's no video evidence of it. So they just had the kids to come in and testify. And they actually put up a lot of Black and Hispanic kids, and not just the white kids. This is like a mixed community. We made it about race. Like, everyone outside of the school and outside of this situation made it about race. But when the case, you really got down to the meat of it, it wasn't that. They even testified, Cody talked about it on Court TV yesterday, how after the defense rests, or after the state rested, then some people could come in that were on the witness list that had been left out could come in. And so some of the kids were coming in and they were going over and they were hugging and kissing the mom, and the mom was hugging and kissing them back, and they were Black, white, Hispanic. Like, it wasn't a black and white issue. It wasn't a race issue for the kids when this occurred. It's what everyone else outside of it made it that way, right? So the evidence just wasn't there. The self-defense, he didn't testify. They never put up anything to explain his knife. The size difference came out. That Austin Metcalf is like 6'2" and 215 pounds. And Karmelo Anthony was, at the time, because they were both 17, I think he was 5'9" and about 140. That came out. But there was nothing that showed that he took like a beating and he was scared and he feared for his life to be over. That's when you can use deadly force, not just because someone pushes you, right? So I'm going to go through some questions to see what you all are saying here in the chat. Shout out to Jay Witt, the Jay Witt podcast. Sends us $10 super chat. Thank you. Says, let's go. Ready to hear your thoughts. Yeah, we about to get into it because I got all the testimony pulled up. So we're going to go through the witnesses' testimony. I want to go through and see what questions you all have. Let me see. Get started. That verdict was quick. I'm still shaking my head like, oh my goodness. Mindy and 44 says state had a strong case. Jersey Girl Trey says it's not a hung jury, that's for certain, and it sure wasn't. This was before the verdict came down. You all were already anxious and waiting to hear it. Let me see questions. Mindy Ann 44 says, can you explain more about the difference of manslaughter versus murder charges under Texas law? Right. So let me go back. So let me pull up 1 second. And now for the manslaughter charge, it wasn't a situation of intent included. It was recklessly. Like, was the action done in a reckless manner that caused death? So that was the difference with the manslaughter, but I'm going to read it directly to you. So with the murder charge in Texas, you had to prove that identity, that this specific defendant was the person who committed the act. That was easy for them to prove because, as I stated, there was testimony and there was words out of his own mouth. He told the resource officer on the body cam as he's being arrested, when he says, I have the alleged suspect, because that's just what you say right before someone's found guilty, but he's a child, he doesn't understand that. And so he says, no, not alleged, I did it. So identity wasn't an issue. The second element is causation, that the conduct actually caused the death of the victim. That was clear. There was testimony that he was stabbed. The ME testified that the injury, like I said, it wasn't a slit, it actually tore open his heart, and that there was no surviving this wound. So causation was met, and then a culpable mental state. They had to prove intent, and it was one or three ways that you can prove intent. He intentionally or knowingly caused the death, like he came out there intending to kill. I do not think anybody felt like Karmelo Anthony came to the track meet wanting to kill someone. I don't think that's the reason he had the knife. There was statements made in the opening that he liked to go camping. So that is probably the reason that he had the knife, but he had this knife. But that's what the first element of intent, what he could use, is he intentionally or knowingly caused the death. Second is he intended to cause serious bodily injury and committed an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused death. And I think that is what the jury could find. I think that's what the evidence showed, that he intended to cause serious bodily injury. I think that was shown with the fact that his hand was in the book bag on the weapon, possibly, but his hand definitely was in the book bag prior to even being pushed, that he said, you know, don't touch. I don't want to mess up the words, so we're going to pull up the testimony so I can get the exact words, but like, don't touch me or else. So he's already, what's the or else, right? He knows what the or else is because he's saying it. A lot of the kids testified that nobody has a weapon at a track meet, so they thought his hand in the book bag was simply a bluff. So they didn't think it was true. So that he knew, though, right, that he intended to, what do you do with this knife? Like, I'm just thinking from the eyes of the jury, right? What are you thinking what are you going to do with the knife? Of course, the knife is going to cause serious bodily injury. Now, you'll hear testimony that there was a coach that walked with him after that said, you know, if he dies, your life is going to change, right? And he says he's not going to die. So, like, no, I don't think he intended to kill him, but I think he intended to cause serious bodily injury. And then he used the knife to do it. And that knife is stabbing someone in center mass in their heart, is definitely an act that clearly is dangerous to human life that caused death. So that is an element of intent. That is what the jury found in order to be able to convict him for murder. Now let's go to the manslaughter. Give me 1 second. Break that down for you. But manslaughter is not going to require the intent element. It's going to only require that the person they recklessly caused the death of an individual. So that was going to be easier. And that's what I thought the jury would kind of sit back on, is because, was it reckless to stab Austin with this knife? Yes, right? If you don't find self-defense, if you don't find that it's self-defense, can you say that that action is reckless? And I think, yes, you can find that that's reckless. So that manslaughter doesn't require that intent. It doesn't require that mental state, right? And so it doesn't require the whole intentional, knowingly, or that your act caused seriously bodily. It doesn't require any of that. It just says that you did something recklessly that caused someone's death. And so manslaughter has less time to it, 2 to 20, when the murder had 5 to 99. So that is the difference in between those two. And great question. Thank you. So Mindy, why they would add manslaughter? Well, that would be something that the defense would request, because, and the state could request as well, because what if we don't meet the element? What if we aren't able to prove to the jury that he acted with intent? What if the jury says they can't see the intent? I don't see this 17-year-old intending at all ever to, you know, kill someone or to cause serious bodily injury. I think he really thought, you know, it was reckless, but I don't want to rise to the level of murder. Then you could fall back on the manslaughter, because we don't find self-defense, but we find something. And I want it to be murder, but I don't want to let him go. You want to give them a different option that has less time. And like I said, that's 2 to 20 years. In Texas, you could parole out in half the time so he could parole out in 10. So great question. Yep, there was a lot of people making up things about this case, a lot of rage baiting. Like, just stick to the facts, right? I mean, the facts are horrible as they are, but you have to stick to the facts because that's all the jury hears. All of that. There's this other video, it's clear, it shows 4 people attacking him. Like, that just didn't exist. So let's check back in with Court TV. Because as I explained now, the jury is going to be deliberating now so that they can decide what the verdict, what the sentence will be. Karmelo Anthony had a choice prior to the trial starting on whether or not he could choose if he wanted the judge to sentence him or if he wanted the jury to sentence him, and he chose to have the jury sentence him. So the jury will be deliberating so that they can make a decision on whether they'll be sentencing him. They have a range of 5 to 99 years and or life in prison. So that's what they are working on now. The judge originally said he would let them go into the night. And I think he originally too said that if they had a verdict back before 4, that he would let them start deliberating on the sentencing today. I'm just going through the questions to see. I'm gonna go click back over to Court TV. Just to see as I review these questions. And I'm gonna pull up some testimony so we can look at some of the testimony that came out during the trial.
Your career is temporary. Your money is temporary. You won't be able to take any of that with you on the day of judgment. You're going to leave it all here. And you waste so much time investing in something that is temporary. But that which is eternal, which is life.
All right, so it's just some protesters outside. It didn't look like it got too rowdy outside of the courthouse, which is good. Yeah, Mindy, that's who I was looking at, JD. He had it before Court TV. Just going through to see if you all have any questions. Someone says, dang, it's like life is over. It may not be, right? The jury could, while they found him guilty of murder, could be sympathetic with the time, but I don't think so, right? Because they had that option to do it with the manslaughter. They could have capped it at 20. So I think we're definitely looking at a sentence that is somewhere above 20 years, maybe somewhere 40 to 60. I hope it's not life in prison, but this was a very quick, swift murder conviction. That's what the prosecution called for in their closing. So I'm going to pull that up now so we can take a look at the closings today. Now, nobody was inside with a camera, but JD Smith did a very good job of, JD Miles, who's JD Smith? Miles did a very good job of keeping play-by-play. So I want to go through his Twitter feed and go through the opening and closing today. Go back to where he started. Oh, I'm still kind of like, I can't believe it. I know he can't believe it either. And I wonder like what the plea offer was prior to trial. I saw people talking earlier, like, was there a plea offer? I'm like, there's always a plea offer. Always. It might be life in prison, but there's always a plea offer. You might not like it or take it, but there's always an offer on the table. All right, so I'm going to share my screen so we can look at the closings today. That is something. Karmelo Anthony was found guilty of murder. I think the jury only deliberated for 3 hours. Sorry, y'all. How did I get off of the stage? Okay. The jury deliberated for 3 hours. I'm going to share my screen. And, let's go to JD Miles, his Twitter. Let's look through this Twitter feed. Drop myself here. Make it bigger. Close this. Didn't do what I wanted. Oh. All right, guys. Y'all see I don't use Twitter a lot. Alrighty. What did I just do? Oh, there it is. All right. Punishment phase ended abruptly after one witness, Karmelo Anthony's mother. Oh, they actually were presenting evidence in the sentencing phase. Okay. So let's go back. So JD Miles, after the verdict came in, he says that Karmelo Anthony breaks down in tears. You can hear inside the courtroom. His bond has been extinguished. He is now in custody. He then says that Karmelo Anthony's mother is taking a stand in the sentencing phase. Prosecution and defense both waived opening statements. The punishment phase ended abruptly after one witness, which was Karmelo Anthony's mother. Both sides rested after waiving openings. Anthony's mother, while she testified, says, "He's my oldest. He's my firstborn. He will always be my baby. I love him very much." The defense, "Does your son regret what he did?" Anthony's mother, "Yes, he's very sorry for what he did." Punishment phase just ended after one witness, 2 questions from defense and 1 from prosecution. Judge will work on charge. So as we discussed earlier, at the start of this trial, Karmelo Anthony had the choice to choose whether or not the judge decided the sentence or the jury, and he decided to have the jury decide his sentencing. They have done a sentencing phase. Only one witness testified, Karmelo Anthony's mother. Doesn't seem like the testimony was very long in this case. I'm sure the courtroom is very emotional. JD Miles tweeted that you could hear Karmelo Anthony crying within the courtroom. And the judge is now working on the charge for the jury. And this is not for the guilt phase, right? We're past that. He was found guilty of murder. This is for the sentencing phase. And why do I have this Bluetooth still on? Sorry, guys. He has the right to sentence. The jury will have the option to sentence him from 5 to 99 years or to life in prison. So once the judge gives them the charge, they will go back to the room to deliberate, and he will allow them to deliberate through, he said, into the night. I heard something around 9 p.m. last night, but he said into the night, and I don't know if he would sequester them in a sentencing phase. He did say that he was in the guilt innocence phase, but I'm not sure. But I guess it kind of could be the same thing, right? If they get on social media, they get out and see the people outside the courthouse, maybe could influence their decision. So he may sequester them until they decide what the actual punishment can be. As I stated before, their decision has to be unanimous. And if they are not unanimous, they will not, you can't hang on sentencing, right? Because he has to be sentenced. So if they're not unanimous, then they will go and panel another jury to then come in and decide just the sentencing phase. There was a lot of talk at the beginning about the jury makeup. Let me see what questions you all are asking. They didn't read any. So KCAT114 says victim impact statements are after sentencing. However, the state can call victims to the stand to testify about the impact that his actions had on their life. They can, and we just read through JD Miles' Twitter that there were no witnesses that testified, that the only person who testified during the sentencing phase was Karmelo Anthony's mother. So not even the Metcalf family made a statement at that time. So the jury will not hear anything else but a charge from the judge prior to deciding the sentence. So there will be no other witness statements. Hunter won't be able to speak, like no one else. They've done that phase. As we stated, the defense and the state both waived openings, they waived closings, and just Karmelo's mom spoke. I can think the state probably feels like they've done enough. The fact that the jury came back with a murder charge in 3 hours says they've done enough. They said enough. The witnesses have hounded it in enough. There's nothing else that needs to be said. So really not surprised. It's basically Karmelo's mom basically pleading for his life at this point. And so let's see. Yeah, so that was 9 minutes ago that it ended. Judge is working on the jury charge. It could probably take, I guess, I don't know how long, and then he'll come back and charge the jury. I'll keep checking. But while we're waiting, let me go down and look at the tweets from this morning for the closing statements. Okay, I'm going to share screen back with you all again. I don't even know if you all can see that. I don't know how to get all this stuff off the screen to help. Oh, you know what I can do? Let's see. Oh, that wasn't it. That did help that. Okay, let me see if I can do it on this page. Okay, there we go. All right, hopefully that's big enough. All right, so this is this morning when he got there. So at the start, he says the defense in Karmelo Anthony trial objecting to jury charges before closing arguments. And the jury charges are read out to the jury before they go back to start deliberating. And they kind of discuss those prior to your closing because depends on the things that the judge allows that will decide on the things that you can argue at closing. So there was a discussion about the defense was objecting to jury charge regarding provoking the difficulty instruction under the penal code. This was related to the self-defense argument and provocation. The prosecutors argued that the defense objection saying that a rational jury can find there was provocation, the lack of defensive wounds, defendant's comments, and a folding knife that was open. So basically the defense was arguing self-defense. So they were saying that, he was provoked because, Austin was attacking him. And then the prosecutors argued that against this, saying that a rational jury can find there was provocation, the lack of defensive wounds, defendant's comments, and a folding knife that was open, so that there was provocation. Judge overruled defense objection and another objection that the jury charge will not include criminally negligent homicide. That was another offense that the defense was asking for because it would have been a lower even charge than manslaughter if he was found guilty of criminally negligent homicide. All right. The jury will be allowed to consider manslaughter. That was decided. And you have to know that right before you get to closing so you'll know what to argue. The judge decided that the closing arguments were 35 minutes each side. The prosecutor waived the right to open. So the defense attorney, Mike Howard, went first and he started with his. So when it comes to the closing arguments, the state has the burden of proof in the case. Even when they argue self-defense, right? The state, once the defense raised the issue of self-defense, then the state had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there wasn't self-defense. So the burden is on the state always and never goes to the defendant to prove his innocence, even though people ask for the defendant to show them things in a trial, right? The jury's like, we want to see this, right? We want Karmelo to testify to show us why he has a knife. He doesn't have to do that. The law puts the burden on the state only. And for that reason, the state has the option to go first and last in closing arguments. They can open and they can close with the closing argument. So you can hear from the state first and last. A lot of times the state will go waive opening and they'll just close. So you only hear from them one time. But sometimes in a murder case, they like to jump up and kind of set the tone. But y'all, it just wasn't a lot of evidence in this case. It was just the kids testifying about the injury that occurred, the people that tried to save him after the injury occurred, and what the ME said, right? So there wasn't a reason really for him to kind of set the tone before it was already set with the opening and the testimony from the case. All right, so the prosecutor waived and the defense attorney started. He says, Austin Metcalf had no legal right to use force to eject Karmelo Anthony from that tent. I agree. I mean, if Karmelo never does anything and he runs and gets a coach and calls the police, I mean, Austin has committed a simple assault. He's put his hands on him, a simple battery in Georgia. I don't know, it could be called assault there, but here assault is the threat of something. And then the battery is actually receiving the touching. So this will be a simple battery because there were no injuries to it. But I mean, technically, right, he unwittingly touched him by pushing him, so that he didn't have a right to do that. He had no legal right to he continues to say, he had no legal right to put his hands on Karmelo. Karmelo is in a public place. We ask you this incredibly tough task, which is to follow the law. The government wants to make this case about Melo could have just left. You heard that a track event is a social event. It was completely common for kids to be milling about and go by and say hi, stop into the tent. We know that it was raining. I don't know why we had to have this argument about whether it was raining. We know how Texas weather is, so it's easy to think, boy, I better get out of this rain. He says a witness testified, we had no problem with him under the tent while it was raining. You have to put yourself in Karmelo's shoes, which the jury does. The question was whether or not his actions for self-defense, was it reasonable, right? And it's reasonable to this person, not reasonable to your 65, life lived a long time, life lessons, all of that is to this 17-year-old, is it reasonable for his actions? And so he says, you have to put yourself in Karmelo's shoes. So you start under that tent. You want to get out of the rain. Sure enough, one of the people at Memorial says, yeah, come on over. Then all of a sudden, Hunter Metcalf or Austin say who you are, say, who are you? You need to leave. These guys are much bigger than you. Do you turn your back and walk away and take a chance that these teenage boys with their raging hormones, Austin and Hunter had the right to tell Melo to leave, but they did have the right to use deadly force to make him leave. Let's probably say he didn't. Melo had an absolute right to defend himself against that. How do you know in a split second of chaos when it's too late? Because if you wait too late to defend yourself, self-defense is meaningless. So that was some of the argument I think is going on. We heard a lot of differing accounts from the kids who were under that tent. I know it's obvious, but let me just say it. Every single one was a Memorial kid. He's showing bias. We should be on guard for having a bias because, of course, they would. Austin was their leader. So we heard a very jumbled account of what really happened in that tent. It was a shove. It was a hit. It was a lineman drill on Anthony leaving the scene. Not exactly escaping like the guilty do. Melo had every opportunity to go right out that exit. And y'all, this is JD Miles typing what he's watching. I'm very sure it was much more coherent in trial. He's just kind of giving us, not every word, right? He says, we heard about Melo's emotions. Every single person who saw him down on that track said he was crying. And we'll go through that testimony because there was a coach that testified that as soon, like they say he ran off. He did run away from that immediate scene, but he didn't leave the track. He just kind of ran down onto the track over to another coach and ends up walking with that coach and ends up having a very emotional moment. And even when they're arresting him, he's emotional, crying and asking if Austin is going to be okay. So he showed emotion and remorse very early on. So in closing, his attorney is saying, we heard about Melo's emotions. Every single person who saw him down that track said he was crying. What did he say? Melo said he's not going to die. It's clear he thought he stabbed him in a place that he was not going to die. Austin reportedly said to Karmelo, according to a witness, if you don't move, I'll beat your ass. As much as we may not like it, even a 17-year-old kid can legally have a 5.5-inch knife, even in a high school stadium. Yes, it's a violation of policy, but it is not a crime. And that is true. That is very true. And that's what a lot of people kept trying to hang on, like, oh, the knife is illegal, the knife's illegal, or the knife is legal, but it doesn't. To me, it didn't matter in guilt or innocence, but that was a point that the prosecution kept trying to make out. And so the defense kept answering that, no, the knife itself was legal. It was not illegal. It was a pocket knife. It was only 3.5 inches, which was less than the 5.5 that it could be. And the only thing was it was against policy. During the trial, they did show signage outside of the track that showed that you were not supposed to bring a knife inside or any weapons of any kind. So that is what he violated, but it wasn't against the law. He continues, this is the closing arguments of Anthony's lawyer. Texas law doesn't, this is a double negative. Texas law doesn't require that you wait until you get hit. So he's saying, like, in self-defense, you don't have to wait until you get hit. The only problem, let me just stay focused on the defense. So ask yourself, has the government ruled out reasonable doubt when you put yourself in Melo's shoes under that tent? You didn't hear the words motive in the jury charge, but you can make reasonable deductions as to how that applies to intent. Karmelo has no motive other than he absolutely felt like he was in danger. But the problem is nobody testified to that, right? There wasn't any evidence, and we'll go through the testimony. There wasn't any evidence that came out that showed that he absolutely felt like he was in danger. He never testified. There was no witness that testified that agreed that this was self-defense. They all agreed it was not self-defense, even his own witness. And so there was nobody to add that point of view to the case, which was, it almost felt like the defense ended so quickly because it was like, tap out, Shawty, because we don't have it. We don't have it. They didn't have it. Like, you can want to have this defense, but if you have to make the argument because it's about what you can prove in court. So there was no evidence of this, but let me go back. This is the closing argument of Karmelo Anthony's attorney. He says, Karmelo has no motive other than he absolutely felt like he was in danger. The evidence is very clear. These kids didn't know each other. This case is not about race as much as people want to make it about that. There's no evidence that Karmelo do anything but really thinking he was defending himself in that split second of chaos. He says the way the knife entered shows that it wasn't intentional. He says Karmelo's hand was underneath the knife, not on top of it. I guess because he did this motion versus like this motion in the stabbing, but he was sitting down, and allegations were that his hand was in the book bag with the knife prior to bringing it out. So it kind of would take longer, I guess, to bring it out and curve it up versus bringing it out and just, that way. The only problem with that, right, is the area that he stabbed him in. He stabbed him in the heart. So it kind of, the jury probably is thinking, I don't really know if we can jive with that. So back to the closing of the defense attorney, Mike Howard. He says, the way the knife entered shows that it wasn't intentional. He says Karmelo's hand was underneath the knife, not on top of it. On credibility of Memorial students who testified, he says, I understand where they are coming from. They lost their brother. On why Karmelo didn't walk away, he says, if you turn your back on him, who knows what happens? We have this chorus of people, but it's too late to turn your back. What's going to happen? I don't know. And speaking to the chorus of people, we'll see through the testimony, there were a lot of people under the tent telling him to leave. So it started out Austin saying something to him, but the testimony came out that I think about 8 people probably said something to him to leave at some point, and that he got told he should leave about 15 times. So, I mean, to Karmelo's defense, right, he's trying to paint the picture that I'm getting ganged up on. There are multiple people telling me to leave. There are multiple people saying to, get from under the tent. The only problem is he didn't testify. And so we don't know how you felt, or we can't even relate to how you might have felt because you didn't put us in that place, and none of the witnesses were able to show that. And we'll go through the testimony of the defense witnesses, and you'll see, and just we'll see if you think that the witnesses helped or hurt his case. On to the closing from Mike Howard on Karmelo keeping his hand in his bag. You don't have something in that bag. I do have something in that bag. And this is supposed to be the back and forth between Austin, because the kids testified they didn't think, like, it's a track meet at school. You're not supposed to bring a weapon. So no, they never thought he was going to pull out a weapon. They just thought he was bluffing with his hand in his bag because they've never seen a child at a track meet with a weapon. He goes on to say on the touch me and find out, that was the comment, touch me and find out comment. That is what Karmelo, that's what several witnesses testified that he told Austin, touch me and find out. The prosecution used that statement to argue that he's like kind of provoking Austin to touch him, saying, touch me and find out what's going to happen. We all kind of know from the Black community, that's just kind of like touch me and find out. Like, in other words, I don't want you to touch me, but I'm just letting you know if you happen to touch me, you're going to find out what's going to happen. And a lot of people were upset that there were no Black jurors on the trial. And a lot of people were like, what does it matter? Any race can listen to the facts. Well, the Black jurors would have been able to comment on that. If that was a sticking point for the jury, they will be able to say, like, no, that's just the thing in our culture. What we mean by that is, like, just don't make me have to show you what's going to happen. I'm just giving you a heads up, like, don't touch me. But I'm not saying touch me and find out. I'm not saying, come on, I want you to hit me. I'm not trying to provoke you to hit me. I really want you to leave me alone. But I'm just letting you know, if you do touch me, I'm going to get active. Like, that is what a Black juror could have shown the jury about that comment, right? So that is why a juror of your peers is important. We'll talk about why we didn't have any Black jurors on the trial. Lastly, he says that is the ultimate warning. It is the ultimate back off. That's what his attorneys are trying to explain to the jury, that this wasn't a threat. Like, he wasn't trying to provoke him. It's just a warning. All right. So that's the end of the defense's argument. The prosecution, and remind you all, this is not a word for word transcript. JD Miles is inside the courtroom. He's typing on the laptop. He's texting out this stuff. So this is not, you know, word for word. It's not going to match up with the transcript exactly, but he's doing a pretty good job. And he beat everyone to getting the word to us that there was a murder conviction in this case. So the prosecution goes, they say, oh, hold on. Let me pause for the calls and go to the comment section, see what y'all are saying. Any questions? Let me make this bigger so I can see you all. Hey, Kia Elder 305 says, hey, Fit. All right. Mindy Ann says, only problem, the black pending jurors couldn't be impartial. Many said they wouldn't charge him. Yes, there was one black guy that said he couldn't send the brother to jail. There were some other comments, and then the last 3 black ladies who were struck were all teachers, and the state struck them because they felt like, because this incident happened at the school, that they couldn't be impartial, that they may be sensitive, have sensitive biases in the case because it was relating to classmates, to students that they were around daily and stuff like that, although they didn't work at this school. And so that is why they struck them. Now the defense raised the argument, hey, judge, they're striking all the black people. It's only last 3 black people. Like, we got a black defendant. We're raising a Batson argument. We're saying, hold on, they're striking them because of race. And the state was able to come back and say, judge, no, that's not why we struck them. This is why. The judge says, no, that's race neutral. And he allowed them to move forth with those strikes. In Texas, and we might as well get into that now as we're talking about jury. Pause from the closings. People have this misconception about jury selection, and it's because of how we word it, right? We're making it seem like you go into a room with a lot of people and you hand pick your jury. That is not how it works. So in this case, the judge was very concerned about outside media affecting jurors. So he felt like we probably have to go through a lot of jurors because this was a highly publicized case from the beginning, right? So he actually asked them to bring in about 600 jurors. I think the total was about 589. So he brings in 589. Now, you're not going to question all 589. They will fill out a questionnaire because some people are going to be disqualified right off. Some people have moved out of the county. They haven't updated their address with the voter registration or however it's pulled in Texas. And so they no longer can serve. Like, if I moved 3 months ago and you call me now and I'm not in Collin County anymore, I can't sit on the jury. So they'd be automatically out. Sometimes people slide by with a felony conviction. Maybe they're on probation. Maybe the system isn't updated. So they came in, but they really can't sit on a jury. Maybe there's some other disqualifying things that they go through. Maybe they're over the age and they can say, judge, I can't do it. Or maybe their job requires them to travel. They don't have childcare. There are going to be certain things that are going to disqualify people right off. So they don't have to question 589. But let's say they get it down and they go through the general questionnaire and they're left with, let's say, 300. Okay. They're still may not question all 300. You only need 12 to sit on the jury. And in this case, they had 6 additional as alternates. So when we try cases in Georgia, it's the same thing. We'll have 12. We don't necessarily need 6 alternates unless it's, I guess, a highly publicized case. Something like the YSL case, they had a lot of alternates, but most time you just have 2 alternates. And so to get to that number of 12 in a box and 2 alternates, the judges will most times bring in 48 to 60 jury people from a bigger pool. So when they come into the courtroom, they're assigned numbers. The first 12, that's the jury. Okay. So those first 12 go into the box. And in Texas, each side has 10 peremptory strikes. What that means is we're going to go through a question session that's called voir dire, depending on what part of the country you're from. And we are going to ask the jury several questions because we want your biases to come out. I want to know, who's had unpleasant experiences with the police, who's ever had a loved one that's been murdered or killed or a victim of a crime. You're going to ask those type of questions so that the jurors can raise their hands and answer. And then we're going to take them through. So I just want to go through the first 12, or maybe I might do 30 something at a time. So I got the first 12 in the box and I got 24 more out in the pews. And then we're going to go through, we're going to raise your hand up and I'm going to circle and I'm going to go through all these general questions. And then after we go through the general questions, now I'm going to go through specifically everyone who said yes to this question. I want to come down to your row and I want you to tell me about that encounter with the police. I want you to tell me, about the loved one that was a victim of a crime. I want you to tell me about this. So we're going to go through all those questions. And at the end of that question and answer session, then we get a chance to sit and deselect people. Okay, so I get to X people off. So during that process as well, the judge can strike people for cause. Like there was the black man that said, there's no way I can send a brother to jail. Judge, I want you to strike him for cause. I don't want to have to use one of my 10 because he is just not fit to sit as a juror. He's already telling us about his bias. Of course, the judge will ask him some follow-up questions to see if he could be rehabilitated. But once he showed that he couldn't, then the judge would already strike him for cause. So I still got my 10. The state still has their 10, but this person is off the jury. Now, this person could have been number 8. All right. So now number 8's going. So now I got to move up. So now my jury is not 1 through 12, it's 1 through 13. You see what I'm saying? So now we get through all of the questions. Everybody struck for cause. So now I got holes in this 12 because I plucked people out by maybe the judge took them out for cause. Now, each side gets the jury list. And now let's say out of the first 12, 4 was stricken for cause. And so now I'm already up to number 16 on my jury pool that I'm having to look at, right? Because I had to plug those holes in to just move down. Now we got 10 strikes apiece. So the paper goes back and forth, side to side. We'll go through juror number 1, and then the state says we accept, and the defense says we accept. Boom. Juror number 1 is the first juror on the jury if they weren't stricken before. You see what I'm saying? So it's more of an elimination process than I get to go handpick. So you can't control the race makeup of how many people fall into your 12 or to your 18 because it's an elimination process. So while black jurors were in the big 600 number of 589 that were told to come to participate in the process, by the time it dwindled down, some were stricken for cause because couldn't give a brother time, or, too young, I couldn't, whatever the reasons, they were taken off. So if you want to make sure you get to the jury, you want to make sure you don't show any biases. You don't want to be in there saying you can't be impartial, you can't follow the law. You want to say, yes, you can do these things so you can make it to the jury. Okay. So that is that. So then as they're going back and forth and we're striking, we get 10 strikes aside. So once the 10 strikes are up, whatever is left in that 1 through 12 spot, that's the jury. Okay, so I want you all to understand that that's how it works. So it's more jury deselection than it is jury selection. You don't get to pick. You stuck with these people that show up, and guess what happens? So I get so irritated when I see people on Facebook and say, I got jury duty, let me lie to get out of it. You just could have had an opportunity to be a jury of a person's peers. Like, yes, peers, we hear that and we assume that they have to look like the defendant. Well, that's not going to be the case, right? Because 17-year-olds can't even vote yet. So they can't even be on the jury pool. So no, yeah, he's 19 now, but he was 17 when it occurred, right? So he's not necessarily going to have someone of your peers that looks like you. You do want that if you can have it, but somebody in the community, somebody that can relate to what's going on. So I definitely think having black jurors, not saying it would have changed anything, but it definitely could have explained things in this case that were culturally related, just like the comment of touch me and find out. Like every black person could explain what that means, but the state was able to argue that was a threat, that was provocation. Like that is like, touch me, come on, touch me so I can do what I know I already want to do because my hand is in the bag on my knife already. All right, so let me go to some questions. Okay. Let's see. Right. Yep. Mindy Ann 44 says this was the only witness that said Metcalf said this, but what others have said was, I'm not going to fight you with the track meet. Exactly, right? Like there was one witness that testified on the state side that said Karmelo Anthony was cussing and saying and calling them a bunch of peas and, y'all gonna have to make me leave. Like, no, that I know that was a lie because they had already asked every other witness, was anybody cussing? And so they had already said no. So it wasn't that. So you will have people who kind of embellish, or I like to say they put 20 on 10 and add things to their testimony. And when you're left with only eyewitness accounts and not actually surveillance footage and stuff like that, unfortunately, you can get some of that. and the jury hears that. My humble opinion 3067 says, I think he was an insecure young man who probably didn't know how to fight. I think he reacted out of unreasonable fear. And so that's what the jury kind of has said with their verdict, what they felt, right? They didn't believe the self-defense argument. They didn't feel the reaction, the act was reasonable. And how could it be? How can you use lethal force against unlethal force? A push? Like there wasn't enough. And no, the law doesn't require you to get your butt whooped, right? You don't have to go home with a black eye before you can defend yourself. You can stand your ground and defend yourself, but that force needs to meet like force. I don't think anyone prior, if you take this case off the table, I don't think anybody would walk around and say, sure, you can bring a gun to a fist fight. Sure, you can bring a knife to a fist fight. You wouldn't be okay with that. And that is in essence not even what this was, right? Because it wasn't a fight. He wasn't trying to fight him. He says it was a push. And I was talking to another content creator earlier today about this. And I said that what I see a lot of people saying online and what a lot of African-American people are tired of is being policed by Caucasians that feel like they can police air. Like a lot of people are agitated by that, right? That a lot of times you'll have Karens per se, right? That walk around and just come up to you and police your parking spot. Are you supposed to park here? And it's like, who owns this parking space, ma'am? Or are you supposed to sit here? Are you supposed to be here? A lot of people are tired of that, right? But when you say that, it's like, oh, this kind of was a little different, right? These were kids. What I really believe, it was testimony that came out that Austin had recently been suspended from the track team. Actually, the day before he was suspended, and the coach allowed him to come back that day that this all happened and actually had put him in charge of things. He was trying to give him some responsibility, make him, feel, I guess, or whatever part of the team, but he was trying to teach him a lesson by suspending him. But so this is why he's the extra police that day, is because he was put in charge of this. He was asked by the coach to come early, help set up. So he's moving with this authority of, I'm like a captain-like figure, the coach asked me to do this. So this my tent, like I got to control this area. And so I think that's how he approached the situation that day, and why he was so adamant, like, you're not supposed to be over here, right? And so that was what some of the testimony was. And I see Moneyman 5935, they changed the story up later. And see, this is the thing I was seeing people talk about online, right? And that may be the case. But it's not about what you know when it comes to a trial, it's about what you can prove. So it's about what comes out in testimony at trial. So if they change the story, but to me, because I saw a lot of people saying, oh, it's in the police report. They can admit the police report as evidence, and a police report isn't evidence in a trial. There was a case that came out, I don't know, I've been present 20 years. Let's say 15 years ago or so. Crawford v. Washington, an officer cannot testify to hearsay, right? So the police report is just hearsay. It's just the officer going back to their office after they've investigated something and they're writing up a summary of a report, a summary of something that occurred. It's not 100% accurate. I've seen plenty of police reports that are false. I try to tell my clients, when you read the police report, calm down, pipe down, like don't get agitated, because that's just the officer's, summary. Let's wait till the body cam comes out. Let's wait till the evidence, the surveillance footage, that kind of stuff comes out, because can't argue with that kind of thing, right? That's going to be actual factual. So if there were alternate stories, I would think that the defense would be aware of that and would bring forth people to testify to that, but who knows? Some of these conspiracy theories are like really wild about this case. Like it just really have to be like a whole town came together to work to send in. I don't know. I don't live there. I don't know if that, is something that's even possible. You just really can't use lethal force against non-lethal force. Like it is very, few circumstances that works in. We had a murder case here in DeKalb County some years ago that I tried with one of my partners, and we lost. And we argued self-defense in that case, and we lost because our client was the primary aggressor. And so can't argue self-defense when that's the case. And so that is kind of what the state was trying to argue in this case, that, you know, although Karmelo didn't touch him, right, by being defiant and staying where 15 times you have been asked to leave, it's not your tent, it's another school's tent, then that was provoking and agitating the situation. And unfortunately, a lot of witnesses, and they're witnesses from their side, they're all from Memorial, right? That's biased, but they testified that they felt the same, that Karmelo, even though Austin, they will all say, yeah, Austin pushed him, trying to get him from under the tent, but they will all double back and come right back and say that they felt like Karmelo was still the aggressor because he wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave. And I'm like, wow, it's so unfortunate, right? It's so unfortunate that this is where we are on this. Let me check back in with Court TV. Oh, well, they've clearly given up. They've gone on to something else. Let me see if JD is saying anything else for today. Give me 1 second. No, he hasn't had any updates for the last 41 minutes. So that means the judge still isn't back yet to charge the jury to go out for the punishment phase. So I guess they're just still kind of on a break there. I'm gonna go back to the closing so we can finish up the prosecution's closing, and then we'll come back to chat some more about that. And then we're gonna take it all the way back to the beginning, right? Because some people just tuned in, like some people just tuned in for the trial. What happened? What's really going on? Let's talk about what the witnesses said. So that you can end this live knowing whether you agree or disagree that justice was done in this case. And I'm not saying that I agree with the verdict. I'm shocked and I'm still kind of shaken by it. But I'm saying that I understand how they reached it with the evidence in this case. Okay. I really wish it had been manslaughter, but that's just not what occurred. Let me see if there's any questions. Like, I need this question thing to get bigger. KC, my humble opinion 3067 says, great job, Phil Lawyer. I got to cook, so I'll be listening in the clouds. Alrighty. That's what I love about YouTube, is I just walk around and just do everything I need to do without actually watching the screen. I love that. Heather Rose 2023 says, I have been disqualified because I have a paralegal background. That is considered bias. Yeah, I never make it on a jury. I got called. I was a public defender for 8 years in Fulton County on the state court side, which is misdemeanors. And I was living in Fulton County at that time, and I got a jury summons. And when I got to the floor, I'm like, clearly I can't do this. It's like a state court jury summons, and I'm a public defender in state court. Clearly I know all these people, all the judges, everything. So they were like, so you still got to stay. So got sent down to a courtroom, happened to go to a courtroom for a judge I had never appeared before. And when I walked in, though, I knew the public defenders because they're my co-workers. And then there was a private attorney in there because it was a co-defendant case. I knew him because we had a case together in the cab. And of course, I knew all the prosecutors. Everybody's waving at me. Even the court reporter waved to me as I'm coming to my seat in there with the jury. So everybody's looking around like, who is this? The jury's looking like, did a mole just infiltrate? Like, who is this? And then the judge says, juror number such and such, come up, because everybody seems to know you but me. So I went up and he's like, well, how does everybody know you? I said, I had my work badge on. He said, well, clearly you can't sit on this jury. I said, Judge, I tried to tell him. So I got dismissed. So I haven't had an opportunity to sit on a jury. So yeah, I don't know if I will, being a criminal defense attorney for 20 years, but I would love to. It would be so fun. Yeah, K Cat 114 says, I'm a jury. Oh, move out of the way. I'm a court clerk and would never get selected. Yes. Yeah, they just not gonna let us, because we be in there telling it just wouldn't go right. Now Hell Huckery Henry 6950 says defense attorney was an absolute gigashot to ruin any chances for him with plausible deniability. Black jury would have been tribal just like you. Oh, thank you. But like I just explained the process, you can't help who shows up. I can't tell you how many times I had cases in Fulton County. And I don't know if you're familiar with Fulton County, Atlanta, but it's the biggest county in Georgia. And it stretches from Alpharetta, Johns Creek, all the way to Palmetto. areas. So we would get a lot of jurors from North Fulton, Milton, that kind of area. And we were like, where are the South Fulton jurors? Because of course we'd be going to court with some ghetto stuff that's been happening, you know what I'm saying, on the south side of Atlanta. I don't want all these people from Milton and Alpharetta, like they're not gonna get it. I need, what are people from Bankhead? Where my jurors from Bankhead and Cascade? So you just never know who's gonna come in and who's gonna be pulled. They say it's random. I don't really trust that. I don't, because it's like, how did the jurors on the south side not ever randomly get chose? But anyway, okay, y'all going back and forth with each other in the chat. I can't comment because I don't know where it starts. All right, so I'm gonna go back to the JD Miles's Twitter feed so we can go through the closing from the prosecution side. But this is the one that won the jurors over because they returned a verdict of guilty for murder in 3 hours. Okay, so this is the closing argument that wrapped up all of the testimony to get the jurors to be on the state side. So we're going to go through it, okay? So the prosecution closing argument goes, Bill Wursky. On Karmelo's touch me comments. Oh, he starts and gets right to it. Do not let them turn threat into a warning. You heard the testimony. You know it was a threat. It wasn't a warning. On defense testimony that Austin could have stabbed himself, that's ludicrous. That is, like, I don't even know why the defense even tried to go there. What should be important is mindset. He took a knife to attract meat. He was going to come out on top of any hostile encounter. That's mindset. This is one of those rare cases where every important fact can be boiled down to one sentence. You do not get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the shove. It's crystal clear. The facts are simple. Let me just pause, y'all, because this bothers me. This whole provoke the shove, like, just goes back to that policing the environment thing, right? Like, how did I provoke the shove? Because I didn't move when you asked me to move. Like, and I said, touch me and find out. I don't like that. Like I said, I'm a defense attorney. I'm an attorney. I can go either side. So don't just think like, oh, I'm pro-defense or I'm pro-state. I can argue either point. I don't like that he's been found guilty of murder and is facing life in prison. I don't. It's crystal clear. The facts are simple. And this is the closing argument from the state. You don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the shove. They said he was confused because the twins were coming at him, again, trying to turn the threat into a warning. There was no fuse on this thing. They went from 0 to 100 like that. Thank goodness we have the video. The video tells the story. Why didn't he just walk away? You see, he had a choice to walk away and abandon the encounter. On whether manslaughter would apply in this case instead of murder, if you think Austin impaled himself on Karmelo Anthony's knife, find him guilty of manslaughter. Do y'all see that? Do you hear that? This is what the state was saying because of the defense's ludicrous argument that Metcalf threw himself on the knife. They're able to come back and use that. And so they frame manslaughter as being that, when no, manslaughter was just, I did this, but it was a reckless act. Like, I wasn't trying to stab him, but I recklessly pulled my knife out to, to get him to leave me alone. And and in doing that, I stabbed him, but it was not intentional. But I was reckless in bringing the knife out. Don't argue that Austin impaled himself on the knife. So they use that against him and say, if you think he impaled himself on Karmelo's knife, find him guilty of manslaughter, as if that is the definition of manslaughter, and it's not. It's not. It's just that he acted recklessly, but that was their argument, so they switched it against him. On witnesses, they all said Karmelo Anthony provoked it, and they did, y'all. We're going to go through that testimony, but all of the witnesses at the end, the state would ask each and every one of them if they felt like Karmelo acted in self-defense, and he would say no. And then they would say, who do you think was the aggressor? And they would all come back and say Karmelo, even the people that they called out to testify on his behalf. So yeah, we're gonna go through that. Why back to the closing of the state, why self-defense doesn't apply. You can meet deadly force with deadly force in Texas, but you can't meet force, a shove, with deadly force, a stab. Size differential, it doesn't work in this case. You don't get to kill someone just because they are bigger than you. Self-defense has to be a reasonable belief. A reasonable belief means a belief that would held by an ordinary and prudent person in the same situation as the defendant. It has to be immediately necessary. They're speaking about if you're using force. Immediately necessary. Where was the immediate necessity to plunge a knife into an unarmed young man? It's not self-defense, folks. It's murder. Murder. Plain and simple. No one standing up. No one surrounding Karmelo Anthony. The Memorial kids hadn't turned on him. The video was so important. You can see with your own eyes how normal that day was. At some point, when he reached into the bag, he opened it and had it ready to go. Did Austin Metcalf have defensive wounds? No. Sorry, y'all. He never saw it coming. And that was another point they brought up, right? They when the ME was testifying and the other officers, they asked, like, did he put his arms up? Did you see like cuts on him? Did he act like he had been defending himself from a fight? And they're like, no, like it happened so quick, he didn't even have a chance. And some of the kids testified that they didn't even realize what exactly had happened. It was the push and the stab was almost simultaneously, that they didn't really see the knife. A lot of them didn't even see the knife. And not until Austin stumbled backwards and grabbed himself and lifted up his shirt did people realize, like, oh my God, he's been stabbed. So that was, that you can't hear. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. You can't hear and see that on the video, but that is kind of what they testified to. And like I said, we're going to go through the testimony so we can all see that part. The closing continues. At some point when he reached into the bag, he opened it and had it ready to go. Did Austin Metcalf have defensive wounds? No, he never saw it coming. If this case was really about a young man trying to stay out of the rain, get under the bleachers. On why he ran for an exit instead of a coach, it's a guilty mindset. He touched me. He did this. He did that. Now, these are the words of Austin. This is the state's closing argument, but this quotation is from, Karmelo. He touched me. He did this. He did that. What would he have said if he was really confronted by both of the twins? His words alone belie the fact that this was one-on-one. This was not a mob of Memorial kids. And that's a good point, right? Because there was testimony and belief that 4 people, approached him, that the twins both, but as Karmelo, in an excited utterance, because this is like he's an emotional person at this point, right? He just ran off. The resource officers gotten him, or the coach he goes to first, and he's like, he just speaks about one person. He touched me. So he doesn't say they tried to jump me or they whatever. So like I say, the testimony that came out, just nothing gave rise to show that this was like a mob attack or that he even felt like a group of people were attacking him. He felt like it was one-on-one, him and Austin. So he said, he touched me, he did this, he did that. What would he have said if he was really confronted by both of the twins? His words alone belie the fact that this was one-on-one. This was not a mob of Memorial kids. Reciting a witness who testified about Karmelo's behavior. He had it in his mind what he is going to do. Go up. They say, prosecution says, I'm not going to fight you. Austin says multiple times. And that was a lot of testimony from the witnesses. Like, there was never this, I'm gonna beat your A from Austin. It was like, dude, I'm not gonna fight you at a track meet. Like, chill. But then you followed and put your hands on him. So not really, like, I don't like the touching, but it wasn't enough to allow self-defense to be a stab wound back, is what the jury found. Let me see. On the one witness who knew about Austin and Karmelo, it wasn't a hard push. It was a small shove. Karmelo Anthony was trying to prove that he could do a violent act. Well, he sure did, folks. He sure did. And all told you the exact same thing. It's not self-defense. Austin didn't want to fight. It's a tragedy for everyone involved, and there's a lot of truth in that outside this courtroom. It's not a tragedy for Karmelo Anthony. It's a tragedy because of the decisions he made. It is senseless that Austin Metcalf lost his life on a Wednesday morning at a high school track meet. We don't take weapons to school events, but he did. Ultimately, this case is about accountability. What kind of community do you want to live in? You represent the community today. As unpleasant as it may be, it's your duty to follow your oath and hold this young man accountable for this senseless murder. I beg you to make justice swift in this case. Closing arguments are over. Judge is giving instructions to the jury. So that is the state's closing argument today. What do y'all think? I mean, that's what the jury went with, right? That's what they believed. I'm just trying to see if there are any updates on this sentencing phase. No, still waiting on the judge to come out and charge the jury on that. Let's see. I see y'all have some. I need somebody to tell me how to make my comments bigger. I need my comments to be bigger. Let's see. I'm like, for real. How do I get my comments bigger, y'all? Because Fit can't see. Okay, there we go. Okay, I figured it out. Okay. Because I'm like, I see some good conversation going on, but I can't see. All right. Cheryl Singleton 3357 says, sometimes you just have to leave people alone. I wish Anthony never had that knife. He altered his entire adulthood. When we go through the testimony, you're going to hear that when he ran off from the scene, a coach went over, once he heard like somebody got stabbed, Anthony stabbed someone, he went over and put his hands on him and walked him around the track. And he's saying, son, did you stab somebody? And he says, he touched me. That's where those comments were coming from. He told him, he's like, he touched me. I told him not to touch me. And he said, well, if he dies, your life has changed forever. And they say instantly he starts crying. And he's like, but he's not going to die. And he's 17 at this time. Like, he's not thinking that his actions are going to actually lead to someone's death. Fantasy Island says, if Rick Child is innocent, then Karmelo is deaf innocent. Like, different jury. It's a different jury, different set of facts. You all know the Child case. That's where the store owner, in that case, he argued self-defense, right? He said that he was defending his son because allegedly, is his name Cephas? Why do I about to say Cephas? But I don't think Cyrus. What is his name? Somebody help me in the comments. Had a weapon on his son, and so when he fired, he acted in self-defense and asked him to put the weapon down twice. He said no, but yeah, he chased him from the store. He didn't steal anything. Chased him for 130 yards, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and that is why I really wanted this case to be televised, so that we wouldn't walk away feeling like that, right? So that we could see all the facts in the case, see all the evidence in the case, and really could rest knowing that, okay, the facts that were testified to, I can see how, these things were used by the jury to determine, is guilt. So that is what televising things show us. I want to pull up. I say I was prepping for a 6:00 show, but had to jump on when the verdict came down. So I still want to make sure I go over everything that I have been seeing. Okay, so we're going to start from the beginning. I am going to, where is okay. I don't have that. Okay, give me 1 second, y'all. Let's see. Oh, Court TV left us. Y'all keep an eye on JD. Let me see what y'all are saying in the comments. Stybadium 478 says 17-year-olds know that stabbing someone in the chest is serious business. He's 17-year-old, not 17 days old. He is. However, they say, you know, the mind doesn't fully develop until someone is 25. So kids still make stupid mistakes sometimes. And so should we treat him or feel that he should have, you know, had the thinking of a grown adult in this case? I don't know. What do you all think? All right, so we're going to go over the testimony from the witnesses in this case because the state put up 21 witnesses in this case and the defense only put up, I think, 6. And unfortunately, every witness that testified pretty much in the case all were asked at the end, which you can't do in Georgia because it's like a conclusion of law, but in Texas, they were able to ask them, did you feel like these actions were self-defense? And then they all would say, no, you know, we don't feel like it was self-defense. And then they would say that Karmelo was the aggressor in the case. And so that is kind of what the jury was left with, the scene, right? Because they don't have the video surveillance. You'll see that it was grainy. You'll hear, let me pull up this video. Cody from, y'all know I'm like, all over. Oh yeah, and I also said in my thing that I would drop the link if anyone wants to give your opinion about what occurred. We can definitely jump on and do that. Okay, so we went through the closing statements. I'm not going to go through opening statements. I just want to get into the testimony because the opening statements are not evidence in the case. And so CBS News, if I did link to their live feed. In the description of the live, so you can follow. That's where I was able to, I followed them, JD, and then like I say, Cody on Court TV would talk about the case at the end of every day. So we'll go through that so we could get actually like the play-by-play because we weren't able to have jurors we weren't able to have cameras in the courtroom. So for those who aren't fully aware of the details, this incident occurred April 2nd, 2025 in Collin, Texas, in the Frisco subdivision, Frisco police area, and Austin Metcalf, his brother and some other teammates went to Memorial High School. They were at a track meet. Karmelo Anthony attended Centennial High School, who was also at this track meet, and it was supposed to rain, but that was another thing that came out of the trial, that it necessarily wasn't raining the entire time, that it had been raining earlier and was misty. As Karmelo walks down these steps, he sees this Eddie person that he knows, who comes to find out is like a cousin, his ex-girlfriend's play cousin. But y'all, when this guy testifies, he tried to act like he didn't even know Karmelo like that. He was just like, yeah, I mean, I know him, but not like that. And then the defense had to pull up pictures to show. I mean, it was almost like a concerted effort of the town had a meeting. And it was like, whatever can help him, lie about it, don't say it. I mean, it literally, not even his own witnesses were testifying in a way that could help him. Let me go to this as soon as I can. I don't know. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Oh, okay. I got it on this screen. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so as we said, this case happened April 2025. And then, as I showed you all when I went through the court docket, there wasn't much in this case, right? It wasn't a lot of motions. It wasn't a lot of drama in the case. It was once the trial was set in April of this year, the judge issued, April 16th, I believe, the judge issued an order keeping social media and cameras and all of that stuff out of the courtroom. And then in May, he added cell phones to that. And then the trial started June 1st. Like, there wasn't a whole bunch of pretrial motions to keep out all of this evidence. It wasn't that in this case, y'all. It really was just simple. There wasn't any cell phone footage. I saw a lot of stuff online. People were saying that there was cell phone footage that was floating around, that the kids record everything, and they do. But these kids testified that they didn't realize that something was about to happen. It just was calm, and then it wasn't. Like, it happened so quick. The whole incident is like 6 minutes. From the surveillance footage that they showed, we're not able to have a copy of that yet, but I'm sure now that the case is over with, things will come out at some point. But it was grainy, but you could see like Karmelo had maybe been under the tent 2 minutes before Austin walks up. And from the time Austin walks up, the incident itself happens like 4 minutes later. So this isn't something that happened a long time. It wasn't escalating. It wasn't a lot of kids. There was a track meet going on. So some kids were like walking down to the fence, about to go start stretching, about to get ready for the meet. So, and of course, it's a track meet. So there's no one thinking that a child is going to have a weapon at the track meet. So there's nobody thinking that. All right. Shout out to Mindy Ann 44, sends a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Mindy. She says, Fit, do you think the reason for no cameras was because most of the witnesses are underage? That is probably partially the reason, although we could always just blur them out or not show their faces, just as we didn't show faces and didn't show some of the undercover detectives in cases in the YSL case. Because I just have a feeling like, yeah, the kids didn't get shown in this trial because no cameras, but I have a feeling like they'll be on 2020 Sunday. Now, if I'm wrong and we don't ever see these kids, then great job on the judge keeping the camera out. But if these kids start jumping on 2020 Sunday to talk about this case, and it's like this Netflix documentary comes out and all these kids talk about this case, we could have had cameras in the courtroom. Okay, so yes, that did play a part in it. So he says, as well as the media attention. Although I feel like the heightened media attention and the race issues from the outside that were involved in this case, I feel like a lot of things could have been dispelled if they had allowed cameras into the courtroom. So definitely we're going to see over time, because you know how people, like, once the trial's over with, people start to want to monetize and make money from things and like that. So the kids probably could be on social media right now, right, saying, because it's over with. So there's nothing. Yes, they could appeal something, right, but this case is over with. They just got to deal with the sentencing phase. So nobody's going to be called back to testify anymore. So they, we'll see. Like, if we never see these kids and I never find out who they are, okay, judge, I get it. But if these kids on 2020 Sunday, I'm going to be mad, because we definitely should have been inside this courtroom. And I think it just really would have cut down on people making up stuff. You wouldn't have had to guess what the testimony is, because you wouldn't have been able to just put it in your ear all day and listen to it. So great question. Shout out for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. But yes, definitely think that, that does contribute to the reason that they weren't inside. All right. So the prosecution starts their testimony, and I'm not going to go through like every witness, but I did feel that there were certain witnesses that really had things that stood out that I think led to the jury finding this. Some of the testimony was very emotional. You'll hear testimony from one coach that the medic that used to be it was a coach that used to be in the military, and talked about how he had seen death before, and he knows about the last breaths the body takes and all of that. And so he's testifying, describing that basically when he walked up and saw, Austin, and that he knew that he was, on the way out and losing the color and the eyes rolling back. And at one point they're giving chest compressions, and then it's a 911 call that's played to the jury, and you can hear in the background of the 911 call them giving the chest compressions, them saying, "Come on, Austin, stay with us." And he's saying, like, he started Austin's body started taking in those last breaths, and the people that were giving CPR started thinking like, "Oh, it's working," and then he was like, "No, it's not working." In his head, he's like, "No, it's not working. Those are the last breaths." But he said he didn't want to say anything because he didn't want to take away hope from the people. Like, it was some emotional testimony that came from the adults. Yes, Daisy, the Corgis mom, says the death rattle. Like, he was recognizing that. So it was, some very emotional testimony that came at the beginning of the state's case. Let me jump right in. So the first witness that they called was the video expert witness. So they came in and bring the surveillance video in, and everyone that testified about the surveillance footage, I'm gonna pull up a YouTube from Court TV where Cody was talking about it, and he was saying basically it was very grainy. Like, you couldn't really see you couldn't see well on the video. that you could see blob, like once it got to under the tent, like the stuff that was happening under the tent. And you know, they say under the tent, right? So when I first hearing this, before I even see anything about this case, I'm thinking it's on the flat surface part, but it's actually the tent kind of goes into the bleacher area. So it's that area that's covered by the tent and a few more bleachers up because Austin is stabbed outside of the bleacher. So I'm gonna pull up so the video guy testifies first and talks about how he enhances the image of this, and it really didn't add much to be able to see kind of exactly what happened, but you definitely were able to tell from the image that from the video that it wasn't this whole 4 boys attacking. They're basically saying that can't talk. The surveillance footage shows, I'm gonna pull this up while I'm sharing with y'all. 1 second. That it shows Karmelo going under the tent, and at the time that he enters, Austin is not under the tent at that time because he is, Lord, I got all these ads at the top. Come on, CNN. Austin is not there actually because him and a couple of friends had actually walked to, so if you all can see, like the track is down here and this is where the bleachers start. So this tent sits some on the ground and some, like maybe the first 3 rows or so are covered under the tent, and then under, so what's this tarp is covering, this is the knife. So they're saying after he stabbed Austin, he tossed the knife. So the knife went up a few rows from where the stabbing occurred, and that Austin was kind of like more down in this on these rows here, and then the knife was up there. So once it started raining again, they threw a tarp over the knife so that it wouldn't destroy the evidence. So that is how they got to that. But anyway, so he enhances this video. Like I say, you never got to the point where you could hear anything and you couldn't see it clearly. You're just able to kind of, once you get to the tent part, what's going on, you see blobs, but they do say that you see like a to and fro, and then Austin bagging up, and that to and fro is when Austin is pushing and then he's falling back when he's being stabbed. Like it's testified to that it's very quick. Like I say, it's grainy. Court TV. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull up the video and we can listen to Cody talk about it. Because I stated Court TV, he was inside and would come out and do a live coverage. Let me just pull up their playlist. Hold on 1 second. So that was the first witness they went with. And you know, the state really did put a lot on, like you can see from this video. I guess what it did dispel in the video was that it did show that there wasn't this mob of people that ran up and attacked him. There wasn't a whole bunch of people. Yeah, it was like, you know, kids were under the tent, but it wasn't a lot of rah-rah. Like from the video, as people were saying, as they watched it, that you could really tell something happened when everybody ran away. Like once everybody started running from the scene and bagging up, that was when you were able to tell that something actually happened and where it happened at, but that it wasn't really clear. Okay, I got Cody up, y'all. Let me share this so I can hear him talk about the video. Okay, there we go.
Courthouse for those.
Well, yeah, Julia, as we know this judge is really laying down the law inside that courtroom, being very strict on how people go to and from the courtroom, and about, you know, us as media using electronics. He even admonished members of the gallery for whispering to each other, saying if he caught somebody whispering again, I didn't see anybody whispering, but, you know, he just said if he saw that again, they'd keep them out. He kicked them out permanently. But Julia, to touch on those opening statements, of course, the prosecution, his still girlfriend now, somebody he'd been acquainted with, somebody he recognized. And then they walked through some of that video, Julia, showing that Karmelo Anthony was under the tent for about 2 minutes before Metcalf, his twin brother, and their friends got to the tent. And the whole ordeal went down in about 4.5 minutes of both of them, both parties being under that tent, Julia. But again, emotional out here. I'm looking around it here. There's a lot more demonstrators than there were yesterday during jury selection. So, you know, each side is here. It's a polarizing case, of course, that has caught many headlines across this country. But those opening statements were definitely powerful on either side.
notes, Cody. We're so fortunate that you've been able to share with us what is happening inside of that courtroom. Tell us more about the surveillance video, because your notes on this were very interesting. What were you able to see? And then I also understand there was a reaction from the victim's family when that was being played.
Yeah, Julia. So that's in the opening statement. They were referencing surveillance video, and of course, everyone wants to see video. We haven't seen anything. There's been a gag order on this case since the very beginning last year. So they start playing this video. There were 5 different angles of the video getting walked through from testimony by the forensic video analyst, and they were very wide angle videos, Julia. And the witness had to talk about how he had to use this software to zoom in and try to make the video as clear as possible. And even then, Julia, I won't lie, it still looked very fuzzy and hazy. It definitely sets the scene. You can see what's going on, but even the prosecution distinctly said that you won't be able to uniquely identify anyone, but they referred to Karmelo on the video as the person of interest, and they referred to Austin Metcalf as the victim. Of course, as the forensic analyst has digested this video and dissected it and pointed out everything that we need to know, going through shoes and the type of clothing they were wearing. So we identified who each person was in the video, even though they kind of just look like humanoid blobs. But you see, one thing that stood out to me, Julie, is that, I'm very familiar with track meets. I was under the impression that, when you go to a championship track meet, you have multiple tents on the same side of the bleachers. But in this video, because it's early in the morning, just before 10 a.m. when all this happened, the high school where all this went down, Memorial High School, it was just an isolated tent in the bleachers by itself. There were no surrounding, schools or anything in the general area. You saw some schools walking in, but I guess, the meet was just starting. But anyway, they identified Karmelo walking up the bleachers, kind of walking towards the tent. He kind of goes towards someone, and you see him standing there for a couple of minutes. Then you see Austin Metcalf, his twin brother, and his friends walking up and getting under the tent. And then once everything's happening under the tent, it just kind of looks like a blob of people. You can't really make out anything that's really going on for 5 to 6 minutes. And then you see a quick to and from, and they were implying that was like the push, the initial contact. You can't really see anything happening before then. You see people walking by. They're not really, turning heads as if something's loud and, something's catching their attention. But all of a sudden you see that to and from, and then you see Karmelo, or who they identify as person of interest, who we're assuming to be Karmelo Anthony. He runs out from under the tent, and then he's running down the bleachers, sprinting a ways away from the tent and out of the stadium onto the track and everything towards one of his coaches. And eventually after that, we see another angle of the video where Karmelo's been taken into custody by police. But the reaction, Julia, it wasn't a visceral reaction. When you saw the to and from, of course, that's the stabbing action, if you will. All I saw, I'm sitting 2 rows behind Austin Metcalf's father, and his head was just kind of in his hands, kind of like this. Wasn't necessarily crying, but just implying that he doesn't really want to see, even though you can't see the stabbing, but he knows in his mind this is the moment that his son lost his life. So he was just there, obviously overwhelmed by everything. I'm sitting right behind the Metcalf family. Karmelo Anthony's family is on the opposite side of the courtroom. But again, the video, not as impactful as I thought, but it definitely is a scene setter to help us understand clearer as to what's going on, since we haven't seen anything so far in this case.
All right, so you all heard that it wasn't a video that was really clear. There was no video that showed 4 people coming towards Karmelo. You said it wasn't really that impactful because it was blobs. So this whole video didn't seal the deal on the case. It really came from the kids testifying about what occurred. And unfortunately, there wasn't anybody testifying on Karmelo's side or in a way that benefited him. So after the state, puts that witness up, the defense, has him testify. Cross-examines this person. Let me see, was it any? So they just basically say, like, there's really no way to determine when an argument starts or stops from the video. He's like, no, sir, you wouldn't be able to tell the jury there's an argument. No, sir. So basically, they're just showing that this video doesn't really add much to it. It doesn't show us much. So they try to downplay that witness. Next, the state puts up the Memorial head coach, and this is the coach, Austin track coach. And so his name is Rob Starr. He was 41. So he is the track coach at Frisco Memorial High School. And he's also the position coach for football, which Austin and Hunter both played football. So he knows the family. It's a school. Like, people know the teachers, the coaches, everybody knows everybody. So he says that track meets are a big deal. So this was the state's thing. Like, track meets are a big deal. The tent's off limits. Karmelo knew he shouldn't have been under the tent. So when he got asked to leave, he should have left. And the fact that he didn't, it puts him as the aggressor. That's what the state's theory of the case was. And so Rob Starr testifies that the track meets are a very, very big deal, $1 million industry. That didn't look like $1 million industry. Okay. I think he was really just putting a lot of extraness to it because the tents didn't look, all of that. They were kind of raggedy, right? It was raining. It wasn't even a lot of tents out there. Anyway, he says that they help keep everyone separated. A coach usually hangs out by the tent for proximity control, but I believe he was the coach that put Austin in control of the tent that day, kind of like helped set up. So he had walked off and kind of left Austin in like charge or whatever. But as you'll hear from testimony later, Austin wasn't even there when he walked off. But anyway, that's a story for another day. So the coach says that weapons are not allowed in any shape, form, or fashion. That was something that was a big point. The coach also said that students have to sign a code of conduct, which includes the fact that they won't bring weapons. So you wouldn't expect a weapon at a track meet. That was a point that a lot of people, they kept making. The coach then says that Memorial was the host for the track meet that day. And because it was a whole school, the team wouldn't have all their coaches at the tent because they had to move around and do other things. So that's why they didn't have another coach there. And it was just the kids at the tent at the time. So he enlisted some of the throwers is what they call. So Austin was a shot putter for the track team. So some of the throwers are typically the leaders. So he included Austin and Hunter to help, saying that the throwers are usually in charge of setting up the tent. So he has them help set up the tent. He actually sent him a text that day because he needed him to set up. He also admits that he was a little upset with Austin because at a previous meet, Austin threw and then left early to go fishing. So he had actually kicked Austin off of the track team, but they talked and he let him back on. He said there was never a rain delay that day, that mostly it was Memorial athletes that were mostly under the tent, though some other schools' athletes went back to their buses. So he's saying like during the rain, because they tried to make it seem like this is why Karmelo was under the tent, that he sought shelter under the tent. And the coach is saying, no, it really wasn't that rainy that day. It just kind of was misting at this point. And so some of the players went back to their team buses and some were just like under the tents. He says that he had to leave to get a crock pot from a coach who was waiting in concessions for him around 10. He heard a commotion, so he was startled and he hustled back over to see what happened. He dropped the crock pot and started to jog. He says he jumped over a fence to try to get back over there to the tent because he could tell whatever happened, it happened at his tent. He says it was not normal for students to walk around during downtime and talk to other students while at track meets. He says that although it happens, his policy is that it's not acceptable and believes other Frisco coaches feel the same way. However, it was no other coaches at the tent at this time. It was just the kids. And then he says, he talks about why he kicked Austin off the team. And he just says he wants to teach him a lesson. See someone saying the jury being sequestered. They have not as of yet, because in Texas, it's only 421. So the judge did say prior to whether or not they reached a decision that he would sequester them if they didn't reach their decision by later tonight. But they did reach a decision. However, they are now in the sentencing phase. So they're trying to decide the time. But if they came back with a verdict in 3 hours, I can't imagine that they would take longer than 3 hours to decide the sentence. I don't know. Could they, right? I mean, they always could. So, and maybe longer would be better this time around. But so they could, if they don't come back tonight, he may still sequester them until they finish the sentencing phase. All right. So what else did Rob say? Okay. So then they have a athletic trainer took the stand, Tiffany Whitaker. She just talked about knowing the athletes, knowing Austin and Hunter. She referred to the tents as like locker rooms, saying that it's normal for kids to stop by and say hello, but not to plant yourself under someone else's tents. She recalls her efforts to save Austin Metcalf. So she says that so that Thursday afternoon, that when screaming started around 10 a.m. on April 2nd, She moved onto the track looking to see what was going on. She says that she asked the student what was going on, and the student indicated that Anthony stabbed Metcalf and tossed a knife. She says Whitaker said she stopped Anthony and had a brief interaction with him and then went to Metcalf. Although at the time she didn't know like who it was that she was going to help. She thought that the child was having a seizure. Whitaker said she went to his head and helped with evaluating him, and the coach said he could feel a pulse. She said she noticed Metcalf was blue. She started rescue breaths, and another coach did chest compressions until the AED arrived. However, that didn't help. They continued CPR until paramedics arrived. She said she just kind of on autopilot during this time. They stopped treating once the paramedics arrived. And then she was questioned by the defense. I don't think they didn't ask much of her. It's kind of like, what do you go back, right? They're just talking about that's fact, right? He was stabbed, and so people are trying to render aid. So as a defense attorney, you kind of pick and choose the witnesses that you want to target. You want to target fact witnesses that are going to be testifying that your client did something and that or about the altercation that led up to your client. You don't really want to harp on the fact that somebody is explaining that once somebody was wounded, how they're rendering aid, unless it has something to do with your defense or the case. You just kind of say, okay, well, you might clear up something if it wasn't clear. You may ask a couple questions just so you don't say anything, nothing, but some witnesses you don't have much for because you're not trying to catch them in a lie or they gave previous statements. It's just their testimony is what it is. The next witness was a coach, Vincent Hooper. He's currently the head football coach at Heritage High, and he was the head track coach there up until this year. So at the time of this track meet, Vincent Hooper is the head track coach at Heritage High. So he testifies that because everybody's asked about these tents, right? Because the state's theory of the case is that Karmelo was somewhere he wasn't supposed to be. He was asked to leave. He refused to leave. And by refusing to leave, that makes him the aggressor of this situation. He's the agitator because he's asked to leave. This is not somewhere he's typically supposed to be. This is not his school's tent. So they're trying to show that. So every witness was questioned about this tent and what the culture was of the track meet and if he could be there or not. So Hooper says he was also asked about the tents and said it's not unusual for students to walk to other tents to say hi. He too testified that he saw kids scattering and was told there had been a stabbing. He said that the athletic trainer handed Anthony to him and said, don't let him leave. Because like the other kid, like Anthony, this whole running away from the scene, like he left the immediate area, but he didn't like try to run out of the track meet and get in a car and leave. He just was running away from the immediate area of the stabbing. And so a lot of kids were saying he did it, like that's him. I think one child actually gave chase behind him because they didn't know where he was running to. And so Tiffany, as she was headed to what was going on, passes him. And so she's just like, hey, like, don't let him go because they're saying like he's the one that did this. Like, don't let him leave. So Hooper says, and this is the guy that walks with Anthony that has this emotional conversation with him. So he says he puts his arm around Anthony's shoulder. They walked around the track and he asked Anthony, what did he do? And he said, he put his hands on me. I stabbed him. With tears on the witness stand, Hooper said he told Anthony that if Metcalf died, it would change the rest of his life. At that point, Hooper said that Anthony started crying and he comforted him. Hooper said Anthony's emotions seemed genuine and he handed him off to Centennial High School coach, which is his school, Karmelo Anthony's school. The defense also questioned Hooper, who again said he felt Anthony's emotions were genuine, saying that Anthony didn't try to run from him. I don't think he thought he stabbed him in the spot he stabbed him, is what Hooper was saying. WWE High 54 says life sentence coming. Listening to this testimony, I guess that's kind of giving you that opinion. The boy got cooked. Money Man 5935 says I ran track and used to go to other tents all the time and never been asked or forced to leave. Exactly. Yeah, I know someone who I've been to track meets too. I've never ran track, but I have a friend now that runs track, and I mean the kids are just kind of out there all talking to each other, meeting each other. KA was supposed to be training or warming up as his other teammates said. Then he just walked off. That is true. Mindian 44. I did hear that. I think one of his another coach is going to testify that that's what he should have been doing, was getting ready for his own meets, like the race that he was participating on. participating in. I'm sorry, Angel MC. I'm sorry, Angel McGowan 889 says his fight or flight kicked in. Right? Did it though? Right? I don't know, and I'm gonna pay devil's advocate to it, right? Because we know what the jury verdict was, so I want to always flip that so we can look at the other side. Was it fight or flight kick in? Because if I'm warning you beforehand, before we get physical, and I have my hand in the bag prior to me having to make a decision of fight or flight, did it kick in, or did I just show, you messed around and found out what I was going to do if you touch me? Like, I don't know, right? But then I could also argue flip side. I got 8 people telling me to leave somewhere I thought I was welcome, because like nobody was saying anything when I dapped up Eddie, and now it's an issue, so I don't know what to do. And maybe that's it. So maybe my fight or flight is starting earlier than they think. And before you even do all of that, I'm like, hey, but I'm able to tell you, touch me and find out. So I don't know. Was it fight or flight kicking in, or was it me saying in my head, if they touch me, this is what I'm gonna do? I don't know. So that's something the jury had to consider. Daisy, the Corgis mom, says he took the time to open his knife inside his bag is the only problem I have with that. And that's why we don't know for sure what he did inside that bag, right? But they said his hand was sitting in the bag prior to being pushed, prior to even making that statement. And the only injury that he had on himself was a cut on one of his fingers, which could have gotten by hand in the bag trying to open the knife, right? So he didn't have any injuries. Nobody ever struck him to cause any injuries. Let me go back to this, to Hooper. Let me hide this coming. Okay, so Hooper says, he said he ended with, I don't think he thought he stabbed him in the spot he stabbed him. All right, so that is his testimony. Next, the jurors hear from a 911. So they hear the 911 call, but you can't just play a 911 call. It has to come in through a witness. So the witness that they put up to testify is Joshua Redman, who is Liberty defensive coordinator, to the stand. So this is another adult. He was at the meet, because a lot of track stars in football crossover. Like I had one of my line sisters, her son is a double athlete in track and football at Georgia Tech. And so he's always done track and football. So a lot of times those sports cross over. So I guess the coaches are sometimes the same in both of those sports, since the teammates are the same. So this is the defensive coordinator. Oh, this is Liberty. So I don't know. This is a different school. But anyway, Rodman was at the meet and said all of a sudden there was just panic and scatter. He said that he saw Austin Metcalf, got him on the ground, put pressure on the wound, and asked a coach to call 911. So this is how they enter the 911 call in. And when they play it for the jury, they're able to hear this person in the background rendering CPR to him and making comments to Austin. Mr. Redman says, at the time, it was a pretty good sized wound in his abdomen. I was trying to push his brother to the side. He testified that it felt like 10 minutes had gone by before paramedics arrived, and he knew Metcalf was gone. Rodman said he talked to detectives and went back to the high school to talk with other coaches, adding that he couldn't believe what happened. The prosecution then played the 911 call as Metcalf's family wiped away tears. And I'm going to pull up, I think this is the juror that talked about the last breaths and all of that stuff. And a second, I want to see if JD had more testimony on his page. Sorry, guys. Oh no, was that? Okay, maybe that wasn't. Okay, I'm gonna go back, stay focused. Okay, so who else testified on the first day? So they had the adults testifying first. Let's see. Yeah, so that ended the first day of testimony in the trial. So that, jury selection was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of last week. Opening statement started on last Thursday and testimony. And so the first day was Thursday, right? So Friday is day 2 of testimony, and Frisco firefighter is back on the stand. Let me see what this is Neil Adams. I think this is the guy. And he talks about graphic details of finding the victim, and he's discussed his pupils were fixed, dilated, he was gray, no respirations, he did not have a pulse. During his testimony, Dad puts his head down in his arms. He says that, okay, so the next witness that was called was Eduardo Cortez, and this is the resource officer that placed the arrest. So I guess the CBS News didn't really go into the detail of that officer's testimony, but as we talked about earlier about the last breaths and all of that stuff, that's the person that was able to testify that he recognized those signs. So he knew on scene that when he approached that Austin was gone. And the ME is the last witness to testify to the state for the state. And when that witness testified, she talked about how the wound and how the knife, as it entered, it didn't just put like a slit. It actually tore open his heart, and that it was unsurvivable. So he was going to bleed out. And the previous witness also testified that he knew, because it wasn't a lot of blood pooling out, that the blood was on the inside. So it was a lot of bleeding inside. And so he was just trying to, render aid, but it wasn't something that anybody could save him from on scene. I guess, like, unless he had been like on the surgery table when this occurred, this was going to lead to death, which is so unfortunate. Because I know Karmelo, even though, you had the knife and you took it out to stab, you didn't think this was going to be the result. Let's see. Somebody had a question? Yes, it had a flip on it that you could open it with one hand, but so when he has his hand inside this book bag, he probably is trying to, open it or move it, or maybe he's just trying to grab it, right? Because he's not looking at his bag when he's grabbing it, because he's keeping his eyes on Austin, is what's reported in their conversation. So maybe that's how it's been. Let's see. I saw somebody said somebody had a good question. Yes, somebody said, were there other tents up at that event? I did see the black one and red one. Just curious as to why he would go sit under that specific tent. Guess we'll have to wait for the video. Well, there were other tents, but allegedly, it was testified to that there's a guy named Eddie that's under the tent that he knows. And so he went to go dap Eddie up. And Eddie is the play cousin of Karmelo's girlfriend at the time that this incident occurs. And so he knows him. Now, Eddie, when he testified, he acted like he didn't know Karmelo like that. And we'll see his testimony soon, but he kind of downplayed the relationship. But luckily the defense had pictures to show that they were, but then they come ask him at the end, like, do you think he acted in self-defense? No. Do you think who was the aggressor? And he's like, Karmelo. And they're like, why you didn't tell him to leave? And he's like, I didn't think I needed to. Like, he is really like cold to him, not receptive, and how you would think you would hear from the person that he went to go dap up with all of this, right? It was sort of sad. So the next one is this this Frisco police officer, Eduardo Cortez, who's the school resource officer. He's the officer who actually makes first contact with Anthony, not the first person, the first officer. So he received a call concerning the stabbing as he was walking, and just so, let me put this over here, and I am going to, is that what I just put? Let me make sure. So y'all can see what no, that's not it. So what I'm reading from is the CBS live feed that had live updates on the Karmelo trial is what I'm reading from. Can you all see that? Okay, let me make that a little bigger. Yeah, that didn't make it bigger like I wanted to. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, so this is what I'm reading from. All right, so so he said he got a call about the stabbing. He had as he was working inside a nearby school, when he arrived at the scene, he saw the crowd under the memorial track tent and saw Anthony. He had the suspect raise his hands in the air. I gave him instructions. I patted him down for any weapons. I advised that I had the alleged suspect detained in handcuffs. Then he told the jury that this is when Karmelo says, "I'm not alleged, I did it." So that, remember that whole first element of murder was identity. This is identity proven by his own statements. So Anthony responds, "I'm not alleged, I did it." The prosecution then asked Cortez if Anthony said anything else. When we placed him in a squad car, he asked if he would be okay. He was asked if Anthony had any noticeable injuries. There was a little blood on his left middle finger, Cortez testified. Prosecutors asked the officer about the policy on whether weapons are allowed on school property. He says they are prohibited. They had a 4-minute body camera video play of the encounter, showing that he's placed in handcuffs and how he set him down before searching. In the video, Anthony can be heard crying and saying as the officer walks him to the car, "I told him not to put his hands on me." He is then put into a patrol car and gives the officer his name and spelling. Now, there's no statement that he was ever Mirandized at the time that he was arrested. So I know a lot of people ask me, well, if his Miranda warnings weren't read, then his case get dismissed. And that does not equal dismissal, unfortunately, in a case. It only means that the statements you make after arrest, if you're interrogated, cannot be used against you. However, if you're just blurting out statements and just making statements to the police as you're walking to the car, nobody asks you any questions, then they're not governed by Miranda per se. Now, the defense attorney could still make an argument, right, that the officer encouraged these statements, but it just appears that he's just blurting out things, which is why I always say, shut the up and take the ride, right? Because all of these statements they tell you can be used against you in a court of law. So like the things that he's saying, nobody's asking him any questions. The officer wasn't even talking to him when he's saying, "Hey, I have the alleged." He's like, "No, I'm not alleged, I did it." Like that wasn't a question placed to him, but he responded. And so I can't, as a defense attorney, come back and argue, no, this isn't the person that did it, because he admitted as soon as they arrested him, right? And then he goes on to say, "I told him not to put his hands on me." And so when I heard that statement in testimony, I cringed because I was like, "Oh, that's not self-defense, right? I told him not to put his hands on me." So he's saying it as if that is the reason I stabbed him. He put his hands on me, so I stabbed him, not "I was so fearful for my life," or "I thought he was going to kill me." Like, that's what you kind of want to hear in a self-defense. Like, you want everything out of your client's mouth to equal, "I only did this because I had to," but nobody's been able to get to him to say anything. And he's already making statements that are going to be used in court. So these are like excited utterances. These are his statements out of his mouth. These are the things that he's saying immediately after the incident. So, that's that. So Jersey Girl Trey, thank you, girl, because I didn't forget to do that in my intro at the beginning, right? So she said she's a criminal defense and personal injury attorney, not just DUI. That is the case. I have been practicing for 20 years here in Atlanta, Georgia. I started as a public defender for the first 8 years in Fulton County, and then went into private practice in 2014. So I do all criminal cases. I have murder cases pending now, child molestation cases, rape cases, armed robbery cases pending now, and DUIs, as well as personal injury. So if you're ever injured in a car accident, truck accident, or a slip and fall, call us 404-507-2889. All of that information is in the description of the live. Thank you so much, Jersey Girl Trey. And shout out to J Witt Productions. He did drop us a super chat earlier to get us kicked off. And I did drop some questions, some answers, and some stuff in his chat earlier today. He sent a lot of people over from his live to here to watch. So I greatly appreciate that, Jay Witt. It's always keeping me in the loop. We've done some body cam videos in the past and stuff. So give him some love. I'm going to add his add to the description. This jumped off so quick. I was sitting there literally upstairs prepping for the show tonight at 6, and got the text and stuff started coming in that we had the verdict. So we just fired this thing up. So had to go back and make some tweaks after, but thank you so much, Jersey Girl Trey, for reminding me to shout that out. So thank you. So back to what I was saying. Yes. So these statements, you see how things that you say can come back and be used against you, right? So when you back, he's making these statements about, "I told him not to put his hands on me." Is that self-defense, or is intent of murder? Is this saying like this is you had already set out before anything physical happened? You already set out, I'm gonna take this knife out and use it if I get touched or I get pushed or I get whatever, right? Like I ain't a killer, but don't test me, right? So, All right, so let me go back. So this testimony is coming from the resource officer that arrested Anthony. So in his body cam, that's how you get in body cam. You get it in through the officer testifying, and then you can play it. So in the video, Anthony can be heard crying, saying, "I told him not to put his hands on me." He is then put into a patrol car and gives the officer his name and spelling. During cross-examination, the defense asks Cortez, "When you go back to the car and open the door, do you remember him crying once you and the officer are in the squad car?" He says, "Did I see tears coming down his face? I can't testify to that, but I didn't see his face. My description was based on the tone of his voice." So the defense asks questions concerning Anthony's compliance. He's not resisting, not struggling, not continuing to run. Cortez answered no to all of them. So the defense on their cross-examination is trying to show that, he had sympathy. Like Karmelo is very remorseful for this act immediately after it's happened. This is minutes. This is not, we had to go chase the suspect down. Had to get a warrant. This is weeks later. No, this is instantly. He's not crying because he got arrested. You heard testimony from the coach that he was already crying as the coach is talking to him before police have even apprehended him. He's crying like, I didn't want to do this. He's giving those emotions to say that. That's what the defense is trying to, argue. Cheryl Singleton 3357 says, "I have to decompose from this case and South Carolina versus Rick Child. Yes, I'm truly saddened by the loss of both of these children. It's so sad. I mean, it has been back to back with these cases. So I totally understand that." All right, so this is the testimony there of the resource officer. So the officer next up is the officer who found the weapon, because when it comes to trials, you have to get the testimony and the evidence in through witnesses. So even though something's in the police report, or maybe you got a video that shows that, you can't just play the video for the jury. You can't just enter the police report. Police report is not evidence. You have to put that actual witness on the stand and testify to what you're trying to get in for your trial. And as a prosecutor and as a defense, you're going to put up witnesses that shape your theory of the case, that build out. So for the state, they are charging him with murder. So they had to put up witnesses that could enter evidence that would meet all the elements of the murder. And we already went over those elements. They were the identity, the causation, to show that the knife caused the injury that led to the death, and then intent. So you want to put up people that can talk about the defendant's intent when he committed the act. What was his mindset? What was going on around that time? So that is how the state builds their case. So this second officer is the officer who found the weapon. As I showed you all that picture image earlier, that was the weapon was found not under the tarp. It was found where the tarp is placed, and then they put the tarp over it because it started raining harder after this incident occurred, coincidentally. All right, a second officer was called to the stand, and this was Officer Jacob Shaws. Let me go. All right, and so he responded to the scene and found the knife allegedly used in the crime approximately 3 to 4 rows up above the crime scene. That's why that tarp was kind of up about 3 or 4 rows, and the tent was down further. That's how, because Karmelo threw the knife up the bleachers after the stabbing, which I didn't like that either. He also found Anthony's backpack. He shared that he protected the evidence and covered it up due to the rain. So Anthony leaves his backpack behind and tosses the knife after the act. He's not standing there, like when it's self-defense kind of thing, like if you're only doing something because you're acting in self-defense, right? After you commit the act, then I'm not leaving because I don't necessarily think I did something wrong. I feel justified by doing this because you attacked me. I had to do this to save my life. So I'm staying there. I'm staying right there. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I did this. But I'm not like, dang, I might be fussing at you. Like, why did you make me do this to you? Right. I'm not tossing the knife, leaving my book bag and just running off. Right. And so the prosecution used that argument to show guilty mind, that he tossed this knife because he felt guilty, or that he ran off because he felt guilty. But as the defense, I could argue that I'm nervous. I'm scared. Right. You just attack me. You just made me use a weapon because I was in such fear of my life. You're 80 pounds bigger than me. Like Austin Metcalf, it came out in testimony, he was 6'2" and 215 pounds, and Karmelo was only 5'9" and 140. So I'm fearful. So the fact that I got to jump up and use my knife anyway, I'm scared. So now I'm just running off away from it. I'm not thinking about that. I'm just trying to get away. Now I've stabbed at you, so now you can't jump at me, so I'm not afraid to turn my back on you, so now I can run away. Like that was kind of what the defense was arguing. But you see how when it comes to these cases, you take something that occurs and how you need it to fit your theory of the case. That's how you argue it. I can argue both sides, right? If whatever I needed to fit, I can look for ways to argue it for that side, and that's how it comes. And that's what a jury, I think, really wanted to hear from Karmelo, because it's about who sews up the story, who tells the best story, who sews up all the loose ends, who doesn't leave any questions. I'm walking away with a clear picture of your theory. Yes, the evidence lines up with it. Yes, does everything, all the testimony I presented, do you see all the elements? Yes. And then it's like, from the defense side, what did you give me? You said self-defense, but you didn't put anybody on the stand that testified that I even appeared fearful, or I appeared like, don't touch me and find out. But not that I was shaking, scared, afraid to do, nothing was put up that said that. So unfortunately, the jury is only left with the evidence that they are provided by the testimony. All right, so this officer also found the backpack. The jury was then shown a photo of the knife, which appears to be a 5-inch folding knife with blood on it as it lay on the ground in the bleachers in the stadium. A photo of the book bag open, and both items were entered into evidence by the prosecution. They said the parents broke down as the jurors watched the body cam video of the paramedics trying to save their son. They played this camera footage showing the paramedics using CPR. He is seen in his athletic wear lying on the ground and unresponsive. In the video, students can be heard wailing. As the video played, Metcalf's mother and father were wrapped in the arms of family members as they broke down in tears. Anthony watched the video intently along with the jurors. Now, I did see some comments. They were saying they necessarily never saw Karmelo crying during the trial, but that he just had a serious face, like just, paying attention to what's going on, and, not an emotional reaction in the sense of tears. And that could have just been, several reasons, right? Maybe he's felt justified in his actions, sad about, taking someone's life, obviously, or maybe his defense attorneys told him don't show that type of reaction. I'm not sure. You do tell your client to be careful how they act. You don't want them to show like, if they hear some in the evidence they don't like, or that nigga ain't lying. You don't want that reaction at all, because the jury definitely looks at everything. So we do tell our clients to, be prim and proper at the table, write down any notes you have to say, anything you want me to ask or whatever, write it down so I can continue to pay attention to the testimony. Don't have any, big reactions and emotional outbursts. But sometimes, it's tears fall. I remember I had a battery case, and really my client was defending himself, right? It wasn't a murder case. It was a misdemeanor. But the jury found that my client was guilty, and they said he was guilty. They said they felt like they both were the initial aggressors. How does that happen? But they felt like my client was guilty because he laughed at the victim when he testified on the stand and cried. So like the jury really is looking at every little thing. So they will rule against the law if they see something and they take it in, or, apply it to some kind of meaning when it doesn't have one. So maybe that's why he wasn't, but he definitely, as you heard, we read earlier that JD said he was definitely crying in the courtroom after the verdict was reached, which is horrible. And we're still waiting on, we're still waiting on the sentencing phase. Let me go back to Twitter right quick and see if JD has given any updates. Have they even started yet? So he is back outside the courthouse 39 minutes ago, posting footage, but still hasn't said anything about the phase. I don't know if Court TV was supposed to start their feed tonight at 8. So I'm gonna go check and see if there live with anything. I just see people talking to like jurors and stuff outside. Not jurors, I should say. Different people about the trial. They're not back live yet. Okay, so I don't know what's going to happen with this sentencing phase, if they're going to start that tonight. If you're just tuning in or went around earlier in Texas, you have the option as the defendant of the case to decide if you want the jury to decide your sentencing or if you want the judge to make that decision. In this case, prior to the trial starting, Karmelo Anthony decided to have the jury decide his sentencing. After the verdict was rendered to the public, to the public, the people in the court, then the sentencing phase started, to where both sides had the option to put up witnesses that could testify about, victim impact statements. So Metcalf's family could have testified. Karmelo's mother testified. It's been reported that she is the only witness that testified. She was very tearful, crying and things while she testified during this phase of the trial. But that it stopped abruptly after she testified. Nobody else testified. Neither attorney made an opening or closing statement. They just are leaving it with the jury. I guess they're just saying, everything's been said at this point. As a defense attorney, the jury has decided that he's guilty of murder. They decided that in 3 hours. I'm not sure why more witnesses didn't testify. I mean, this was the chance to put up some character evidence to show, get some sympathy and some mercy and some grace and stuff from the jurors. So you could have put up family members to testify. If he, I think it was testified that he was a straight A student, that he was a part of some athletic sports. I mean, did he have a team? Anybody that could have testified? Any other kids that could have testified on his behalf? Anybody? Like, I'm surprised nobody but mom, because everybody, expects mom to testify that you were good and that, she loves you and all of that stuff. But yeah, that was strange that she was the only person to testify. So that last comment from JD was that the judge was working on the charge to the jury for sentencing, and judge will work on charge. That's all that was said. So I don't know what that means. So I guess we'll just see if we get an update before tonight. And the time that can be considered, is 5 to 99 or life in prison. So they can do 5 to 9. They can do 5 years. They could do 10. Although manslaughter, which was another charge that they could consider, had a max of 20 years. So the fact that they found him not guilty of that and went to murder leads me to believe that they will at least sentence him to more than 20 years. And so he possibly could be looking at something 40 to 60 years or life in prison. He would be eligible if he's sentenced to, let's say, 60 years. He will be eligible for parole at 30. I'm not sure what the rates of parole is on a murder charge in Texas. I know in Georgia, people rarely get paroled off of a murder charge. So I'm not sure. So we're just waiting on the jury to make their decision in that case. All right, let me go back to our testimony and read through. All right. I gotta find the page I'm showing y'all. Okay, there it is. All right. Let's see. Okay, so I talked about how the parents broke down at the body cam. So next up, after the lunch break, the prosecution called a Memorial High School track athlete, and this is where the kids started testifying. Okay, and he witnessed the incident. He said that by the time he arrived, Anthony was already under the Memorial High tent in the bleachers. The witness recounted that he and other Memorial athletes under the tent asked Anthony to leave multiple times. At first, it was not aggressive, he said, but then tensions escalated. I remember Karmelo refusing to leave and Austin saying, "You need to leave," and Karmelo saying, "Touch me and find out," the witness said. The witness also denied that anyone was ganging up on Anthony and that Anthony was on the phone, was the one provoking the situation. The witness also denied that anyone was ganging up on Anthony and that Anthony was the one provoking the situation. The defense is arguing that Anthony acted in self-defense. Austin leans in to push him and Karmelo stabs him. The witness said Karmelo had his hands inside a backpack and we thought it was a bluff. He said he and others didn't believe Anthony would do anything because they live in a safe community. The witness then recounted what happened after the stabbing. He said that Austin fell down the bleachers onto his back and he got up. He said he lifted up his shirt where his chest was all bloody and he said, "I think I got stabbed." The prosecutor then asked about Metcalf's shove of Anthony. "I wouldn't say it was a light shove or a hard shove. I would say it was more of an in-between." The witness also said that Austin's brother Hunter was not involved. In the defense's opening statement, though, Mike Howard has said that both of the Metcalfs confronted Anthony and that Anthony made a split-second decision out of fear. That was part of the, to bolster up the self-defense claim that two of like the twins, the brothers, they're both bigger than me. They were both approaching him, but then witnesses testified Hunter didn't have anything to do with it. Is that true or not? I have no clue, right? We weren't there. We'll never know, right? There's not any footage of the incident that's been leaked online. I haven't seen it. There's not any footage that came into the trial except the grainy surveillance video. All we have are witness accounts. What? What are you? Okay. Hold on. He had to come back out the band. I'm calling somebody a nigga up in here. Okay. So the witness accounts, the shove. So on cross-examination, that threw me off, y'all. Sorry about that. Somebody here using the N-word to call like us that because we supported him. Like, what? Okay. Defense attorney Toby Shook asked the witness to describe the Metcalf and Anthony's movements leading up to the stabbing. The witness said that Anthony was seated with his backpack in his lap and his hand inside. Metcalf approached Anthony and then pushed him by placing both of his hands on Anthony's shoulders. Anthony then pulled the knife out of his backpack and pushed Metcalf back while stabbing him in the chest, the witness says. So it looks like from this testimony, what I'm hearing is that Metcalf was the only one standing up and that Anthony stayed sitting down the whole time. So I'm not sure, what makes you aggressive if you're sitting down, but they're trying to say because he refused to leave after being told to leave from under this tent. So, and I see somebody asking, the sentencing does have to be unanimous. If the jurors are not able to reach a unanimous decision on the sentencing, then they will impanel a new jury. It doesn't go back to the judge. You can't hang on sentencing. You got to come up with a option. And I just can't imagine that this jury, who has been at the center of this controversial case, doesn't want to finish out their own case. They're going to sentence him. So I see people saying they think the defense team failed him. There's always appeals. An appeal that you tell your client, go raise against me, is ineffective assistance of counsel because you could always Monday quarterback anything. And so you will file an appeal. The attorney will pull the transcript from the trial. You'll go through it and you'll look and see if there's any issues, anything that you could argue. It will start with the jury selection. Guarantee you, if an appeal is filed, the defense, whoever the defense attorney will be at that time, will argue that those Black jurors were excluded based on race. And so they'll argue what's called a Batson motion. They'll appeal it and say that the trial court improperly overruled them on that motion, and that basically he didn't have a fair and impartial jury because they were able to, the state struck people just because they were Black. So that will be the first argument that they will raise, unless there was like a pretrial motion that didn't go their way. But I didn't see any orders listed on the docket for any pretrial motions, so I don't know if any of that exists. But if they did, then that'll be one issue. But one that we all know about, they start with the jury selection. I don't know out of the 589 how many people of color were in that number. You start there. You start with the, making the argument about how the jurors were struck. Yeah, I mean, when you're trying to save someone's life, you nitpick. You look for the needle in a haystack. So you throw everything at the kitchen sink. You throw it all. And so that's what we did in the Antonio Sledge appeal, which we're still waiting on a decision to come down on. It could be any day. It's been since October that we've been waiting on this decision, but we threw everything in there. We argued things that if you asked us, do you think you could argue that? Not sure. We we might not have standing to argue that now, but guess what? We're going to throw it in there because who knows? That might be the thing that leads to something else that gets us the answer we need and gets the case reopened. So you do argue it all and you throw everything in there. So that will be what they start with. But yeah, they're gonna file an appeal on this case and they're gonna raise ineffective assistance of counsel. Was it? I don't know the discussion. Like, right, we're all guessing that the 2-hour break yesterday, in the middle of the defense's presentation of the case was related to whether or not Anthony was going to testify. But we're guessing. We don't know. We weren't in the courtroom. What if that was it, right? What if he wanted to testify? What if the defense attorney encouraged him not to testify? That's not proper, right? It's totally his decision. Decision. In Georgia, his willingness not to testify, we would have put that on the record. The judge would have wanted to make sure that it's his decision. This is your decision. You have the right. The judge would have wanted to make sure you got the right to testify. You don't have to testify, but you understand it's your decision. And your decision is that you don't want to testify. Like, they would have put it on the record outside the presence of the jury just to make sure that there were no appealable issues. That wasn't done in this case. So we are assuming that was what the discussion was about. That we said that the parents were brought into the courtroom, right? So Anthony's parents were brought in, but also Metcalf's parents were brought in per people that were inside the courtroom. So was it a plea discussion? Were they trying to have a discussion to see if they could reach an agreement on time that they could live with, right? Were they trying to say, because you could take a plea at any point before the verdict comes down. So that could have been the discussion, trying to see if we can agree on some years that Anthony feels comfortable enough taking with this case. So we don't know what it was, but yes, you raise ineffective assistance of counsel. You make all the claims that you can make, in this case. Who but God says, are any of you really trying to say Karmelo is innocent? I'm not. Like, I had a conversation with a content creator earlier today. Like, come on, you cannot meet deadly force to a push. Like, I don't care, how much I don't like the fact that Austin was policing the public, right? I don't like that fact. I don't like that he pushed Karmelo first, but I can't sit here and say that Carmelo's justified in stabbing him in the heart off of a push. No. Now, what I hoped was that the jury would find that behavior reckless and that they would find him guilty of manslaughter, which would give him 2 to 20 as a sentence, versus finding him guilty of murder, which means they had to find that he intended to cause either serious bodily harm and committing an act to do that, or that he intentionally and knowingly killed him. I definitely don't think he intentionally knowingly killed him. And so Texas didn't have a degree. It was just murder. And so it's a first degree felony, but it's murder. And so no premeditation was required. It was simply the identity of the person who committed it. And as we just went over testimony, Anthony says, I'm not alleged, I did it. Second, causation. Did the knife cause the injury that led to the death? Yes. We don't even have to debate that. Third, what was the intent? And as I went over the statute and showed you all earlier, I really think the jury rested on, did you intend to cause serious bodily harm, injury? Yes, there's no way that you're thinking I'm going to stab you with. So it's not like I reach in my bag. It's not the cops testifying that I reached for my gun or my taser and I mistakenly grabbed my gun and I didn't mean to shoot. This wasn't this. My hands are in my bag on my knife. I know what I'm grabbing. I'm intentionally grabbing this knife and I'm going to stab you with this knife if you touch me. I know that stabbing you is going to cause serious bodily injury. I have to know that. Now, I don't know it's going to kill you. And that's not what this part of the statute said. It said, did you intend to cause serious bodily injury and did you do an act that could lead to human death? Yes, I did. I did. And so therefore, even though I didn't wake up that morning, I didn't come to the track meet with that morning, I may not have ever even sat down that day in the tent with that intent. The point that I put my hand in the bag and I know before you even hit me, because I already told you, touch me and find out. Yeah. So no, I'm not saying he's innocent. I never thought this was going to be a not guilty, but I was just really hoping that they would find that intent wasn't there, or jury nullification exists, y'all. I don't know if you ever heard it. Look it up. Jury nullification exists. It's not legal, right? We don't encourage it, but sometimes a jury can hear all the elements of a crime and just not want to do it. I don't want to give this boy life in prison. I don't want to even open him up to 99 years. So I am going to I'm going to rest on manslaughter because I don't like some stuff about the case on either side, and this is where my heart can rest. It's not legal to do that, but it happens all the time. It happens all the time. And so they could have done that and rested on the manslaughter, and that's what I was kind of hoping for. But I definitely knew as I listened to the testimony that there was testimony there that the jury could rest on. Do I agree? No. But there was testimony there that the jury could rest on and find intent in this case. That's only thing else, because identity and causation, that was the no-brainer. So, you know, we could always go back in hindsight. He should have left. He did this. But it's like you get into the, do I have to leave? I don't have to leave because you tell me, but because you see how things can go, it's just better just to walk away. Let's see, back to the testimony. Okay, we ended with Anthony pulled his knife out of the backpack and pushed Metcalf back while stabbing him in the chest. That's what the witness said. So that was that witness. Let's go up. Okay, the teammate, a 16-year-old witness testifies next, and they didn't name any witness that was under 17. Yeah, the jury said, the judge always says there'll be no jury nullification, but guess what? It happens all the time. Guess what? Had this jury returned a verdict of manslaughter, that would have been the case in this case, because they definitely could have found murder, as you see they did, right? Because there was arguably intent there, and nobody bought the self-defense. I don't even think the defense put up enough to even claim self-defense. They didn't put up enough testimony, like in the murder case that I was discussing that we had here. Our client did not testify. However, we had other witnesses on our side that testified about the incident, how it started, what they were seeing during, how my client got shot. Basically, he punched somebody. That person took out a weapon and shot him back. And it was like, what were we supposed to do? They fought over the weapon and the other guy ended up getting killed. So we were arguing self-defense, but because we threw the first punch, we were the initial aggressor. And the jury said we couldn't. But our argument was, okay, we were the initial aggressor on the physical altercation, but he introduced the weapon. And so now, you know, hands up, I'm retreating because you got a weapon. And now when you fire, you're the aggressor on me, so I should be able to fire back on you. Jury didn't buy it, and we got a guilty on that case. So was the argument for self-defense strong here? Nobody testified in this case at all that they believed it to be self-defense. Not one witness that was put up agreed. Even the defense witness, and we'll get to that shortly, but even the defense witness at the end answered, do you find it like he acted in self-defense? No. Who you think was the aggressor? Karmelo. Everybody testified to that. I'm not saying they're right? I'm just saying that is what the evidence is that was presented. So that is all that the jury had to go on. If I say our side, I'm a defense attorney. So if I'm jumping whatever argument, like clearly I'm not an attorney in the case. So don't get hung up on those words. Like I said, I can argue either side of the case. So just kind of flow with my discussion versus don't get caught up in semantics. All right, a 16-year-old witness, a wide receiver who also runs hurdles and the 400 in track, said the day felt completely normal before the stabbing. He recalled nothing unusual. I'm sorry, let me let y'all see where I'm reading from. Y'all be on it on this chat. Y'all be ready to fight. He called nothing unusual going on that day and noted the rain was not bad prior to the stabbing. What first caught his attention was an unfamiliar athlete, later identified as Karmelo, stepping directly into their team space. He walked up and stood in our tent, the witness said. The witness immediately questioned why someone from another school would be there, saying it's kind of weird when other schools come and stand under our tent. According to him, Austin Metcalf confronted Karmelo right away. Austin asked why he's in the tent, but the situation didn't resolve. Austin asked him multiple times to leave our tent, and he proceeded not to. The team witness said he did state multiple times that he had something in his bag. The witness said Austin Metcalf grew visibly irritated, explaining that Austin seemed frustrated and that Austin just wanted him out of there. Then everything escalated in an instant. He said Karmelo Anthony nudged Austin Metcalf and then stabbed him. Chaos. Well, Okay, so this witness says Karmelo Anthony nudged Austin Metcalf and then stabbed him. Chaos followed. He recalled that everyone started freaking out. You see how like the testimonies kind of differ? Austin Metcalf in shock kept repeating, "I got stabbed." The witness also said Hunter was present throughout the entire incident and emphasized that no one saw that coming. As for Anthony's exit from the tent, the witness described it as strangely calm. It was really odd. I think Karmelo was just trying to get away. He said he believed the incident was not self-defense, saying Karmelo provoked the stabbing. So he testifies as if Karmelo is the first person that does some type of physical, but we all know that's not true, right? So this is when you have these eyewitness testimonies, you have different versions coming from what people remember from over a year ago. And so they don't take notes in Texas. I don't know. In Georgia, people can write a book after they finish the jury here because they'll in the yellow notepads the whole trial. But so you're having to remember all of this testimony and take it in. And plus, I mean, they have to be thinking like all of these people that are testifying are on state's witnesses. So they're going to be testifying favorably because you prep your witnesses before trial. Well, you're supposed to. Good attorney. I mean, you try to as a defense attorney because while the state can subpoena these witnesses, as a defense attorney, you can too, but you're not going to subpoena a state witness, right? But so you can reach out to these witnesses as the defense attorney and they can refuse to talk to you and it's legal, right? So you can't force anybody to talk to you. There are times where defense attorney, we have a witness that we've been told by our client helps us. I've spoken to people on the phone before. They tell me great stuff. They're like, oh yeah, I was standing over him when the shot got fired. I saw that, nobody, just things that help. And then they never show up to trial, or they act like they don't want to talk and they come in, you have to subpoena them. They come begrudgingly, but your client has told you that this person can help. And so you hope so. And you put them on the stand and you start questioning them and then they don't really. That's what it felt like in the defense case. Because I don't know if it's going to be written out here, but there was one witness, the defense attorney is like, I've never spoken to you before, right? We haven't talked. So we only talked a couple of minutes outside before, you came in and testified. Like, no, bro, it's a murder case. I need you to talk to all of these witnesses. But it could have been a witness that didn't want to talk to him until they showed up the day of trial. You just never know how that goes. But that witness just testified as if Karmelo put his hands first, right? But that's not how most of the witnesses testified. Another witness, a 17-year-old Frisco Memorial. Sorry, let me go back. Hey, Operation Sexy Body in the house says, hey, Fit. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. I did start early for those just coming in the room. The verdict came down. I don't know, guys. What was it, like 2-3 o'clock or something? And yeah, about 3 o'clock. So I actually started live about 3 o'clock. So if you just coming on, sorry, we started early, but the verdict came down. If you're just tuning in, the jury came back in 3 hours with the verdict. They announced that they had the verdict. It probably took about 30 minutes from that announcement for everybody to get set up in the court. And then they announced that he was found guilty of murder. And at this point right now, the jury is deliberating over sentencing because prior to trial, he chose to have the jury sentence him. So they are deliberating on the sentencing. Well, I don't know if the deliberation has started because we haven't gotten an update from JD, but they definitely finished the sentencing, the phase of it. And it is going to be given to the jury to deliberate the sentencing. All right, so back to going over the testimony. We are at a 17-year-old witness that testifies next. This is a student who plays football and competes in track. Said his mother and sister were at the meet. His sister is on the track team and his mother worked concessions. He said that when he arrived at the team tent, he was putting on his shorts and he saw Austin and Karmelo Anthony. Austin was asking him, "Who are you?" because no one really knew who he was. The witness said he was trying to provoke Austin to touch him. Karmelo Anthony was like, touch me, and see what happens. Austin told him, "I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." He said that's exactly his words, that Austin said, "I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." So if the jury believes that, right, and you come back and you're trying to argue self-defense, the jury is like, well, what are you defending yourself against if the person says they're not going to fight you? But then you're like, well, wait a minute, they pushed their hands on me to push me. So I don't know that they're not going to fight me. So, but this is kind of a testimony that by a couple of the witnesses that Austin told him, like, "I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." And so the witness then said that Austin touched him on the shoulder. He he calls it a touch. He then said he heard Austin say he stabbed me and saw Karmelo run away. He said he believes Karmelo provoked him, noting the conversation between Karmelo and Austin was short, less than 5 minutes, and that Austin never held on to Karmelo or anything like that. Stuff like this never happened, not at a track meet, not in Frisco. He said Austin was my team captain in football and told me he believed in me. It felt like I just lost the one extra person who believed in me and pushed me to be great. The 17-year-old witness said he had a really hard time with the loss. It shook my sister worse than it shook me. So this was a 17-year-old. He testifies that, you know, he does talk about Austin touching him, but says the whole Karmelo says to touch me, see what happens. And that was what the state, you know, we heard in our closing, that is what the state was arguing to show that it wasn't self-defense, because they were saying that he provoked Austin by saying the touch me or touch me and find out, that was provocation. And so that made him the aggressor and not Austin. Yeah, somebody I think y'all was saying about Karmelo. And so there are certain things that only he could testify to. Right now, there could have been the self-defense evidence could have been presented by other witnesses. They just weren't there. We're going to get to the defense witnesses because this is testimony on Friday and you'll see the state rested on Saturday. And so we're almost done with the state's presentation of the case. And then we'll go to the defense, which was very quick, y'all. It was just a few witnesses and they didn't do what they needed to do to prove self-defense. Even his own coach talked about, you know, we'll get there. All right. So a Frisco Liberty graduate says she heard, if you wanted me to move, you have to move me before stabbing. She competed in track and discussed, said her team's tent was about 5.5 feet away from the Memorial High School's tent where the incident occurred, and that it had been raining off and on throughout the day. She said she heard, She said she heard commotion coming from the memorial tent, describing it as more so people wanting a certain person to leave, that person refusing to go. She says that she heard Karmelo Anthony say, if you wanted me to move, you have to move me. That's what she said. Now, she is the only person that I believe is going to testify to the if you wanted me to move, you had to move me statement. And as you heard, she is in another school's tent. So she's going to be one of the witnesses that is furthest away from the incident. She said Austin Metcalf didn't seem to want to fight. After the stabbing, she said, I just heard his brother trying to find help for him. She said she feels some of the news coverage has been unfair and that has taken a racial angle. She said she doesn't think the case has anything to do with race and does not think it was self-defense. And that question of, do you think it's self-defense, was presented to every state witness as they testified and asked at the end. PCD 123 says, is it possible Karmelo is mentally unstable? Many, if not most of us, have had these kinds of interactions with other teenagers, but obviously we didn't stab a stranger in the heart over it. We'll never know, right? Because that's something, if that existed, definitely should have been brought out as part of his defense. Maybe you don't come in and say, you know, not guilty by reason of insanity or anything like that, but you definitely present it as mitigation. And there's ways that you could bring that out during the trial, and you definitely bring it out during the sentencing phase. And if it's really a mental health issue, I've already brought that out to the prosecutors before we even get to trial. And hopefully that helps us to get a more positive resolution than ending up at trial, right? But there's nobody ever said anything about a mental health issue. That was never raised by him, his defense, his parents. Yes, he could have something undiagnosed, but in a case like this, as a defense attorney or anybody that's trying to help this person, if you even get an inkling or think that there's anything mental health there, you definitely raise it because it's definitely mitigating to the situation. M. Jolner Gaming. As someone over 40, I have to say I have noticed these younger folks have gotten too quick to puff up and fight these days. I would wonder if this is one of those cases. I definitely agree with you. I, speak at seminars and stuff like that to people about criminal defense and legal, just analysis and just legal stuff, period. And I always tell people now, like, you have to act and behave like everyone is armed. So many of these kids are armed with weapons, with guns. And so and they don't fight anymore. And I'm not saying every child, y'all, this is, I feel, a majority. They don't fight. It's not put your dukes up anymore, right? It's a shooting, or in this case, a stabbing response to any disrespect or any confrontation. It's just different than when we grew up. I'm 46, so around the same time era. And yeah, we used to fight back in the day, right? Y'all remember Friday? It's like you live to fight another day. Like, put the gun down, put this down. But you really have to act like everyone's armed, because that really is sadly the case. The culture is just different now. Kids are different now. A lot of kids, you know, they play a lot of video games, listen to a lot of drill music, that kind of thing. And they just, like, we grew up knowing that, you know, that's entertainment, you know, that's not how you act per se. But a lot of times these kids these days, that's how they act. Kia Elder, no, I'm sorry, Jersey Girl Trey says, okay, you're talking to Kia. I was like, I know I just saw Kia's name. Says he should have taken the stand. The jury needed more, but his defense attorney was terrible. I don't know anything about Mike Howard and the other defense attorney, how they are as attorneys, but I definitely think in this type of case, and there were 7 women, 11 men on the total makeup of the 18. I'm not sure on the actual 12. I think it may have been 4 women, but I want to appeal to them. But you say, you know, put the defendant up, but the defendant also has to be cross-examined, y'all. And sometimes grown adults, we have prepped grown adults for hours, and they will still get on the stand doing cross-examine and fold. Say something that doesn't, something you didn't practice, and once it comes out, it's over with, right? But we see the jury went the worst as it can be. So hindsight, maybe he should have testified, right? Maybe it could have helped. Okay. All right, let me continue. Can't keep up with the beat. All right. Okay, where did we stop? So he's testified that Anthony had a hand in his backpack, which he found unusual and concerning. The vein in Anthony's arm was visible, like he was grabbing something, like, you know how you clench up and it shows the vein in your arm. He said Anthony told Austin Metcalf not to touch him. Austin went and touched him on the shoulder, kind of moving him, the witness said, adding that Anthony then stabbed him. The witness says, I was in disbelief. Austin was a bigger guy, and he had tried to be nice about it. He said Anthony was not cooperating, not listening, and that Austin Metcalf did not seem to want to fight. He said Austin used 2 hands when he touched Anthony. Prosecutors asked whether it seemed aggressive. Not aggressive like it would hurt him, the witness said. He was trying to move him. He said it was not self-defense and that Karmelo Anthony murdered Austin Metcalf. He estimated that roughly 12 girls and a few boys, maybe 2 to 5, were under the tent at that time. That's a lot of kids. And it was also said that overall, Anthony was told about 15 times to leave from under the tent, and he didn't. Y'all, hold on. This is what I am going to do. Why do I do this? Okay. Oh, you know what? I think I gotta. I see y'all talking, and I can't catch everybody in the chat, but I need to go make some moderators to get some people up out of here that need to be. That's you know, being disrespectful, if that's what's going on. All right, Jersey Girl Trey, you up. You're up, boo. Nick James, Kia Elder, you are up as well. Thank you. I don't know if y'all want to be a mod or not, but I made you one tonight. All right. And Mindy, you've been in here. Okay. All right, so I got me a few mods. So if y'all come in here cutting up again, mods, you know what to do. Block them. Block these folks, because it's no hate over here. We're just going over the facts and testimony, right? So I'm not sure what's going on in the chat, but you know, touch me and find out. Okay. So the jury dismissed for the day in the Karmelo Anthony case. This is on the 5th, so this is Friday evening. They wrapped up about 5:05. And then here comes Saturday. So can y'all believe the jury in this case actually came to work in on Saturday? So the judge wanted this case to flow. He thought that it would be lasting about 2 weeks. And so he, you know, had them on a track. So he had them come in on Saturday. And originally at the start of the trial, the prosecution said that they were going to have about 21 witnesses that were going to testify, and 33 or 35 testified, and they actually only had about 21 that testified. Okay, I'm going to see if I can pull up. Okay, I'm gonna go through these witnesses, and then I am going to pull up Cody to give us the a little recap of the state's case. Okay. So to open the third day of testimony in the trial was a 17-year-old witness, track athlete from Memorial, which is the same school that Austin went to and where the incident occurred. Not where the incident, but the tent, under the tent that the incident occurred was Memorial. He said he's aware that weapons aren't to be brought to a track meet. He was in the tent on the day of the crime and said the only people there were his teammates. The witness said he was looking around, looked back, and saw someone he didn't recognize as a teammate. He didn't see any school gear, so it threw him off. If you're a guest, you're supposed to be on the other side of the stadium. The prosecutor said, did any of your teammates know who he was? The witness says no one knew who he was. Prosecutor says, what is your impression Karmelo Anthony was trying to was it your impression that Karmelo Anthony was trying to provoke Austin? The witness says yes. I'm sorry, let me go back to that first sentence. So the 17-year-old witness said he was in the tent when Austin asked Anthony to leave. And then the prosecutor says, was it your impression that Anthony was trying to provoke Austin? He says yes. Prosecutor says, did Austin respond to being provoked? And the witness says he put his hand on his shoulder. The prosecutor says, did you see the motion? Witness, yes. Prosecutor, were you surprised? Witness, you don't expect someone to get stabbed at a track meet. The team told the prosecution that after the stabbing, he went into a state of panic because Austin was moving, and I saw the cut on his chest. He said he and other two teammates ran. The prosecutor, was there any reason you saw for Karmelo to stab Austin? The witness says no. The prosecutor, was Karmelo Anthony acting in self-defense? The witness, no, that's lethal force against non-lethal force. Now, this child was 17. I don't think that would be how a 17-year-old would talk, but he probably has heard the talk. You've heard what's been said about the case and what's right and wrong about it. And, that's what he's taken away. Like, Anthony used lethal force against non-lethal force. I'm just checking Twitter. JD has not posted any new announcements. As we stated before, in Texas, the defendant, for those coming in, that has because I was supposed to start this live at 6. So some people that are just jumping in, but we have been live since about 3 o'clock because the verdict came down within 3 hours of deliberations. So I had to turn it on. So if you're just tuning in, you can rewind this back later. I'll probably chop it up into some clips. But yeah, we've been on for a while, and now we're going through the testimony from the state side. All right, so during cross of this 17-year-old, the defense attorney, Toby Shook, asked, do you remember telling the detective that Hunter popped in and defended Austin? The witness says yes. And he says, do you remember in your written statement saying Austin put his hand on his shoulder to intimidate? Intimidate, that's the question, but he will be talking about intimidating Karmelo. The witness says yes, more of a warning. Actions speak louder than words. Shook, who was the defense attorney, says, bigger build, Austin? The witness says, yeah, more broad. Then the witness was asked to step down. So what the defense brought out in their cross on this one was that the witness gave sort of an inconsistent statement, because at the beginning he described Austin's behavior as intimidating to Karmelo. But now today at trial, you're acting like it's not intimidating. And so what this shows is that basically, certain statements were made at the beginning, and then once the state has time to put their case together, all the witnesses come out, all the evidence comes out, then they put together a theory. Now, as you prep your witnesses, you're going to say, this is our theory. I don't want you to lie. You can't suborn perjury. So they can't put these people up here to lie. But once you know what the theory of the case is, and how wouldn't they know, right? They live in this town. They know what's been said. Then sometimes things change, or you have a clearer memory. But the jury had the right to disbelieve. You don't have to take the testimony of any witness when it comes up. The jury decides the credibility and the weight that you give to the evidence that you hear. So they had a right to discount any of these kids' statement and look at it as just being a biased statement. Let's see. All right. M. Jolnire Gaming. I hope that's how I'm pronouncing your name. Fit, do you believe with the rise of ease of access to information has blown this and other cases way out of proportion, seeing the reactions of comments in certain groups? I think the problem with this case was that because the media was locked out, then you didn't know what was happening. And so people were following the wrong people. Some people were just popping up, and I actually saw a live where somebody jumped on and acted like they had been in a trial listening, and the things that they were saying occurred are not in any of the notes from the people like I trust, Court TV, Cody, JD, or anybody. And it's like, you just really get up here on make up stuff because they had a camera and a mic, and they just got up and made up testimony. So then that starts spinning and people hear it, and they're like, I saw people on Facebook saying there's a clear video that shows 4 people. And it's like, that wasn't the case. I already played video from Court TV. We'll go back to listen to some more from Cody. That wasn't the case. That wasn't shown. That never came out in the evidence. And when it comes to a trial, it only matters about what is presented in court. It's not about what you think happened, what you heard Pookie them talking about at the barbershop, or what somebody said in the community. It only matters what is actually entered as evidence into the trial. And so if that didn't come out, then it's not there. Mindy Ann 44 says, I've been watching X and many YT creators to get proper info. Yeah, I fought JD, somebody I know is inside the courtroom. Cody, somebody who's coming out with a press pass. Somebody who's actually inside. Nick at Night, she's actually been down there watching. Like, follow reputable people, because the media was locked out. It just led to a lot of false narratives and fake evidence. And so when that happens, people can't rest in the verdict because they're believing that the evidence is something else. So they're like, oh, it's not a fair trial. But then if you get to actually hear, now, I am not here to say that this testimony is facts, that there was no tampering. I don't know what happened, right? Very well, 2 years from now, it could be a Netflix documentary that shows how all of this was manufactured evidence and testimony. We have no clue. All we do know is that these people came into court, put their hand up, swore on a Bible that they were going to tell the truth under oath, and that this is what was testified to. And this is the only evidence that the jury has been presented. And this is the information that they took back to the jury room to deliberate, to return the verdict on murder. That's all we got, people. So, we can't do the conspiracy theories, and because the jury doesn't get to hear any of that. So it doesn't matter unless it's proven in court. Okay. So, all right. So another teen witness who was a freshman at the time of the stabbing was called to the stand by the prosecution. The teen described the scene that day and shared his account of what led to the stabbing. When asked what Anthony did when he was asked to leave the memorial tract tent multiple times, the witness said he doesn't leave. He gets angry and tries to provoke us, saying, make me leave. When asked, was Austin or Karmelo instigating, the witness said, yes, Karmelo. When cross-examined, the witness says when Austin decided to push him out, when cross-examined, he's asked, when Austin decided to push him out, how did he get to him? He says he walked over to him, the witness answered. And he said, was Karmelo still sitting down? The witness says, I think so. And he says, the defense attorney says, did he grab or push him? The witness says he pushed him on his shoulder area with both hands. The prosecutor then asks, well, what happens next? The witness, Austin, tries to force him out. So that's how the defense attorney ended it. He pushed him on his shoulder area with both hands. That's the end. Now, Karmelo is still sitting down. So some people were saying, like, if I'm in an aggressive stance and you're standing up, you're over me, you're higher than me, you're bigger than me, you're taller than me, and I don't get up too, that means I'm not, how am I aggressive as well if I didn't stand up? Like, we kind of know, like, if it's about that, then I stand up too. That lets you know I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to engage you physically as well. And Karmelo never stood up. Well, the state's argument to that was, well, he didn't stand up because he had his hand in this book bag, and he already said, touch me and find out. So he's just waiting on to be touched, and then he can use this knife. So that's why he didn't stand up. So even though he's not standing up, he's still being aggressive. One, he's not leaving an area that he's not supposed to be in, and has been asked 15 times to leave, and has already said, touch me and find out. So once the defense leaves the witness, the state comes in and says, well, what happens next? And the witness says, Austin tries to force him out because we didn't have any other choice. The witness was then asked by the prosecutor whether the stabbing was self-defense or murder. The witness says this was murder. This is like the testimony of, because we didn't have any other choice, that's what you want someone on Karmelo's side to say. You want to hear a defense witness say, yes, Karmelo stabbed him because he didn't have a choice. Like, that never comes out on their side. Not one witness is put up and says that he has to do this, right? And I'm not trying to say simply pushed as if that's like, 'cause don't put your hands on me. Don't touch me. You don't know what I've been through in life. You don't know if I've been abused. You don't know anything that's happened with me. And so I could be on high alert. So don't touch me. Don't put your hands on people. There's no reason for you to do that. If I'm not leaving and you want to, go get an adult to come over here and say something. I will say this witness also was the only person that said that Karmelo said, y'all gonna have to make me leave. Like the witness that was outside of the tent, the girl, and this witness say that. So what, did he say that back really? Or did he just say, touch me and find out? I don't know. This is what the jury had to hear these were the eyewitnesses that did it. But like the dude Dash FX says, every single witness says Karmelo was an instigator. Every single one. No, we're not saying they're right or wrong, but that is all the jury has to hear, and every single one said that statement. Oh yeah. Yep. So if you're just tuning in, because this live was supposed to start at 6. If you're just coming in or around about that time, we started at about 3 because that's when the verdict came in. So we wanted to jump on and hear what that verdict was going to be real time. But I was hoping that they would come back with manslaughter, although I definitely see how they took the evidence to make it fit. I definitely see how they found intent for the murder charge. So, we'll see. Yes, one witness did say that Karmelo, but when I hear one witness say this, when, it was reported that, several witnesses were asked, like, were there any curse words? Were anybody using any curse words? And you hear no, and you hear this one witness come up and say this. I kind of take that with a grain of salt. But what that witness also did say was that Austin was told him to leave. Karmelo didn't leave. Austin pushed him and he stabbed him. Like, everybody keeps having that. It's like it's nothing in between. There's not, he pushed him, he punched him, he kicked him, he did this. Like in the case we had, the guy that shot our client, once he initially punched him, it wasn't just a punch. Our client knocked him out. He was unconscious and then fell on him and then started pounding him. So when the guy comes to, he's been pummeled. Yes, he reaches into his pocket and shoots. That's not what happens here. Literally, some of these kids testified they don't even see the knife because it's almost as soon as the push is boom, instant of the stabbing. It's not even a push and then a comeback too. It's in instant. Like as soon as the hands touch, boom, stab. Because he had already said, right? Touch me and find out. Touch me and find out. And someone saying my humble opinion, 3067. I'm sorry, I skipped. The dude Dash FX says Austin Metcalf was reportedly saying, I do not want to fight you. That's what a couple of witnesses said. Like, it's a track me, dude. I'm not gonna fight you. But then he came back after that and put his hands on him. So, but you just can't then fight back. Then put your hands. If you want to do something back, then you put your hands back on him. You don't just stab him in the heart. Like, and he may not have intended to stab him in the heart. And that's something that we could have got from maybe his testimony, right? But he didn't testify. So I don't know what you intended to do, but I have a feeling you intended to use this weapon because you threatened to use it prior to actually using it. That's what the state argued, and that's what the jury found, right? Because they found him guilty of murder. Oh, okay. Yeah, he said this was murder. All right. So that's that witness. And this is 1038. They're not going to put up but a couple more witnesses and then they're going to rest. So another teen witness, a third witness from Memorial was called to the stand on Saturday. He described seeing Anthony in the tent and finding it strange since everyone normally sits in their own tent. Sorry, go back. He testified that when asked to leave, Anthony became more aggressive. He says, what does he say next? The prosecutor asks, F you all, I'm not going to leave. You're all a bunch of P ***. So I can only suspect that says, the P word, calling them a bunch of P's. And then the witness testified that Metcalf took the lead in the situation, Prosecutor, did Austin take the lead? And then the witness says, yes. Karmelo put his hand in the bag and said 5 times, touch me and see what happens. Austin said he's not going to touch this guy. He was calm. The prosecutor, what did you see during the stabbing? Witness, you saw a big hole and blood coming from his upper body. He then answered a question calling Anthony the aggressor. The prosecutor, what's your opinion? Witness, my opinion is Austin didn't deserve what happened. A 4th teen took the stand Saturday. However, this witness had close ties to both Anthony and the Metcalf brothers. The teen is also a teammate, a Fresco Memorial athlete. He said he knew Anthony prior to the track meet because of Anthony's ex-girlfriend. So this is the witness that Anthony has been saying that he knew and went into the tent to say what's up to and dapped him up. This is this witness, okay? Listen to this witness's testimony. This is someone who knew Anthony prior to this incident occurring. So this teen said he knew Anthony prior to the track meet because of Anthony's ex-girlfriend and is also a close friend of Austin Metcalf. The teen testified that he and Anthony shared an high and he dapped him up when he saw Anthony under the tent. The prosecutor says, after you stopped talking to him, did you see any other teammates talk to him? The witness said, yeah. Austin said, who are you? The teen went on to describe that Austin got defensive when he was asked to get out. That Anthony got defensive when he was asked to get out of the tent. The witness, Karmelo said, you'll have to move me. Austin put his hand on his back. I saw Karmelo's hand go in the backpack. We're at a track meet. I wouldn't expect anything to be in there. Karmelo said, touch me. You'll have to move me and find out, trying to provoke him. Now, this is the friend that he dapped up. After a lunch break, the defense cross-examined this same teen that's supposed to be a friend of Anthony's. And he says the defense is showing photos of him and Anthony together. A 50th birthday party for Anthony's ex-girlfriend's mom, a group basketball picture, and a marshmallow roast. The defense, you've seen Karmelo at a lot more than 2 or 3 times. The witness, it was only when his girlfriend was around. We didn't hang out alone much. The defense, it's not a surprise he came into the tent and dapped you up. The witness says, we were cool with each other. Defense, you knew him. He'd been to your house. You didn't think to speak up and say you know him? The witness, no, I wasn't really paying attention to him. I was paying attention to jumpers. Defense, you didn't feel you needed to calm the situation down? The witness, I didn't think I needed to. The teen witness says that Anthony and Metcalf called each other an expletive before the stabbing happened. The defense says, when did Karmelo put his hand in his backpack? The witness says, it was after the B comment. Austin said, you don't have anything in there. The teen said that's when Metcalf shoved Anthony, but said it wasn't hard. After that is when Metcalf fell back. So this witness was this, you would think that this is the person that Anthony went into the tent to dap up, that he would kind of have his back, right? Like he would say, hey, he's here with me. But he act like he wanted to downplay. Like, I only saw him when the girl was around. We're not really friends like that. So once again, this is not somebody that, he doesn't have any testimony coming out that's kind of leaning us towards his side or to a self-defense claim, except the size difference of the two. And you all saw how we read the closings, how the state spoke to that. And they're like, disregard that. That doesn't mean anything because it wasn't a fight. All right. The medical examiner testifies. The prosecution asked the mom and dad to leave the room, Metcalf, so they wouldn't see the pictures or anything. And then the ME testifies. This will be the last state's witness. The ME went through the autopsy and said that the stab wound, they described it in detail. Several jurors looked emotional and put their hands over their mouths. The medical examiner said the knife penetrated his heart and the wound measured 2 inches in gaping length. The prosecution asked the medical examiner, is the wound survivable? And the medical examiner said no. And that is the state's rested at that point. And at that time, they had called 21 of the 35 or so witnesses that they originally spoke on calling. I am going to find my court TV feed really quickly and tell you all. Hold on. I want y'all to hear something from Cody.
Absolute truth. It's somewhere in the middle.
Hold on 1 second. Get him a part where he's talking. We're talking about the trial.
Through the defense, the judge granted that. And then, of course, along with their son, the surviving twin, Hunter Metcalf. Outside the courthouse, of course, it's been chaotic over the course of the trial on some level, but we're seeing it bubble up now as news spreads that there is a verdict in this case. Karmelo Anthony admits that he stabbed Austin Metcalf at a track meet last year after the two got into a verbal confrontation.
Let's see. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. All right. Let me go back. I think I need to stop sharing this. All right. Okay. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Sorry, let me go back. All right. So let's see. All right. Sorry, guys, got thrown off there for a second. All right, so the states rested. Oh, thanks. So CBS did a good job. Yes, they did. They kind of had a play-by-play. JD Miles was also someone else who did a really good job on the breakdown of this case. And so we were following his feed on Twitter, and we were able to, matter of fact, let me go to his feed and see if he's had any updates since they finished the sentencing. Oh, 1 minute. So it says the jury has been deliberating the sentence for more than an hour. He faces 5 to 99 years in prison. The defense attorneys are asking the jury to consider sudden passion. It's a factor that can lower the sentence range from 2 to 20 years. So they decide that the murder was provoked by the victim. All right, so they are an hour into deliberating the sentencing phase. The sentencing, I'm trying to get y'all. Let me get this screen back. I'm sorry, y'all. Trying to get the sizing. Anyway, so in Texas, the defendant has a decision. So Karmelo asks that the jury sentence him in this case, and that instead of the judge. And so the jury has to deliberate on that. So there was a sentencing phase where the mom testified, and then neither attorney presented any evidence or made a opening or closing in that, and the jury charged. So I'm following JD Miles on Twitter. He says the jury has been deliberating the sentence for more than an hour. He faces 5 to 99 years in prison. Defense attorneys are asking the jury to consider sudden passion. It's a factor that can lower the sentencing range from 2 to 20 years if they decide that the murder was provoked by the victim. So if the jury decides that the murder was provoked by the victim, then they can, the sentencing range drops down to 2 to 20. The only problem with that is they had an opportunity to ensure that their sentencing range was 2 to 20 if they decided on manslaughter. So I'm not sure that the jury is going to buy that this is sudden passion, but then again, they could, right? Because Austin pushed him, and the stabbing would not have occurred if the victim if he didn't put his hands on him. So maybe this is the point of the case where the argument for the self-defense or something come into play. I'm going to pull up that Texas penal code because it spoke to the sudden passion. So I want to kind of pull that up. I'm sorry, y'all, to look at that. Okay, so in murder, it says sudden passion means passion directly caused by and arising out of provocation by the individual killed or another acting with the person killed, which passion arises at the time of the offense, and it is not solely the result of former provocation. If the jury had have found that on the front end, then they could have found for a lesser charge. So I'm not sure if that is going to come to play, but they definitely can consider it. And maybe that is where they rest. Maybe they decide they don't want to sentence him to more than 20 years, but I don't know if the sudden passion, because you still come back to what was needed to find a conviction of murder, right? They had to find that he acted with intent. And so if I found that you intentionally, either you intentionally and knowingly killed him, or you intentionally acted, what am I trying? Oh, that you intentionally caused serious bodily injury, that by doing an act that could lead to harm and death, then how can I now come back and say, oh, okay, well, yeah, I feel that that intent was there, but that you only acted out of sudden passion by provocation of the, like, I don't know if they're going to take that in consideration, because I feel like if they were going to take into consideration, it would have already been done. So hopefully they do. Jersey Girl Trey says, good grief. Hopefully they will consider sudden passion, but I don't know that they will. However, they cannot consider it, and they could still give him 20 years because the murder range is 5 to 99. So they could do 5 years. They could do 7, 10. I mean, it's any range between 5 and 99. So people in Texas have been sentenced to less. I think that cop, remember the cop, and I can't remember the guy's name, but it was like Bijan or something like that. And the cop came into the wrong apartment in Texas and was all like, put your hands up and don't do this or whatever. And she ended up killing him. And I think she chose for the judge to sentence her in that case. And I think she only got 10 years. So, I mean, it can happen. So it doesn't have to be 99, but yes, 5 to 99. Happily Angry Lawyer. Shout out. This is my partner in the YSL case, Anthony Sledge. Free Moonsoon. We still waiting. Still waiting on this order to come down from appeals court. So hopefully that will come down any day. Like literally we're checking the docket daily. I mean, he's been checking the docket probably since January, but I kind of really started checking it after the elections in Atlanta. I don't know if that's slowing up our order or not, but so much waiting. So anyway, shout out to I was about to say James, Happily Angry Lawyer out in California. So shout out. Him and I worked together on the Moonsoon YSL case. So we're just waiting on that appeal to come down, and then we can see what happens next, right? If we win it, hopefully we can work to get him home. So we'll see. We'll see what that says. I'll go back to the testimony on the case here. CBS, somebody else said CBS did a great job. They did. They had live breakdown, and so did JD Mills on Twitter. Nick and Knight was in the courtroom as well during the trial. And sorry, y'all, just want to make sure I have so many tabs pulled up. I need to make sure I get to the right one. All right, so the state rests, and they called 21. When I saw this on Saturday, first when I saw they were going to have a trial on Saturday, I was like, what? And then when I saw that the state rested on Saturday, I was like, are you serious? This case seems so serious. I mean, it's a murder case, right? So I too, like me, like, where's the experts coming in? Do we have some experts? Like, what's the aha moment? Like, it really wasn't one. They just laid the case out. And I started with the video expert that enhanced the video for us to watch, that everybody says still grainy, really didn't show much. Cody talked about that on Court TV, and then they went through like the coaches and stuff testified first. The resource officer that arrested Anthony, you heard like his utterances, things that he was saying, and then it went to the kids to testify, and that was it. They didn't even call all the kids that they stated that they had to testify. They said they had 35 witnesses. I think there was going to be like 31 or 35 witnesses, and they only called 21, and then they were done. So we have now moved to the defense's case, and this is going to go quickly because they did not present that many witnesses. All right, so the court resumes. The defense begins. So before the defense called their first witness, they did was called a motion for a directed verdict. We do this in every case. So we make a motion, and I say we, somebody else like, how are you saying our? I'm a defense attorney, so that's what I'm speaking to. I've never been a prosecutor, so I've never done anything a prosecutor does. But as a defense attorney, you'll make an argument, which is called a motion for a directed verdict, after the state presents their case and rests. And you make this motion arguing that the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of the offense that they have to prove. And so they were going for murder in this case. And so they were arguing that they haven't proven intent. They haven't shown enough evidence that a reasonable jury could find that beyond a reasonable doubt that this exists. Like the state just hasn't met that burden. Judge dismissed the charges. The judge hears from the state. They say we have met the burden. And then the judge dismisses the motion. Sometimes those motions are granted if it's like a purely legal issue in the case, meaning, let's say, okay, I had a case where a client was charged with cruelty to children in 3rd degree. Well, you can't charge that charge unless you also charge a battery and say that they're the initial aggressor. So if you just charge simple battery, you can't have that charge. So judge directed verdict. There's no way that the jury can find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for this charge because the predicate offense doesn't exist. He's not even charged with it. Judge grants it on that fact. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be granted on the sense of, I believe, like factual things like the witness credibility or anything like that, because that's the jury gives the weight of the to the testimony. So it's going to be on the state's not making out the elements of the charge. And there's like, even if we take everything they said is true and factual, it doesn't make the elements. So judge dismiss it. Judge said, nope, can't do that. So he didn't. And so then the defense continued on with their case and they put up their first witness and bring this up. They start with the coach. They start with Centennial High School's football coach and track coach, who's Karmelo's coach, and that is Adam Linwood. He comes to the stand. He testified that track is more relaxed because you remember the state was all like, hey, the tents, we don't play about the tents. You can't be up under someone else's tent. He was wrong for being here, making it seem as if Karmelo was in an unlawful place, right? And so the first thing the defense starts is going and talking about the track culture. So defense attorney called track coach Adam Linwood to the stand. Linwood testified that track is a more relaxed, player-driven sport compared with football, and that athletes from different schools routinely mingle, saying he knew of no policy preventing the students from entering other teams' tents areas. He confirmed that Karmelo Anthony was widely known as Melo, was a team-elected football captain, and served as a starting defensive back in 2024. Linwood said that Karmelo's football season ended early due to a significant shoulder injury requiring surgery, and he wore his arm in a sling afterward. He also confirmed Karmelo participated in track events, including the Lobo Invitational in March, and that on April 2nd, the team's tent was not on the morning bus, even though Karmelo needed to arrive early for his event. So that's what they're saying, like our tent's on the way, but Karmelo had early events, so that's why he's there. During cross-examination, the prosecutor asked him when Linwood spoke with Karmelo. Linwood said the day of the event. The prosecutor emphasized that weapons are prohibited at track meets and asked whether the coach would approve of an athlete stabbing another athlete, and the coach says no. The prosecutor also pressed that athletes should not end up in another's team's tent, and Linwood agreed. When shown a knife replica, Linwood said there was no reason for an athlete to have a knife at a track meet. So here, this is the defense. This is you think everything that's going to come out of the defense witness's mouth is going to be something that helps the defense, that bolsters their case, that, you know, is going to show us how he acted in self-defense or how Karmelo wasn't wrong. Like, he started out trying to paint this picture like, you know, oh, it's lax, the team members move around, Karmelo, you know, is a great student. And then he ends it by saying, like, no, I wouldn't approve of a athlete stabbing another. No. I mean, I'm not saying I want him to say he does approve, but I'm just telling you the answers. The prosecutor pressed, you know, should they end up in another team's tent? He's like, nah, I agree with you, they shouldn't. So right then you're saying, as his coach, Karmelo was somewhere he shouldn't have been. And so you're painting the jury's mind, all right, ding, ding, Karmelo's in the wrong for being in this tent. When shown a replica of the knife, he said there's no reason for an athlete to have a knife at a track meet. Ding, 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 number two. So not only does his own coach, who just spoke all these great things about him, say Yeah, he shouldn't have had the knife and he shouldn't have been in the other tent. You know what I'm saying? So this was the first defense witness, and you see how it's not necessarily feeling like just a defense witness. And that's how it goes with trials. You don't get to just get up and say what you want to say to help your side. You get cross-examined. So you have to withstand that cross-examination, and what that attorney brings out on cross, they bring out. So a next witness is an 18-year-old graduate who spent 4 years in the football program at Centennial and 3 years running track alongside his fraternal twin brother. The defense, did you know Karmelo Anthony? What did you know him as? The witness, yes, we called him Melo. Defense, how would you describe your relationship? Witness, I say we're friends, we hung out. Defense, how's track different from a football game? Witness, there's way more people and you can walk around. Defense, a part of the track is making friends. Would you agree with that? Did you have friends from other teams? Witness, yes. Defense, did you spend time under other teams' tents? Witness, yes. Defense, did you see other kids doing the same? The witness, yes, sir. Defense, did you ever have a problem doing that where you were told you shouldn't be doing that? No, sir. Defense, would you sometimes sit down and have a conversation? Would you spend more time in the tent? Witness, I spend some time. Defense, have you ever been in the memorial tent before? Witness, yes. Defense, was it say hi and leave, or did you spend time and hang out? Witness, we spent time hanging out. Defense, was it just you? Witness, me and Karmelo. We both had friends at Memorial. Defense, how much time did you spend? Witness, about 10 minutes. Defense, were there any problems with that? The witness says no. The prosecutor says on cross, there's no need for a knife at a track meet. He's like, forget all of that. Let's get right to the point. There's no need for a knife at a track meet. Witness says no. Prosecutor, as far as you know, Frisco's policy of not having a knife at a track meet has never been violated. And the witness says it hasn't. Go to the top here. A new defense witness. Okay, so that was it with that witness. All right. So third witness, new defense witness, a 17-year-old male student from Frisco, took the stand and continued. Defense, it was raining hard enough for people to be under tents. The witness, yes. Defense, I want to talk about Melo coming to the tent. It was clear Eddie knew Melo. Witness, yes. Defense, from Melo entering the tent and interacting with Eddie, it was clear they knew each other. Witness, yes. Defense, Eddie called Karmelo over to the tent. The witness, yes, sir. Defense, the interaction between Eddie and Melo was friendly. Witness, yes, sir. Defense, after Eddie called him over, Melo sat down. Witness, yes. Defense, for about 5 minutes, friendly talk. No one expressed a problem with Melo being there. The witness says no. Defense, do you recall the first person to say to Melo, who are you? The witness says Hunter Metcalf. Defense, Hunter is a big guy. Witness, you could say. Defense, at the time of the event, Austin was a little bigger. Witness, I'd say substantially bigger. Defense, I believe you told the detective Hunter didn't tolerate being disrespected. The witness says yes. Defense, so Hunter tells Melo to leave. Witness, yes. The defense, Melo said, no one has a problem with me being here besides you. The witness says yes. Defense, at some point, Austin and Hunter stand up. They had been seated. The witness says yes. Defense, if you put Melo and Austin next to each other, Melo is smaller. The witness says yes. Defense, Hunter started with a moderate tone and it got more aggressive. Witness, yes, sir. Defense, do you remember telling the detective you need to move before I beat your A? Witness, I don't recall saying that. The defense approaches the witness with papers. The witness agrees that Austin said something like that or something similar about wanting to beat his A. So this witness was impeached by his previous testimony because today he is testifying, and this was a defense witness testifying that basically remembering things differently about what Austin said, and the attorney approaches him with his previous statement and he's like, okay, he said something like that. So now we're being told that Austin says you need to move before I beat your A. But that would be a threat, right? I might be afraid of that. Defense attorney, the defense, Austin is standing up, Melo is still seated. Witness, yes. Defense, that's when Melo reached into his bag after Austin mentioned something about wanting to beat his A. The witness, yes. Defense, Austin calls his bluff and says, I know you don't have anything in that bag. The witness says yes. Defense, for Austin to make his way to Melo, he has to move up 5 rows. The witness says yes. Defense, Austin takes a step or two and then they talk and that continues. The witness says yes. Defense, all this time as Austin is moving closer to Melo, Melo is seated with his hand in the bag like, don't come closer to me. The witness says yes, sir. Defense, Melo says, as long as you don't touch me, we're cool. Or don't touch me. The witness says yes. Defense, you told the detective Austin reached up and tapped Karmelo on the shoulder. Melo is still seated. Witness, yes. Defense, there's a touch and then there's a grab. The witness says yes. Defense, he, Austin, grabbed with both hands. The witness, both of his hands were in motion. Defense, Austin is reaching for Melo, and at that point, Melo's hand comes out of the bag. The witness says yes. Sorry, I gotta scroll up. The court paused for a 12-minute break. After the break, the 17-year-old comes back to the stand and said that he called 911. The prosecutor asked him to demonstrate a stabbing motion, then pressed him on who he believed was in the right. He says, I think Karmelo was in the wrong, the teen said. When asked whether Karmelo provoked the confrontation, he answered yes. Remind you all, this was a witness that the defense called, okay? So this is now the second or third defense witness that ends their testimony saying that Karmelo was in the wrong. So there's literally no one the jury is hearing from that agrees that this is self-defense or agrees that Karmelo acted in self-defense or that he was justified. This is also the witness that just got through telling us that allegedly Austin says, I'm leave before I beat your A, but he still testifies that he feels like Karmelo was in the wrong. See how, as a defense attorney, if this is happening with my witnesses, I'm like, this not going good. We need to tap out. Like, it's not going good because none of these witnesses are helping him. They start out to act like they help, and then at the end, when the prosecution cross-examines, they get him with those questions, and instead of just saying, like, because the witness could have said, no, I believe that Austin was aggressive because he had told Karmelo, if you don't leave, I'm gonna beat your A. So he put Karmelo in fear for his life. Like, that's what they needed this witness to testify to. The defense needed a witness to say that. It was good that the witness was saying all of these statements that Austin allegedly said, that he's saying all of this stuff, like, leave before I beat your A, that he put his both hands on Austin, that it was a grab and then a push. Like, those are good things, right? But it doesn't end good because he then says, one, and Karmelo was at fault and he doesn't feel like he was justified. He needed that to go all the way. Like, in order for your client not to testify in a defense for self-defense, you have to put up enough evidence to show that it's self-defense. Not one person testifies on Karmelo's behalf that they felt like he felt threatened. Like, even this person does put Hunter into the mix, right? But doesn't come back and say, like, yeah, both of the brothers, they're big, they're standing over him. Karmelo, this is the only thing he could do to save his life. Nobody adds that. Nobody says that at all. J. Melanie Renee says, at Fit Lawyer, have you seen the picture of Metcalf's father, picture with the judge? They stay in the same town. I got pictures with judges too. You gonna come up with my client and say, you see Fit with the judge? I got pictures with the judge. I'm at the pool party with the judge. We partying with the judge, so it's a small community. That doesn't mean anything. The judge didn't decide the case. The judge has decided nothing in this case. I didn't even see any pretrial motions ruled on. So I didn't see that he kept out any evidence. He kept the cameras out, but he just let the state. I think Nika at Night was in the courtroom. She said she didn't hear many objections from either side. So the judge kind of, outside of keeping the cameras, didn't have a part in this. The jury decided this case. So no, that doesn't mean anything to me. I got pictures with judges. I mean, everybody got pictures with judges. You stay in this town, you got pictures. Now you showed me he got pictures with the jury clerk and the and all these other people. And then I'm questioning how the jury pool, show something that can create a real bias. But I'm sure they stay in the town. They stay in the same town. So I'm sure they know each other, right? It's a small town, just like a lot of the witnesses that testified after the state rested people that were on the list, or the people that testified, they were able to come back into the courtroom now because they're not going to, oh, you know what? They were still, some of the kids were still under subpoena and told that they couldn't. So I guess like other kids would show up at some point, but Cody testified, not testified, but spoke on court TV that as the kids came in the courtroom that they were knowing the parents. They were going to hug the mom was kissing them. Like, it's a small town. A lot of people know each other. So that's not a conflict of interest that the judge has a picture or knows the family per se. Like, I can still be unbiased. Now, if it goes to find out that y'all, you know, somebody's married to somebody in the family or, you know, something like that, then possibly, but it had to be something. But I think you would find that bias recusal kind of more like, I know judges that if I go in their courtroom, they're like, I can't do this case. We were just hanging out last weekend. Y'all ain't gonna have nobody thinking I'm ruling a certain type of way. But no, in the community, no, because I mean, I have had clients whose parents go out and try to speak to the judge or see a judge at a event and they take a picture with the judge. Doesn't mean, you know, a picture doesn't mean like, you know, anything that there needs to be a bias. So the judge, okay, so after that witness testified, then the judge broke and then they came back on Monday. So when Monday came, I'm like, okay, good. We're gonna really get into the defense witnesses. We're gonna really get some real stuff going on. Day 3 starts. This is Monday. I mean, I'm sorry. That's Saturday. Monday. Here we come on the 8th. The prosecutors are meeting with the parents before testimony resumes. Another student is called. So was this like 4th or 5th defense witness? The defense first witness of the day, a 17-year-old student from Centennial, who's a teammate of Karmelo's, comes to the stand. This person says that the weather for April 2nd track meet was rainy. The witness testified that the Centennial track team was hanging out in the dugout of the adjacent baseball field while waiting to determine if there would be a rain delay. The team had to leave the dugout, but they didn't have a tent to go to. At that point, the rain had mostly died down and the team went out on the field to warm up. The rain then started to pick back up again and the team dispersed. The witness said that he saw Karmelo in the bleachers under the memorial tent, which looked crowded underneath. Everything was completely normal, he said, until he heard a lot of yelling. I heard louder voices over there, and when I looked over there, people weren't facing the field anymore. They were looking back. He said the witness said that he started walking towards the tent and saw arms go out and make contact with Karmelo. It got super loud and people started standing up and were like, what happened? He said, what I saw was Austin pulling up his shirt saying he got stabbed. After seeing Austin with the stab wound, the witness said he saw Karmelo lightly jogging to another part of the bleachers. Did you see him when he stopped? The witness said he is crying and there was a coach kind of comforting him, talking about Anthony. I say distraught is the best way to describe it. The defense, did it look like a put on? The witness says, I say everything going on was very, very real. The defense, you could hear him crying. The witness says, yes, sir. I heard him saying, I told him not to touch me. The defense, how was he? Distraught? The witness says, yes, very distraught. On cross-examination, the state confronted the witness over how his testimony did not line up with prior statements made to the police and the prosecution. The prosecution, you had a few things wrong when we talked. Is that right? The witness says, yes, sir. The prosecution, your initial statement to police that you saw Karmelo surrounded had to be after the stabbing. The witness says, yes. So you had a story in your head when we visited you, correct? The witness says, yes. Prosecution, and when you saw the video, your eyes were open to what actually happened. Is that right? The witness, yes. Prosecution, my impression when we first met, you thought when you saw people surrounding Karmelo Anthony, it was before the stabbing. The witness says, yes, sir. The prosecution, that was actually after the stabbing. The witness says, I couldn't really tell. The prosecution, when you and I met, you told me you thought it was before the stabbing. The witness, I thought it was as the stabbing was happening. Prosecution, you know you're wrong. The witness says, yes, sir. Prosecutors then played the surveillance video from the stadium that showed the witness was not looking at the Memorial High School tent at the time of the stabbing. So this witness, while that he was put up by the defense, he actually at the end of cross-examination didn't really help the defense, right? So this is like the 5th witness that the defense has put up and nothing is coming out that's helping Karmelo. He wasn't looking at the scene. He thought people, and so if this person spoke to the media or spoke to outside sources when it first happened, that was the version he was telling, right? He thought that's what he saw. They were surrounding Karmelo before the stabbing, so he had to stab. So that's going to be the narrative that has come from his statement previously. So it's running through the streets. It's running. Well, look, it comes to find out when he goes back and watches the tape, because he's not seeing a tape when he's making these first statements. He's like, oh, okay. I thought that gathering happened before the stabbing. That was after. My bad. I'm wrong. Well, you wrong, but you've already told that statement out. It's out in the police reports. It's out in the world. So people thought that was actual factual. So they're feeling like Karmelo was surrounded by people. And so they're not allowed inside this trial thanks to the judge. So people, they don't know what really happened. They were thinking he was surrounded by people. And now you're hearing, no, that's not actually what happened. So I want to go through this testimony with you all so you can see what facts the jury actually heard, because that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what y'all were talking about at the barbershop about the case, what people said on Facebook, what somebody said they thought they saw. The only thing that matters is the testimony that's put before the court, that's put before the juries to decide. And we're reading it to you. This is what was said, okay? Kia Elder 305 says, you are really putting out some good information. Although I have sympathized with the Metcalf family since the beginning, your breakdown has helped me to see the bigger, clearer, unbiased picture. And that is what we all could have seen if the judge would have allowed the cameras into the courtroom. So because he didn't, nobody's real, unless you're looking for these sources, you're not hearing it. You're just hearing like buzz reports. TMZ even put up a report today saying the knife was legal, like as if that was a nail in the coffin on somebody's side, like it mattered. It didn't matter. Nobody cared that the knife was legal. They're like, why you got it? Why do you have it at a track meet? That was an issue. Nobody could jail with that. Nobody cared that legal, illegal. Okay, it's legal to have it, but nobody else has one. Why do you have a knife at a track meet? That needed to be explained to the jury, and it wasn't. It just wasn't. So I'm going over this testimony so you all can see what was used to get to the verdict. So when you have those conversations with friends, you can say, hey, look, I know how we feel emotionally, but that just wasn't the testimony. That wasn't the evidence. All right. So back on cross. Oh, I think I went through this person. Okay. So, so that we talked about that person's testimony. So now mind you, just like the fourth or fifth defense witness, that it hasn't really helped. Okay. So next up, after a short break, the defense calls Frisco police detective, and this is going to be the last defense witness, guys, the last witness. And this detective says he's on the crimes against children unit. He was called out to the stadium on the day of the stabbing and interviewed some of the witnesses in the field house near the football field. One of the witnesses was a track athlete who knew Karmelo and talked to him under the tent. He reviewed the student's cell phone to check his camera roll, text messages, and Snapchat account. Riley called to search through the phone thorough. The defense attorney also had the officer to confirm that Anthony's knife was legal to carry in Texas and into stadiums. Now, the point of this was that I believe it was the Eddie witness that testified, but had said that he was holding his phone up as if he was recording the incident, but he really wasn't recording the incident. And so the defense attorney was like, are you sure? Like, how did you go through everything and look for pictures? And he's like, I went through everything with this guy's phone and I didn't see anything, but that doesn't mean that he didn't delete it. Oh, I'm sorry, it's one more witness. That he didn't delete those pictures or anything or the video beforehand. But what you could have done was confiscate the phone. Could have taken it into custody, done a search on it, a phone dump. A phone dump will pull up everything that's deleted, Snapchat, anything that's on the phone that's not encrypted. Messages, it will pull up. And so the defense kind of raised this, like, why didn't you do it? Like, you could have done this to go through to make sure there wasn't any other video of what happened. So they kind of want to show like, well, maybe they are hiding the video and what is the hidden video showing, but just really wasn't a lot there, guys. So that was it from that witness. And then it looks like it was one more witness. I'm sorry. So I think we got up to 6. That's right. It was 6 defense witnesses. So this is the 6th one. The next witness was a 17-year-old student. The witness said he was standing by the gates of the stadium and had a limited view of the commotion in the bleachers. Everybody was standing up, and I saw somebody get pushed or get punched. I don't know which, he told the defense attorney. On cross-examination, the prosecution had the witness admit he does not remember all the details from that day and that his memories did not fully line up with the video evidence. So this witness, when this witness came to the stand, the defense attorney was like, oh, I haven't really spoken to you a lot about this case, have I? Oh, we got over 340 in the chat. Hit the like button, share so we can get in the algorithm. Sorry, I just scrolled up and saw the numbers. But the he hadn't spoken to him. He's like, I haven't talked to you more than the 2 minutes right outside. Like, why is that the case? And he's put up and you see he gives really nothing. He doesn't even remember much from what happened, and he didn't have the viewpoint. It's like this point, the defense feels like they're grasping for straws, and that really could have been it. Y'all, as a defense attorney, you can only present the case you're given. So you can't make up facts, you can't make up witnesses. So he's just grasping, it sounds like grasping at straws. And I'm not sure if at this point a decision had been made about Karmelo testifying, but this is the last witness. So this is the 6th witness for the defense. Y'all have heard how all their testimony has gone. It hasn't been anything that's like, aha, that helps, great. And then they took a break, and it was about 11:15. The judge took a break for lunch and said, come back at 12:30, but they never came back from this break. This break lasted, when they came back at 12:30, I think it lasted like another hour or so to like 2 o'clock. And so everybody's like, what's going on? What's happening? We still don't know what happened, but the guess is that they were talking to Karmelo about testifying. There was statements made that his parents had come to the courtroom, that they were tearful. They came in. But then I also heard statements that the Metcalf family had come in as well. So I don't know if they were in there talking about plea deals, trying to work out something, but something went on for about an hour and a half that they were trying to figure it out. Usually it doesn't take that long to talk to your client to see if they're going to testify, because you have already gone over that. You have already prepped them in case they're going to testify. You kind of have already thought about it, and it's usually about 15-20 minute conversation at most, not a 2-hour conversation. So a lot of speculation about what actually happened. We won't know until the defense attorneys tell us, or the state or someone that was inside tells us what happened during that time. So don't know. All right, let's go to some questions. Oh, y'all getting feisty in these comments. Okay, so I saw the fact that people donated to him. Because they had that GoFundMe or something the family had before. Somebody was saying the dude FX says they were trying to say the coach told Anthony to go under the tent. Well, you see, that's not the case. His own coach testified and said that, Anthony was supposed to be there early, and that their team's tent had been set up yet because there were early events. This was like a championship track meet. It was going to be all day, and Anthony was there because he ran in an earlier event. So not sure why he wasn't, with the rest of the team getting ready for this early event, whatever he had to run, but the coach definitely didn't tell him to go under the tent. Welcome in if you're just coming in, like, share, subscribe. This live was marked to start at 6 p.m., but once the verdict came down at 3, I started it up then. So we have been live, as you can see now, for 4 hours and 15 minutes. It doesn't feel like it. I am seeing people say that his defense attorney was a public defender. I don't know if that's true or not. Mike Howard isn't a public defender. So let me just Google really quickly. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Hello? Okay, there we go. Where is... So he's a defense attorney in Dallas. He operates his practice, the law office out of Dallas. He has a website. So yeah, this is definitely not a public defender. I didn't think it was. He practices all types of criminal law. But y'all, like, sometimes, and I say that because I have a case now. It's an armed robbery case of mine. And I don't have any fight. The facts are just not on my side. Like a defense attorney, you cannot create evidence. You can't make up the facts. You are left with what it is. So let's just say, because I haven't been involved in this case, but I had a murder case, we argued self-defense. We got an offer. But prior to trial, the offer was 25 years to serve. The client didn't want to take the offer. I mean, like, it's kind of hard to get up there and say, I'm going to take 25 years when I feel like I acted in self-defense, or I feel like I have a chance. So let's say the offer in this case was 40 years, right? Karmelo, I'm not taking 40 years. I can try to fight against that, or I have nothing to lose. Maybe I go to trial. If I lose, worst case, we get right back to that same point, but at least I have a chance to try. So you never know how these cases go. There definitely was an offer beforehand. Hell, they made Thug an offer in his case, right? So like there's always an offer. Sometimes it's life in prison. I've gotten that offer before. Doesn't feel like an offer, but the state feels very strongly about their case in that point. They'll make you an offer because nobody just wants to go to trial all the time. So they'll make an offer. You might not want to take it. And so when you don't, you have to go to trial. But I did think maybe they were discussing a plea offer in that 2-hour break because it was pretty clear. And you all can see from the weak defense witnesses that were put up that the self-defense argument wasn't coming out, and that maybe we need to tap out. I don't know what that conversation was yesterday. It was about 2 hours. So Sam EZ9LR, why do you think manslaughter? I missed that. Well, what I said earlier was that earlier this morning, prior to the jury getting the case to make an argument on it, they were the defense and the state were able to argue over the jury charges, and the defense requested the manslaughter charge, and the judge agreed and gave it to them. Manslaughter would mean that he acted reckless. I'm going to pull it up so I get the exact wording. Okay, so with the manslaughter charge, the person commits manslaughter if they recklessly cause the death of an individual. The sentencing range on manslaughter is 2 to 20 years. So that is, I wanted the jury to return a verdict of that because I did not believe that self-defense was here. You can't meet lethal force or unlethal force, right? A pushing with deadly force. Like it wasn't a pushing, a slap, a punch. You didn't get knocked out. You weren't pushed down the steps or anything like that. So you're sitting down and you're pushed because they want to get you out of the tent. And then instantly, like some of these kids didn't even see the knife testimony. Like you ever heard no testimony that there was a push? I saw the knife, and it's that quick of an action. And so I never thought that the self-defense was a viable defense. And so of course, I want a lesser included, and I want you to fine for the lesser included because then that's less time on the table. 20 years, I believe, is the most that needs to come down on this case, although I absolutely can see how you can argue for more. So how I saw that they were going to reach the murder conviction, I want to pull that up. Let me see. This is brought to you by Tiffany and Claude. I've been pulling up my little stuff. Okay, so let me share the screen on this so you can see what I am discussing when I talk about this murder charge. Is this what I'm looking at? Yes. All right. So let me make this bigger over here so you can see. All right. That's big. Y'all can see that, right? So in Texas, under the murder section, and the code that this case fell under was 19.02 because deadly force was used. So that's where we are. So in order for the state to find murder, in this case, they had to prove these 3 elements. These are the elements of the charge of murder. It's identity. And this was easily shown because Karmelo, as you just heard me go through all the testimony, when he is apprehended by the resource officer is like, hey, I have the alleged suspect in custody, because that's how you talk until somebody's found guilty, they're alleged. And Karmelo says, I'm not alleged, I did it. And so right then, identity is proven. There's nothing else to worry about there. Okay, so that wasn't a question that the jury had to decide. Identity's there. Causation is the second element. Did the conduct actually cause the death of the named victim? Absolutely, right? The only reason Austin died was because he was stabbed in the chest. The ME was the last witness to testify for the prosecution, and they testified that the stab wound, nobody could have survived it. It was unsurvivable because the knife went in, which was a pocket knife. It was a legal pocket knife. It was less than 5.5 inches. I believe it was like 3.5 inches. And when it went in, it actually ruptured and tore open his heart. And so he was bleeding on the inside. The wound wasn't survivable. So the causation element is met because that is what caused the death of Austin. Okay, no question. So the question part under the murder charge was the intent, the culpable mental state. So what is the mental state of Karmelo Anthony during this case? They had to prove one of these 3 bullets. And in Texas, the jury could find different bullets. So 2 of the jurors could have felt like he intentionally or knowingly caused the death. They could have felt like, no, when he came out there and he put his hand in his book bag and he said, touch me, or find out that, and then he took the knife out and stabbed, that he intentionally stabbed him to kill him. Okay, that's one form of the intent under the murder. What I feel the jury probably was rested on and could find that the evidence could fit would be that Karmelo intended to cause serious bodily injury, and then he committed an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused death. That is more so, I believe, the theory on intent that they were able to find. Now, so again, is that Karmelo intended to cause serious bodily injury, and he committed an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused death. Okay, hear me out. So if he intended to cause serious bodily injury, you have a pocket knife in your bag. You're not reaching for like a fan or ruler to slap somebody's hand. You are reaching for a knife. You know, at 17 years old, that stabbing anywhere on their body with this knife is going to cause serious bodily injury. That's why you're going to use it, right? So you're not going to use this knife thinking that, oh, it's going to tickle, or, oh, it's going to be a little scrape. No, I know that when I take this knife out and stab you, I'm going to cause you serious bodily injury. Now, I don't know if I'm going to kill you, but that's not required. It says that you intended to cause serious bodily injury. That I did because I had this knife and I said, touch me and find out. So when I stab you, I am intending to cause serious bodily injury, and I committed an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused death. Clearly, me stabbing you is dangerous to human life. And I stabbed you in the heart. So now, because I didn't testify, I can't even argue. I didn't mean to stab you in the heart. I can't even, nobody can say on my behalf, I closed my eyes and stabbed. That really could have been the case. He could have closed his eyes when he got pushed and just pushed and not even realize. But guess what? Who didn't testify? Karmelo didn't testify. So who can argue that? Nobody. So we're only left with the evidence that's presented, and the evidence presented, you were pushed and you stabbed. That's it, bro. That's all we got. We don't have anybody saying why this knife was brought. He didn't have nobody testified that day that says Karmelo brought this knife because I don't know, right? Did somebody know? Did he have a friend on the track team that knew he went camping the night before and that he's coming straight from camping, and so that's why he has this knife? Or that he's in this class that requires him to carry this knife to do whatever? Like, was there not anyone that could testify that was relative to the case that could tell us why he had this knife? No, nobody came up and talked about it. So that's how they were able to find murder. So when they said this morning that manslaughter was an option, I cheered because, okay, it's giving the jury something else to hang their hat on. And that manslaughter is only 2 to 20. Murder is 5. Hello? Okay, I did something. Murder is 5 to, oh, that's what I did. Okay, murder is 5 to 99. So that is why I wanted them to come back on the manslaughter, because I knew they weren't going to come back not guilty. Are there any other questions? Okay, so Winter Adair says, I'm asking, couldn't his lawyer fight to have his admission of guilt thrown out without him not having legal rep there and him being a minor? So at 17, which is his age at the time that this incident occurred, you're not a minor. You are a minor. You can't vote, but you are an adult as far as it comes to the criminal world. So same thing in Georgia. I'm sure it's pretty much that way in most states. At 17, you can be charged. You are an adult. Not you can be charged as an adult, but you are an adult at 17 when it comes to the criminal world. Even if you were a child, they don't have to have you there, your parents there if you're interrogated. However, Karmelo wasn't interrogated. These statements didn't come out during interrogation. He just yelled these things out. The resource officer places him under arrest, And as he's reporting, like, hey, I have the suspect in custody, the alleged suspect, he calls them alleged. That's what the officer says. And Karmelo, not asked the question, just yells out, I'm not alleged, I did it. Well, how do I get that out? No, you were arrested and you weren't Mirandized when you were arrested. But you also were not asked a question. And that's why I try to tell people, and I have trademarked the saying, shut the F up and take the ride, because whenever you're having a confrontation or anything with the police, anything you say can be used. It's on the body cam, it's getting picked up. And yes, Miranda needs to be read before you are interrogated by the police, but it does not have to be read when you're arrested. And people misquote that, because a lot of times officers, for this reason, will read Miranda every time they arrest you, because they never know how things are going to go in the car ride on the way to the precinct or after they arrest you. So a lot of officers, as soon as they're putting the cuffs on, they immediately say, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford one, one will be appointed to represent you. That's Miranda. That warning is supposed to be given if you are going to be interrogated after you are in police custody. And however, they are still on the field walking. They haven't asked him anything about what happened. They're not even talking to him. They are reporting it. Got this alleged suspect, and he says, I'm not alleged. So there's no legal way that I can get that statement out. I could argue. I could file a motion to suppress and argue before the court, but it wouldn't be winnable, because like when they're there, say, yeah, he just openly admitted it. And also when he's talking to the coach, and the coach is not a police officer. The coach was just a coach. He just put his arms around him and he's like, kid. And so they're saying you stabbed someone, or so that's not an officer. So that person isn't required to Mirandize or anything. They're just having a regular conversation, and that person can be called to the stand and testify about that conversation. And he was. So he's just put his arms around Karmelo. He's walking him around the track. He said, son, they saying you stabbed someone, is that what happened? And he said, I told him not to touch me, and he did. So the coach is able to testify at trial that that's what he said. So that I told him not to touch me and he did doesn't help the self-defense claim. One, you saying you're talking about a singular person. So there's not a group of people that are attacking you that you're afraid of. This is just this one person. And then you are not, you say, I told him not to touch me and he did. So you're not saying I was scared for my life, or I'm afraid, or I was about to die, or he was choking me and I couldn't breathe, or they had me trapped and I couldn't get out, or it was so many surrounding me and I was scared. No, he says simply, I told him not to touch me and he did, as if I stabbed him as his punishment for touching me. I guarantee you that is how the jury looked at that case, looked at that evidence. They bought the state's kind of presentation of those facts and argument. And we know they did, because one, they returned a swift verdict for murder, which is exactly what the state was asking when in their closings. We went over the closings towards the beginning. I know we got some new people to the live, so I'm gonna go pull up JD Miles's Twitter feed, and we can kind of highlight the arguments in the closing statement again for those that are just joining us, so that you all can see like why we're here. I don't think I put a poll up, right? I didn't have a lot of time to put a poll up, because literally we started this live after the announcement that the verdict was up, and it didn't take long for people prior to the verdict even coming down. It was already like 48% at guilty. Now the poll is 76% guilty. Don't really know if that's a fair poll, right? Because a lot of people already know that the guilty verdict came down and could have voted for that reason. But that was the poll that we had up, and a lot of people at that point, it was almost 50% for murder then. Mindy Ann 44 says Fit is very impartial, which I respect. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Like, I'm giving, different sides now. So Sam, what are you looking for? A short explanation. Oh, okay. I think I already answered your question there. If I didn't, ask it again. So it's Baldwin says, and as an attorney, do you expect a longer sentence past 20 years of the max of manslaughter? I do, because I feel like if they were going to cut the time down, then we would have been at the manslaughter. So I do expect the jury to come back with a longer sentence than 20. I see JD Miles did post on Twitter that they have been deliberating for about an hour and a half now, I guess, and that they are able to consider sudden passion as a part of the sentencing phase. Sudden passion would be that this, yes, Anthony did this. Yes, this was murder, but he acted in sudden passion due to provocation of the victim. So they could now find that, okay, we didn't find it was self-defense, but we find you only acted because the victim provoked you. The victim pushed you, you were sitting down. So we're going to find that it's sudden passion involved. And if that is the case, then the sentence is restricted from 2 to 20. We're back to the manslaughter. So that could get us back to that sentencing. And I mean, I think that's a good argument there, right? What am I kind of about? I didn't see a lot during the sentencing phase. Like, only mom got up there and talked. And so there were no other witnesses that spoke on Karmelo's behalf at the sentencing phase. It doesn't really feel like a lot of people have spoken on his behalf this entire time outside of his attorneys and his mom at this sentencing part. So, but the jury is able to consider sudden passion. And if they find that, okay, yes, he did intently murder him, but that action was only after being provoked by Austin, which I think they could find, right? Because his hand would have stayed in the book bag had Austin not pushed him, right? So they could find that sudden passion, and if so, then the sentencing range falls to 2 to 20. And if that's the case, then no, he doesn't get more than 20 years. But I think they're going to go to the max, because while we're going to give you the sudden passion, we're not going to give you the fact that we're not going to reward you with the fact that you stabbed somebody that simply just pushed you. But I think they definitely could find the sudden passion. So, yep, somebody else said everything is working the way it is intended. Yeah, I mean, you never know how God works in these situations, how everything can work out in the end. You didn't get the manslaughter, but you could be right back there with the sudden passion. So I think in this case, they do find that. So to answer that, if that's not up for consideration, then I think they're more than that. But since that's in there for consideration, I hope. But then the jury could say, well, I mean, Austin pushed him and, this is how he reacted, but look how he reacted. It is not, it's not a reasonable reaction. So they could still say, nope, forget it. We're going to find you. We want to sentence you to murder, and they could sentence him to 60 years, 40 years. It could be that. Or they cannot agree. They could decide that we can't agree on it, and it's a hung jury. And if it's a hung jury on the sentencing, they impanel another jury, which is going to be even more time for sentencing, probably be another week or two before he's sentenced. If they have to bring in another jury, that jury, they're going to have to fight to find people who haven't heard about this case or don't have come in with a bias. So it's going to be kind of hard. And plus, I just don't see this jury letting it go, right? You all decided the guilt phase of this, decide the sentencing. We're going to decide. We're not going to let anybody else sign. Jersey Girl Trey says it was strategy. I don't necessarily know that it was strategy, but it's going to work out. It could work out for the good. Let's say it like that, right? Because I mean, you don't want to risk getting found guilty of murder only to come back to certain passion. I would have wanted just the manslaughter. That way we get to the same 2 to 20, and we don't have to worry about it could be more. So, but it could just work out that way. That all right, sudden passion's on the table, so they could find that. But the jury could still say, while I see the sudden passion argument, but I don't like that you use lethal force when it wasn't lethal force. You didn't even get slapped in the face. You didn't even get punched. You didn't even get anything done to you that left a mark. So, I don't know. Aubrey 44 says, based on this defense attorney's performance to this point, he may get life. He could. It's on the table. 5 to 99, life in prison. If they agree on sudden passion, and that is that Austin provoked the stabbing, then they could sit at 2 to 20. So it's like, oh gosh, what is going to happen? This is still another nervousness, right? Now we know it's so many different ranges on the table for the sentencing, and it's totally up to the jury. So the response, J. Melanie Renee says she agrees that the response wasn't appropriate. Emotional regulation definitely was needed on Karmelo Anthony's behalf. Yeah, it just didn't equal, right? It just didn't equal. But you never know what someone's been through. You never know if he's been attacked in the past. You never know if you noticed. But you guess what? You had 15 leave the tents to leave and to remove yourself away from that situation. So hindsight is 2020. I hope that this case is an eye opener to a lot of kids to see, young people, that you have to make better decisions. And that split second decision of pulling out this knife, has him now facing murder. I mean, he's been convicted of murder and now facing life in prison. So definitely hope this is, something that shows kids that you got to find a different way. You got to find a better way. You can't just overreact or just acting at first. And then also hopefully it finds people like, stop policing air. Stop policing things that you can't police. Was it a big deal for him to be under the tent? Was he bothering anybody? I didn't hear that. Nobody testified to that. Just Austin didn't want him under the tent. And it's like once Austin started to say, we don't want you under the tent, the other kids start tagging in and saying, we don't want you under the tent. Leave. You need to leave. You need to leave. But he wasn't bothering anybody. And we hear other people go under different tents and they're all at a track meet. It's not beef. It's not war, right? So it could have just been simply, instead of why didn't he leave, why didn't y'all let him stay? Right? It just would have been nothing. I think there's a lot of, I wish we could have done things differently, or we could have done, hindsight is 2020 on these type of cases. No one wins, everyone's lost. Now, J. Mellon Renee says the twins were supposed to be suspended for bullying. That testimony didn't come out. We've gone through all the testimony. Now, we did hear that Austin was suspended from the track team by his coach the day before, because at a previous track, and I don't know about the day before, but I guess some time before, this track meet occurs April 2nd, 2025. So I believe he said at the previous track meet, which probably was sometime in March, Austin did his race, and instead of staying and supporting his teammates that he supposedly was leading on this day, he left to go fishing. And so the coach felt like he wanted to teach him a lesson, and so he kicked him off the team. And the day before this incident occurs, he puts him back on the team and actually puts him in charge of setting up the tents this day and kind of being in charge of the team. So he felt the authority to put Karmelo out of the tent and to kind of arrange things. And the coach even said he doesn't believe, and the Frisco coaches don't have this motto of anybody can come under our tent. They're like, this is our tent, you need to leave. And so he felt this authority that day. Does it make it right? No, I'm just explaining the facts and just explaining to you all how we got here. So that is, but I definitely get other people's position. Like, stop putting your hands on people. Stop policing places that you don't own, or that, it's just outside. It was just under the tent. And as we saw, like, they're saying like under this tent, but as you can see, the tent only stretches back a few bleachers, and the incident occurred from under the tent, kind of higher up in the bleachers. So, it's just a very unfortunate situation. I think lessons were learned on all sides of this. Hopefully, it can be a learning lesson to others and not happen. I want to Court TV. They are getting ready to, I think, go live. I wanted to see if I could pull up their discussion. Cody is a reporter for Court TV, and so he's been giving a lot of breakdowns. And so I wanted to go back to one of his breakdowns. If I can pull it up while we're chatting. Any other questions? Is there anyone that wants to come up? I did put that in my initial description, that I would drop the link if people wanted to come up to chat and give us your opinion on the case. I know some of y'all have been rocking with me since we cut on the cut it on today. So I can definitely do that. If you are gonna come up, I see you prior to you coming onto the screen. So that means you have to have your camera on if you're going to come up and give your opinion about things or ask questions. So please cut your camera on. I am dropping the link in the chat. I just did. And then I am going to pin it at the top Whew, that girl's good. Okay, it's been a minute. All right, so hit the link if you want to come up. Your camera has to be on if you want to talk. Take your bonnets off, put your bras back on, put your shirts on, put your wife beaters on, whatever, and come up and give us your opinion on this case. If you agree with the verdict, if you don't agree with the verdict, what you believe the sentence will be in this case. If you have any questions, as my mods are saying, thanks, Jersey Girl Trey, be respectful because I will drop you right down. Thank you so much. Queen Brielle says, tap thumbs up, great content. Yes, be sure to go out and like the live. Then we got up to like 345 or 360 or so in the chat. So I'm so happy that, all right, we got Jump Ship in the back, getting ready to bring him up. He has his camera on. If anybody else wants to come up, the link is pinned in the chat. So, all right, Jump Ship, got me nervous. No, just
How's it going?
I'm good.
So,
what's your comments on the
trial? Both sides of the case here. I think it's extremely important that we always remember choices have consequences. And I think both Anthony and Austin had choices. You know, Anthony was requested to leave. He had the choice to leave multiple times. Austin had the choice to confront, not to confront. He did confront him. And so there's just that aspect where both individuals had choices. And I agree with the murder charge. I thought you did a really good job of explaining and expressing why murder could be found. And I agree with all those points. So I just think that with Anthony, sometimes I think young individuals can be like, oh, I don't want to back down. And I think he kind of stuck in that mentality and he took it way too far, because I saw some comments in the chat. Stabbing someone just because they're telling you to leave is not an appropriate response. And I think most people will agree on that. Again, I don't think anybody wishes it got here, and it's sad that it did. So that's my perspective.
I appreciate that perspective. What do you think about the time? How much time do you think the jury is going to sentence him to?
I know you were talking a little bit about more recently, you know, like, hey, the passion, obviously that's up to the jury to figure out. My guess is that probably in the 30-year range. Okay. And so they might not give him that, you know, like in the passion, but they also might not allow it to affect him for the entirety of his life. So I think that would be an appropriate response, because you're showing, hey, like, murder is that kid has no longer the ability to live his life anymore. He has no opportunity to graduate, no opportunity to have family, kids. And so that's a huge factor. I think a lot of people can lose in this case, is that a life was ended because of the choices. And now that because of those choices, consequences have to be dealt out.
Yeah, that's so true. Well, thank you so much, Jump Ship. I really appreciate your opinion there. And thank you for coming up. And thanks for tuning into the live. All right. We got Dennis Byron in the backstage. All right, Dennis. Hey, Dennis. All right, y'all. Dennis, one of the mods can share Dennis's channel in the chat. I greatly appreciate it. Byron is a legal commentator here in Atlanta. He watches trials every day. I think you were out in Texas at this trial. Did you go in person?
No, I'm actually in New York. I had a certain NBA game to cover.
Oh, but, go Knicks.
Go Knicks. Okay. Knicks in 5. So
what do you think about this trial?
Well, and you know this as an attorney, as a journalist, when we cover trials, we like to see motions that were filed, what was not allowed in for evidence. And we've kind of been in the dark as even doing any type of legal commentary, because we can't explain to our audience the reasoning why we believe the judge made a ruling this way or another way. Like, for example, do we even know if there was a offer of a plea, or, you know, so much that you can ask as someone that covers criminal trials, that did this happen versus this? Why didn't he get on the stand versus why didn't a certain witness was called, for example, the brother of Mr. Metcalf? But ultimately, based on the way I saw the trial proceeding and the reporting coming out of the courtroom, I knew that he was going to be found guilty. I said that wasn't it. You know, the question was, did they make a strong enough case for manslaughter or murder one? Based on the evidence, I saw it was always going to be the latter. You know, I saw that this case what based on what was things that we didn't know and what was obviously not addressed in front of the jurors, yeah, it was definitely gonna be a murder one. Now, is that the right call? We don't know that yet. We got to do, this case is not over yet. Even with the sentencing, it's not over because there's likely going to be an appeal. But one of the things I do understand is if you don't make objections during the trial, then how then can you appeal things that it may be obvious to some people? Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct. You do have to make your objections as the things that you want to object to come up so you can preserve the record. I will say that I went through the docket on this case and I didn't see any pretrial motions on this case. There weren't any orders outside of the gag order, a bond order, and 2 orders about what we can't have in the courtroom. I saw a subpoena filed from the defense, but there weren't any motions, right? But I haven't heard any testimony of any evidence that we wanted to keep out. We don't know if things got kept out, but I would think I would see that stuff on the docket, right? I at least see a motion filed or an order. I see none of that. It really isn't many entries until trial. I mean, it's happened April 2nd, and we're in trial and a decision a year later.
And the judge sealed all that. That was, it was clear from the onset that if you had any information, you would have got it from the police report and or the indictment. That you could glean a lot from the police report if you stick with a timeline of the interviews that the law enforcement conducted with the various witnesses. But then you have to also think about where were the inconsistencies in these various witnesses. You saw some of the witnesses play out.
Mm-hmm.
You heard a lot of rumors, and that's the danger of transparency, not having transparency in the courtroom. Yes. So many rumors. We had this guy carrying guns. The pictures were fake pictures, and we're not going to talk about the AI generated pictures that I got a little flack from. I don't use AI generated pictures typically, but I wasn't even had the ability to get the sketch artist images because it was streamlined to a particular media outlet. You had to go to that media outlet. So I said, why wasn't even the sketches pooled? I mean, you don't want to pool, and then you don't want, all you want is legacy media inside the courtroom. And that's another problem because independent journalists typically don't have the budgets that the corporations have in covering trials. Yeah. So the judge already took up a stance in, I only want legacy media covering, and they have to be local media that he recognizes. That's a problem, because look at the demographics in the community, 12% black, not that it was all white community, but the balance of it was clearly people that would probably have a certain belief system in place already. So I saw a lot of, and it's not sequestering the jury, but then sequester them for the sentencing. Like you want to protect the integrity of the process, but you don't sequester the jury during the actual trial part.
And that's how the judge did in the child case as well. That was the ruling there. It was like they could go home every night and just give in admonishments, right? Don't look at the news, don't look at social media, don't talk to anybody about the case. But when it came to the deliberation, they were going to keep that jury there if they hadn't reached a verdict either. And you wonder if that is kind of like a threat, right? Like, oh, I'm gonna let you go home, enjoy yourself during the trial. But when it comes to this sentencing phase or this guilt phase, we're going to sequester you if you don't reach a verdict by the night. So it's kind of like, are you pushing the jury to reach a verdict? Because who really wants to go into sequestration, right? But they still may do that because they're still in the sentencing phase. So they have to make a decision on how much time they're going to sentence Karmelo to. And I don't know many juries that want to return the verdict and don't want to return that sentence. So they're gonna stay until they can reach a unanimous verdict on that.
And here's the other thing: all the negative stuff that was happening around the courthouse. The jurors saw that. It came in every day. Yeah. And while the judge can give all kind of admonishments to the jurors, they get curious. Why are all these people outside? What are they talking about? Yeah. People talking about hanging black people and hanging that person and like weird stuff. Like, judge, like, I'm giving the judge a side eye. Judge Roach, I saw what you did. Even it was me who petitioned the court to allow pen and pad in the courtroom. They weren't allowing that. They said no writing. I said, wait a minute. What are we doing here? Even in federal court, we can use a pen and paper.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So now you want to control what people can write. People going to have, somebody may want to be sitting in there and want to do a book. So they want to take notes. So, it was just a lot happening that this judge, and I believe that this is his in December 2026, he's up for re-election. So if he does run again, he definitely can hang his hat on this. I got this.
Yeah, and see, you never know. That's why I tell people about the difference in federal court and state courts, right? Because these judges, they're up for election versus a federal judge is appointed for life. So the judge is in this community. So I kind of gotta, be fair and impartial, right? But I'm still not ignorant and blind to the fact that these are the constituents that are going to revote me into my office. So he says, he kept the cameras out due to the kids and, all the racial tension and all the spotlight on the case. But to me, the spotlight was why the case should have been open, so that there was transparency, so that when this verdict came down, there was no question. We're not having to now explain and convince people that this is the jury really did, come to this resolution fairly, because they would have been able to see it all and feel like the transparency was there. What I want to see is, if I see these kids on 2020 come Sunday, I'm going to be mad that this was a closed trial due to these kids, right? They better be quiet the entire summer. I better not see a social media post. I better not see them on Dateline or anything, because this case could have been opened if, it wasn't for the kids. And so don't come out and speak now, but I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to get a Netflix documentary before school starts back in August.
Okay, would you have an issue with this judge keeping the documents sealed at this point?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. The case is over with. Not, when sentencing is over with. I mean, there's going to be an appeal, but that's higher court level. Open up to everything. I want a transcript. I want to be able to see everything at this point. Want to start leak the jail calls, right? Just like after the Thug case, everything started getting leaked out, right? So,
well, he was on bond, so he was out.
What? Who? Oh, Karmelo. Oh, that's right. So there's no jail calls. Well, he was in locked up at first, at the very beginning, and that's most times when those jail calls that you get served come from. Because I don't think it happened April 2nd. I don't think he got bonded until like June. So he was in there for a couple of months. So you never know, right? So, or whatever evidence they kept out or whatever we couldn't see, like, let's find out what it is. I want the transcripts. I really want to see if there were any pretrial motions. It doesn't appear, and I know that you said that there was a gag order, so the docket doesn't show anything, but the docket shows like the trial started, the witnesses testified, the defense rest, like all of that is entered into the docket. So
I confirmed with the court staff. I said, well, I can't see any motions. And he said, well, it's because there's a gag order. So they may have a mechanism with their systems just to make it all. For example, if you see a title, motion to exclude the knife.
Yeah,
already we know there's a motion there, so that would give people a rise. So okay, so what happened with this motion? Motion to exclude this, motion to not get this. What so many different things. Like, why weren't like you at least you had $600,000? Why were there no professionals, witnesses on the stand to maybe refute some of the witnesses that the prosecution put up? Like,
well, I'm glad you brought that up though. But what professional witness, right? If most of my testimony that I have to present is the coaches on the field, the kids that witnessed this, what professional witness can attack what an eyewitness says? What are they going to say?
For example, the first witness they called was the video analyst,
right? And
he gave a version of why he spotlighted Karmelo running versus why didn't he spotlight from the moment he got in there and the brothers got in there and the way they were positioned. I would like to see a full video, not just a portion, and why did we get a clip versus the full picture and saw what was happening. We know that he was in the sitting position, and we heard testimony that he said certain things. But ultimately, I think I don't want to take away from the fact that I don't know why he had the knife like really with him. I know you can legally have it with him, but you come into a track meet. If I go to a basketball game and I'm shooting at the polo grounds in Harlem, and some people got their weapons on them, I likely probably not go to that polo ground knowing that when I dunk on them or I do some kind of move on them, they ain't gonna get Wimby or I'm talking about what happened last night. I don't know if you saw the game, but it was a lot of pushing piles and everything. And I was feeling it, but I didn't know what was happening afterwards. What happened afterwards? But my point is, you don't go to a sporting event. That's why you get searched at the Gardner. You don't bring weapons.
Yeah. And it's a high school track meet. Like, they're not expecting that. Like, why would there be any weapons of any kind? It's never any thing that a weapon needs to be there to address. So
Yeah.
definitely. Byron, I'm going to ask you, do me a favor, okay, Dennis? You know how this is, right? We've been live for almost 5 hours. I need to take a bathroom break. So I'm going to bring up this next guest. Can you just chat for like 2 seconds for me?
Okay, let's go.
Pause for the calls. All right. I'll be right back. We got He Can Ask for a Retrial up, and Dennis is going to take it for one.
Hey, how you doing? He Can Ask for a Retrial. What's your real name, man?
It's James.
James. Hey, James. So he can put a motion for a new trial, not a retrial, but a new trial based on certain.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but I had to brush up on my.
No, it's all good. It's all good. So he can do that, and I'm sure he will do that, and I'm sure the judge is going to deny it. So now it goes up to a higher court for them to appeal the reasons why he wants a motion for a new trial. So a retrial is that you don't get do-over just by default. You got to make a concrete argument based on what was granted, what was not granted. So again, we go back to what we didn't have the privilege of seeing. That was the motions filed. You know, like why was this not entered into the evidence or the trial, and why we feel like now we need to have some kind of redress from this court and or higher court?
Yeah, one of the things that I really focused on was the video footage that it was shortened, and it wasn't the video footage that a lot of the eyewitnesses were able to see, which is far clearer and far more detailed. It didn't seem like the witnesses were pressed hard enough to tell exactly what they saw. I mean, they went light on witnesses that would, be in favor of Karmelo. And it didn't seem like they were trying to fight to find him innocent. They were focused on making sure he was guilty. It didn't seem like the defense or the prosecutors, it didn't seem like anything was in his favor.
Well, to your point, the aggressive cross-examination of the prosecution witnesses rests upon the defense, and the defense, for whatever reason, didn't want to go hard on the young witnesses, probably because some of them came on stand with stress balls, and it would not look great in front of the jurors that you're now grilling these kids like they've committed a crime. So they were kind of the defense was tippy-toeing with these witnesses, and what the jurors saw was, and I don't know if are aware of this, lawyer, but there are a lot of witnesses testify were people of color. So now you put very odd.
It doesn't matter. Yeah,
what I'm saying, the strategy and the perception. Well, we don't feel so bad at finding him guilty because the black people say he's guilty.
Well, we have Candace Owens. We have people like that.
Right.
We know these people, and I've grew up with these people. I'm not a little kid. I'm grown, and I've been around, and I got to tell you, one of my greatest exposures of that was in the military. And when the first time I saw it, I couldn't identify. I said, why is this guy mistreating me so much? I said, what is going on with this dude? And I was like, I kept saying to myself, I was a tough kid, going in the military. And I was like, first time I get you alone, I'm going to hit you. Actually, I did get into some fights, but I didn't hit the people that would have really ruined my naval career, because I'm good now. But I did, when I crossed these people, I began to really, really get close to them and study them, because I said, these are the ones that are really going to make things hard for me. And throughout my military career and my government career, that's been the case. It wasn't people who were a little lighter. It was people who looked like me.
Thank you for your service, first and foremost. My daughter did 2 tours in the Navy.
Thank you for recognizing. And one of the worst, aside from the military, is when I was working at the VA hospital in St. Louis. I remember I was talking to Joe Madison. I used to call him all the time. And I told him, I was like, Joe, I want to tell you about St. Louis. He said, well, hold on, because Joe protects St. Louis. That's his place. And when I told him about this, he started to fight me a little bit. And I said, well, wait a minute. I worked at the VA hospital. And he started realizing I wasn't BSing. And he didn't like that. And I was like, I really experienced a lot of that self-hate in St. Louis at the VA hospital. And it was overwhelming. I even had one cop tell me, when he saw me speak, he knew that I was around nowhere near from St. Louis. I'm from Connecticut. And he said, he said, look at the way you speak. He said, you know what, man, you got to watch it around here. And he gave me that look, that take off the glasses and look at you look, you know, like they're not playing. Don't go around these inner city neighborhoods, okay? They won't. I was like, yeah, because they don't know me. He said, no. I can go around there and I won't get bothered, but you, as a black person, speaking the way you speak, they'll kill you. And I was like, no white person ever told me anything like that.
Guys, 4 minutes ago, the jury has reached a sentence announcement, and it's supposed to be announced at 7:10, which is 8:10, which is a minute ago. So
let's go find out what it is.
And find
they decided they wasn't staying overnight. That's clear.
Court TV, yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah.
Just want to get out of
He
there.
threatened to sequester and people get to hurrying up. So let's see. Because JD may tell us before Court TV, it doesn't appear.
Okay, so check TMZ. We might have it up as well. Hold on.
Okay. It doesn't look like Court TV. Let me see. They should be back live. But it doesn't appear they are yet. Let me know if you find anything live. Let's see.
Stand by. I'm calling.
Oh goodness, y'all. What are y'all thinking? Let me put up a poll. Let me update my poll because originally I had guilty. Let's go back to this. Okay, so we're gonna end that poll. Start another. But I need to look on the channel too. Who is live? Let's see.
I don't think he's gonna spend a lot of time from what I'm seeing.
What do you mean you don't think? Wait, hold on. What are you talking about? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I don't see a decision yet. 6 minutes.
Oh, that I don't like.
JD was fast.
I don't like the source where I got that information. Never mind.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait for official word. I don't see. Let's see. I don't see anybody live. Let's see. Are they live here? Nope. Goodness. I think everybody did. Everybody go home. Okay. All right, I see one live. Fox.
We want everybody to keep their cool. Everybody's got opinions. They're expressing that. You got the right to do that, but we want to make sure everybody stays safe
I'm gonna bring you back
while they are in front of that court.
So it's 7:12 now, 12 minutes past 7 o'clock. Last word from our Lori Brown, who's been steadfast in that courthouse.
Yes, she has.
It stayed in that courtroom, is that the verdict is in, reportedly, people returning to the courtroom at 7:10, which was a couple of minutes past. So we expect to hear from Lori Brown as soon as she has more information to update us.
And right now we've got Bree West, who's on the line. She's a criminal defense attorney. Bree, you've been watching this all day. Thanks for joining us. We could be hearing.
Thank you for having me.
All right, y'all. So we're still waiting. I'm gonna keep looking here. I didn't see any other lives yet. JD is Miles. We're following on Twitter. He's inside the courtroom. So if you're just tuning in, what is going on now? The verdict came down around 3 p.m. At that time, the jury decided that Karmelo was guilty of murder. In Texas, you have the right to choose prior to your trial starting whether or not you want a judge to sentence you or if you want the jury to sentence you. And in this case, Karmelo chose that he wanted the jury to sentence him. So after the guilt phase, then the jury went into sentencing phase. There was no testimony put up by the state, no victim impact statements by the Metcalf family. The only person that testified was Karmelo's mother. She testified very briefly at this hearing. She testified that he's my oldest, he's my firstborn, he will always be my baby. I love him very much. The defense, does your son regret what he did? Anthony's mother, yes, he's very sorry for what he did. Punishment phase ended after just one witness. That was the only person that testified at that time. Let's check back in. He's facing 5 to 99 years. It looks like we're still waiting on that decision to come down. So
while we waiting, what do you see a problem with him not even getting up and pleading for his own life? Do you see a problem with that as well?
I did see a problem for the self-defense defense, right? So the defense said self-defense is our theory here. You don't have to have the defendant testify. It's not his case to prove. The law in Texas says that once the defense of self-defense is raised, that it's up to the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that self-defense is not there. So in order for them to prove it's not there, you got to show it's there. And so usually you can do this by the testimony of the witnesses that you put up outside of the defendant. But if it's not done through them, you got to put up the defendant. There was nobody to say that Karmelo acted out of fear. Not one defense or state witness testified. Now the state witnesses all said Karmelo was the aggressor. He never acted out of fear, right? The defense witnesses, they didn't help. They weren't saying that, oh, he was being bullied. He was being pushed around. It was so many people surrounding him. This is the reason he had to do this, or his life was in danger. He was within inches of breath when he stabbed Austin. Like, there's no testimony of that. So only he can speak to that. Only he could have spoken to that fear. So him not testifying, yeah, that throw self-defense out the window, because I don't have anything to consider because you didn't give me anything. I didn't get anything.
And to those people's point, fear is
asking for mercy from the jury.
Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just trying to make sure one missing. We good.
Yeah, the fear factor did raise a concern for me, because the minute you dare someone to do something, some of that fear goes out the window. That means you got more courage than you got fear.
Yeah. And that's what the state argued in this case, right? They said, now, as Black people, right, our culture, we can kind of say, like, touch me, you'll see. Like, I'm not asking you to touch me. I'm just letting you know if you do, it's going to be a problem and you're going to have to see something, right? But by me saying that, that means I already have intent in my head to do something after you touch me. And so when you push me, I already know that I am going to stab you. My hands in my book bag on my knife. So I got all this intent. It's not self-defense. Self-defense is, I didn't know this was happening. I'm here trying to have a conversation and you start attacking me and I'm trying to fight for my life and I can't. So I grabbed the nearest, I grabbed my knife. I remember I got a knife in my bag. So I got that out and stabbed. Like, that's a self-defense, and it just wasn't there.
The knife was at the ready. That's what, the knife was at the ready. Once you say I dare you, I'm like, okay. Either I'm gonna rack it or I'm gonna let's open it, rack the gun or open the blade. So sentencing to be read in 20 minutes.
All right, so we're gonna stay. I got the news story station here. We're still checking JD Miles because he did drop the sentencing before it even got to court TV. So
right.
Just put her up so we can keep track of that. So yeah, so it'll be read at about 7:40 Central Standard Time. So
what can you glean from the highest sentence? What would you glean from that with these jurors if they come back and just throw the book at them? 99 years.
This was kind of quick, right? So they've only been deliberating less than 2 hours on the sentencing portion. They came back very quickly with murder after they heard arguments for manslaughter. Although the manslaughter argument was horrible, right? Because they were like, oh, if you believe Austin propelled himself on the knife, then you can find guilty of manslaughter. That's what the state said. Of course, we know that's not manslaughter, right? But because the defense tried to come with this stupid argument in defense that, like, somehow Austin put himself on the knife, then that's how the state came back and used it against them in closing argument, because it was just ridiculous. To me, the better thing is saying, hey, if you don't believe that Karmelo acted in self-defense, know that this was reckless, right? Because we never were arguing whether he stabbed him. It wasn't an argument if it was him. We knew that those things were admitted. So just, it's reckless, right? It's just not murder. He didn't. They should have just focused on the intent argument in the closing and focus and show how they didn't show that he came with this intent. What 17-year-old wakes up in the morning saying, oh, I'm going to the track meet today and kill somebody? That's not what happened. It happened because he felt attacked. He was pushed. There 8 kids are telling him, get out of this tent. He's told 15 times. He can't understand why he's being treated like this. And like, that's what the defense needed to do on closing, not Metcalf kind of fell on the knife. I mean, he was standing above Karmelo. Karmelo was still sitting down. You should just focus on the fact that he was sitting down. He wasn't being a threat. You stand up when you're ready to fight. Karmelo stayed down the whole time. So
let's be honest. These jurors might not be happy with what the defense attorney argued and take it out on Karmelo. Like, this guy really just victimized the victim again by saying that your manslaughter, like you said, could have been articulated to the jurors with a different reality versus he fell on the knife. Like, give me a break. He wouldn't have fell on anything if he didn't have it in his bag.
Yes.
He wouldn't, like they thought he was bluffing. They said, oh, this guy must be just bluffing. He ain't gonna come to attract me. No, none of us carry weapons, so he's there. He's in Frisco.
Yeah. They're like, oh, that doesn't happen. So they're not even thinking anything's there. I saw a question about how much time will he have to serve. So on the murder, the sentencing can be 5 to 99. So they could sentence him to 99 years, or they could say life in prison. If he's sentenced to some years, let's say he's sentenced to 50 years. In Texas, you have to serve half of that before you're eligible for parole. So he would have to, if he start 50, it would be 25 and you're eligible for parole. But being eligible for parole doesn't mean you get paroled. In Georgia, I don't know many people that get paroled off a murder charge. You're sentenced to life in prison, but you're eligible at 30 years. But you don't necessarily get out in 30 or get out in half the time. Now, if the jury, because they were able to consider sudden passion in this consideration for sentencing, if they do decide that this was sudden passion, that he only murdered him because he was provoked by the victim, and that would be the shoving, because that's really the only thing that Austin did that could be provocation. So if they say, oh, he was shoved and that's why he reacted, it was sudden passion, it wasn't an intent to do this, then that we find that, and then they're back down to 2 to 20 for a sentencing range with the same eligible for parole after half the time is served. So he could be out in 10 if that happens. I just don't have confidence that the jury is going to find that sudden passion, because when they could have cut him a break on manslaughter, they didn't, right? They found murder, which opened him up to 99. So I don't know if they now say, oh, sudden passion, I could find that. I don't know if they do that, because you get sudden passion is at that moment of the stabbing, I'm reacting to being pushed. But we got to remember, there was testimony that prior to being pushed, touch me and find out. My hand's already in the bag on the knife. So is it sudden passion, or did you just give me what I needed to do, what I had already planned to do? So I don't think this jury finds sudden passion.
Yeah, that giving someone a warning and you putting your hand in the bag does give me the presumption that you knew that you had been boxed in and you would have to get out that box one way or the other. You know, you get boxed into a situation, so you may be self-boxed in because you could have easily got up and walked away. Like if they were that threatening and they just didn't want you there, I don't need to be nowhere not one. I know this is not a Rosa Parks moment, but again, you had choice. You did have the ability to heed their request and just got up and left. You know, I mean, you had a track meet. You could have sat anywhere, and those are the things that we got to have conversations with our children. Like, just because you can do something don't mean you have to. That just mean you have the right to do something. Like, for example, if I got pulled over by a cop, I'm not, listen, first of all, I've gotten pulled over and I've never engaged in a more combative or challenging way, because I know that one, either I was speeding or I didn't have my, and I think I only got pulled over in my life maybe 3 times. But in those 3 times, I knew how to get out the situation.
Yeah, you're cordial, you're kind, you comply to what the officer is asking for. You don't, what you pulling me over for? Like, as soon as you get into the combat mode, then you raise the of how the officer is. I always tell people to comply. Just comply, right or wrong, comply, and we can work it out in court.
That's it. That's you can't fight anything on the street
at all.
On the side of the highway.
I got Travis in the back. We're gonna go ahead and bring him up, since we look like we still got about 16 minutes before this. Really? All right, Travis, thanks for hanging out and your patience here. Welcome to the channel.
Appreciate it.
Hey, do you agree with the verdict?
I think it's like a yes or no. Yeah, I guess it's more so yes, because you have to suffer consequences for your actions. One of the things that stood out for me, most of like a teaching moment, even like when I tell my 12-year-old, like, look, back in the day when I grew up, I'm 49, we fought, we lived, but they not doing that these days. People stabbing, people shooting, people killing people. So you have to be able to find another course to be able to do that. Now, I always thought about, I said, I wonder if they're going to find it with intent, since he bought the knife with him already. Will they use that, saying that no, if he would have never bought it, then it would have never went that far.
Yeah.
And so what was his, never knew what his intent or his motive was behind actually bringing the knife to that area. Was he bullied by the person in the past? Was he anything provoked it? I don't know, but I don't really see them giving them a lot of leniency when it comes to that aspect.
Man,
I'm more looking like a life sentence.
They're about to serve him. I'm gonna tell you now. My gut and inclination is they about to serve him. And everything's been short time. The judge already signaled.
Yeah, 3 hours is really short, and not including that they had meal break in between that, so it even wasn't a full 3 hours. So they came back pretty quick.
And then ask any questions, like what trials have we seen that the jury hasn't asked not one question? They didn't need clarification on anything. They were like, "We got you. We're gonna come back with that murder. We got you." So it looks like the poll is saying 77% of people are saying no to the sudden passion. So I don't think people are going to find that. I think if the jury find that, they would have found manslaughter.
Right.
Yeah. So they're gonna probably hit him with the long book, and it's like I said, like you said earlier, nobody wins in this situation. You got a person that died and their family suffering. You got a person that's going away for the rest of his life, and their family suffering. And hopefully we can take a teachable moment out of this and say, look, sometimes we have to be able to be in control of our actions and our emotions and things like that. And even as people that have children that's growing up, you have to be able to teach them different ways to handle situations.
Yeah.
Like I have a 12-year-old and he about to be 13. There's certain ways that you have to be able to handle situations. Walk away. Don't do these things. Don't provoke. If something don't feel right, just leave. Just get out of there. And like I would stop before my son was in the car. Listen, put the key. I always tell him, put the keys on there. Put your hands up. Be respectful. Be polite. Do what the officer is not. If he wrong, officer wrong, is not right down. It's not the time to fight it. Yeah. Go to court and you do it like that. So I've been stopped maybe 5 times. Nothing that wasn't what I already knew I was stopped from speeding, from taking stuff like mostly like that. But like I said, I never had a negative impact, never negative interaction with the officer. I was polite with them. They sometimes wrote a ticket, a couple of times they just let me go. And I paid what I had to pay, and I dealt with it, and I moved on. So it's bad that he went that far. He was only 17 at the time that it happened. He's 19 at the time. He's 19 now. I know a lot of people saying that why he couldn't, why his parents wasn't there, because they questioned him. And you said earlier that at 17 against the law, you're considered an adult. Yeah. You're not considered a child. Even 16, they can consider you as an adult. So you have to look at it at that aspect of it. And then when he said that he stabbed him and he had had his hands on it. So a lot of whether or not it was like, it looks like it was premeditated for him to be able to do that. And if that's the case, I don't really see them coming back with the lighter sentence. The lightest I would say maybe like a 15 to life, but that'd be more. That's where I'm kind of leaning towards.
Yeah, he could have took the private jet defense. Based on everything I saw, he should have took the private jet defense.
What's that?
Get the hell out of here.
What'd you say?
Get the hell out of here.
Get out of here.
Well,
why you stood around and waited?
Yeah, you got to have premeditation to do that. But in Texas, premeditation wasn't required for the murder conviction, right? They didn't have to prove that. And so they didn't have a degree of murder. It is a first-degree felony, but the murder charge was just murder. They had to prove identity, which Karmelo said, is me. I did it. I'm not alleged. I did it. He had to prove, they had to show causation. There's no question that the knife wound is what caused the death of Austin. And so the only question for the jury was, is there intent? And now you spoke about, he brought the knife, right? They don't even have to show that you intended to do it any sooner than when you actually stab. That intent can come at the moment that you stab. So that was what made it so easy, and what I was so worried about as a defense attorney. Like, a lot of people look at this case and they take emotion, but emotion is very rarely lined up with the law because, right, we feel emotionally. You came over and Austin basically was, policing the tent area, policing this outdoor space and telling Karmelo to leave, and he refused to leave. So now what are you going to do? You don't have the right to put your hands on me. If Austin pushes Karmelo and it ends, Austin could be in trouble for a battery, right? That's simple battery. You put your hands pointed, touching. I don't have any injuries, so that's a crime. So I should be able to respond to that crime in a way to defend myself, and you can, but not with a knife, not with deadly force, because you weren't met with any deadly force. So I kind of knew from the beginning, unless the evidence was going to come out that he was getting jumped or that he had taken some punches and some hits from some kids, that this just wasn't going to fly. Nobody, no matter race, can be comfortable with a push and a stab. That doesn't feel good for anyone. And you know, we made this about race on the outside, but to these kids, I don't think it really was about race. I mean, as Byron pointed out, Dennis Byron pointed out that a lot of the kids that testified for the state were more Black and Hispanic kids testified than white, right? Now, was it strategic? Probably so, because they had about 30 kids out there that witnessed it, but this was a mixed, diverse community. This wasn't a Black on white thing. This wasn't Memorial was the white school and Centennial was the Black school, and the kids were that. These kids were mixed in together. So we made it about race, right? The public and the outside did, but not to these kids. In this case, just didn't have more to it than these kids telling them what they saw. Like, it wasn't a lot of evidence. It was this grainy surveillance video. It was the people testifying about the life-saving efforts to the victim after the stabbing. And then it was the kids to say what happened under the tent. That was it. It wasn't a lot to it.
The demonstrative,
a lot of people were trying to.
The demonstrative evidence was pretty powerful and played out. And then you had two jurors in the box crying. You have jurors that didn't know nobody in the family. Well, allegedly, they were crying. I mean, okay, that's going to be affecting the rest of the jury pool.
But to be fair, it was emotional, right? Like, not this grainy surveillance video, but the 911 call when they can hear in the background where they're still saying, "Come on, Austin, breathe," and they can hear them doing the CPR compressions on his chest. That's on the 911 call. Or the person who testified that he was from combat, so he's seen people.
Right. That was powerful. That right there was powerful.
That had me chills, and I'm reading the testimony. I don't even hear it. He's saying he walked up and saw the pale skin, the eyes rolled back, the purple. He already knew that he was gone. And he says, you know, the guy's giving CPR, he's calling 911, and then he starts taking those last breath. So people outside are getting excited. They're like, "Oh, he's back with us," but he knows deep down that's just the last death rattle, but he doesn't want to break their spirits. I'm getting chills telling this story. Like, of course the jury got emotional, right? And
and also no, people were saying about race because there was a all white jury and whatnot, and they was trying, like, a lot of, and me, man, the Black, I understand they always try to bring the race aspect of it in it, but sometimes you got to step back and you got to take all that stuff out of it and just kind of look at the facts and stuff. And I think it's as the jury, I in my mind, I'm like, if only pushing him provoked that. And this is gonna be the part of them, like, the sentencing and getting out. What I mean, if somebody did something worse, then what? I mean, will he snap?
Oh, they say he got 35 years. Has it come down, y'all?
I mean, what?
35 years. I'm seeing people in the comments say 35, something about 35 years. Do you see that update on JD's? I'm looking. Come on, Twitter. Is that the update? Yes. So a jury has sentenced Karmelo Anthony to 35 years in prison for the murder, which means they did not buy the sudden passion argument, because that would have limited sentencing to 20 years. So they sentenced him to 35 years. He will be eligible for parole at 17 and a half years. Eligibility for parole does not mean that you will be released. It just means that you're up for consideration. So worst case, he sits in this prison until he's 54, 53? If he has to do the whole 35. I saw other questions saying 35. I mean, y'all, I was thinking 20, but I thought like they were going to be above 20. I was thinking 40 to something would be what they say. I mean, it's kind of fair based on the evidence in this case, right? I don't want an 18, 19-year-old going to prison for any time. But a life was lost. Sudden passion, so they don't feel like Austin provoked this, so they feel like it was outright intentional murder. The range was 5 to 99, so at 35 years, he's on the lighter side of that, right? But that's still a 19-year-old's been sentenced to 35 years, so that is the sentence. I see people in the comments saying, I agree, 35 is fair. I think low-key, considering it's Texas and his murder conviction, fair. I was hoping 25, but I get it. Yeah, I was hoping no more than 20, but He's eligible at 17 and a half. So, you know, possibly he could be paroled at that time. Someone says there were other minorities on the jury. There were. So we talked about jury selection and everything.
Mhm.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. I'm gonna drop you down just in case you want to just sit here, hang out with us. But thank you so much for your comment.
I'm still be here. I'll still be here listening.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, you know, during this trial, the juries are not picked, right? We say jury selection so we can pick a jury, but look at it more so as a jury deselection process. The first 12 in the box, that's the jury until you go through questions, a voir dire process. The judge can strike certain jurors for cause. A lot of the I'm not going to say a lot, but I know a few of the Black people were struck for cause. One Black guy said, I couldn't see myself giving a brother jail time. So they try to rehabilitate, you know, if you have to give jail time because, you know, you find that there's a conviction, can you do that? No, I can't do that. Well, you get kicked off for cause. All right. So that took one Black man off the jury. I think another Black lady was taken off for some other reason for cause, but the 3 Black women that made it to the pool that could have been sitting jurors, they were all teachers, and the state removed them with the argument that they're educators and this happened at a school, so we feel like they'll be biased in this, and so that's our reason. The judge heard that reason. The defense made a Batson argument saying, no, judge, it's not fair. They're removing them only because they're Black jurors, or the last 3 Black jurors. The judge heard the state's reasoning, said it's a race-neutral reason. There we go. It doesn't have to be a reason that the judge agrees on, but if the state is able to put up a race neutral reason, then you can remove those jurors. It could simply be the jurors said they like to watch Law and Order every night, judge, and we don't want someone who's so involved in a police show and maybe bringing things from the show because we don't have that type of evidence here. So we feel like they'll have a bias towards, you know, one side. So it could be any reason, as long as you give a reason that's not race-based, then they can come off. I was reading a case out of Texas where a juror was taken off because he had gold teeth. Now, they did fight that, and they did say that that was race-based in their reasoning for that. And so this is those issues can be raised and will be raised on appeal in this case. Any comments on the jury?
So that was a sticky point for me, because while they are teachers, they also can serve as a juror, because they can, you know, in their mind, hey, listen, I can serve on this jury because I've counseled kids in making decisions, or, you know, I don't think the challenge is, you know, and again, that's a high court's decision, but it was a strong enough reason to exclude all 3 teachers. Like, we need to see those questionnaires and what they put out in those questionnaires, but they well, not really, because they made it to the final round. So 3 Black jurors coincidentally were booted off. Yeah, that's going to be something, you know. But to the other person's point, it wasn't an all-white jury. There were I think 2 Asians on the jury as well. Mm-hmm. So, but it was no Blacks. And but again, the demographics of the county, you would understand that it's probably the reason why there are no Blacks or more Blacks to choose from is because it's less diverse than, you know, pulling from a Dallas County or a Houston County.
Fulton County. Right. Well, I can even say about Fulton County because we get a lot of let's go Clayton County.
Definitely Clayton County. DeKalb County.
Right. DeKalb. You get more than DeKalb than you will in Fulton, because somehow we always get the North Fulton residents. But he's absolutely correct. So it's not a jury picking thing where his attorney came in and they didn't pick any Blacks. No, it's a deselection process, and once the both sides had 10 peremptory strikes to strike the jurors once they got to after they finished the voir dire questioning. And so this is what was left. And there were 4 minority women. There were 3 Indian women of Indian descent, I believe they said, and then a Muslim they believed was, and then they said that somebody else of darker complexion. They weren't sure of the race, but not African American. So no African American, but yes, 4 to 5 people of color. There were a total of 18 jurors selected because 6 were used as alternates. Right. So out of the total 18, there were 7 women and 11 men. I believe out of the 12, there were 4 women. I believe that's how that makeup was, and 8 men. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah. So there were some people of color, but So the jury has spoken. So not only did they decide the guilt innocence phase of this trial, but they also decided the sentencing, and they have sentenced Karmelo Anthony to 35 years. In Texas, he is eligible for parole after half of that time is served. So I kept seeing the question, how much time does he have to serve? He has to serve it all unless he's paroled out. So there's not a, you got to serve 10 and you can go. This wasn't a split sentence. It wasn't a 35 with 35 to do 10. No, it was 35 years in prison. You're eligible for parole at 17 and a half. But if they don't parole you out, and they don't parole you out at 22 and 25, and however many years they keep looking at it, then you will do the full 35 in prison. So
when he's about 52?
Yeah, he's 19 now, and he has not been in custody. He will get credit for, I think, the 2 or 3 months that he did at the time that he was originally arrested. But yeah, he has 19, what is that? About 50-ish when he comes out. Yo, that's a long time.
Yeah, that's a long time for, he won't be on no track and field. That's for sure.
Oh, this is somebody who was about to go into their senior year, possibly getting ready to go to college.
Yeah, he graduated.
His parents used this as a cautionary tale. Oh, and now he's graduated. But I'm saying the time that this incident occurred, it was April 2nd, 2025. He was in high school, 17 years old, on a track team, had an injury to his shoulder and surgery, so he's no longer playing football. An A student. He had great report. He wasn't kicked out of school, suspended for bringing a knife like rumors were floating around. No, this was a good kid. This was his first time being in trouble, and now he is going to spend the next 35 years of his life in prison. If you have kids, please show them this case. Talk to them. It's about the consequences. A split-second decision has cost him 35 years, and it's cost Austin Metcalf his life.
Yeah, jurors, they were definitely trying to send a message to the community. Definitely. That 35 years, people thought it was going to be 20, but no, they had that. They had that, and they could have sentenced to found him guilty of manslaughter, and then they
exactly. Yeah, that's why I was like, it's going to be definitely more than 20, because they had that chance to give him a break with the manslaughter. It would have been 2 to 20. So they had that chance again. They were able to consider sudden passion. If they had decided that this act was committed due to provocation from the victim, then they could have found him. They could have found sudden passion and sentenced him between 2 and 20. But we see that was out there. Now we knew that would be out, right? Because if you were going to give him a break, you would have found manslaughter. They didn't. So I was thinking they were going to be somewhere 20 to 40, and here we are at 35. So
someone in the comment section I saw earlier, they referenced the Amber Geiger case where she was the police officer shot.
Yes, the Bijan, yes.
So
and that was Texas, and she was found guilty of murder. But in that one, remember, she asked the judge to sentence her, and this was the case where the judge came down off the bench and gave a hug and all of that stuff, and everybody was so mad. And I think the judge only sentenced her to 10 years in that case, if I'm not mistaken.
Is she out already?
I don't know. Has it been 10 years yet? She may, but then she was eligible for parole at 5, so she may. I have to pull that up. I haven't looked at it, but I did remember that case because it was like the last kind of, case in Texas that we saw like this. And in that case, I don't know. What do you all think the judge would have done if he sentenced? Would he have sentenced longer?
It would. I don't know. He might have. I don't know. I don't know. He didn't.
I hope he can survive prison life.
Well,
you don't have a choice now. That's where it is.
He could have easily took the private jet route, but
he couldn't. Stop saying that, Dennis. This 17-year-old boy couldn't flee. What did the family say? Okay, so your ear is more to the street than mine. I'm in courts and stuff, so I kind of just stick to the real court stuff. What happened with this family? Now they had this GoFundMe, and I think they collected allegedly $600,000 to $1 million or something. Did they get that money? What?
I think it was $680,000.
And did they get the money?
Yeah, they got. Well, it's in the fund. I'm assuming they had access to it. It wasn't a GoFundMe. It was like the Give, Send, Go, something like that.
Okay.
But in any event, was that money well spent? And on what? What was the money spent for? That's a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't know.
Would you hit him with the $600,000 for defend him? What would you charge him to defend him? Well,
it was $600,000. No, for this murder case like this, we got some publicity here. We probably could have did this for $100,000.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we probably could have did one. Definitely could have charged $150. I know you got 600 sitting around. I might say $150.
Right.
But it's not any co-defendants case, right? There wasn't any co-defendant case.
No.
The co-defendants in this case is one, and it really was coming in and building up this self-defense case. You best believe I can't say that, right? I want to say I would have put up witnesses that would have testified better for the defense, but you can't control what people say out of their mouth, and you really are stuck with the kids. The only witnesses to this incident were the kids. The coaches didn't even witness the incident, right? They saw all the melee, they saw the screaming and the running, but you were dealing with a bunch of kids. And, the state prepared for their case. They had a theory. So as you prep your witnesses, you prep them to testify as you need them to testify for your theory, the same way we do as defense attorneys. You best believe if I put a witness up that I can control, they're testifying to meet my theory. I'm not making them lie, but I want you to bring out what's good and shut up on what's not. And that's not what you saw in this case, right? The defense witnesses were testifying, and even they were out of their mouths saying, oh, well, we still feel like Karmelo was wrong and he was the aggressor. Even if they would testify that Austin pushed him first, they would still say it wasn't self-defense. So he just really had no one on his side. It was really sad. Yeah, I don't think, hindsight at this point, I think we testify. Do you think we got a difference if he testifies?
I just listen to the professionals. Listen, forget the professionals for a second. Listen to the community. I think more people wanted to hear what he had to say. Yeah. I got to run. I have a very important call coming in right now.
Thank you so much for joining us, Dennis. Mods, please drop his channel link in the chat. I thank you so much. Dennis Byron has his own channel on YouTube. He's a legal commentator. Y'all see he's in the what kind of newsroom? What we got, the newsroom background?
Guys, don't say nothing. Go ahead.
Dennis was in New York doing the Knicks game last night. So yes, check out his coverage. He covers a lot of trials in Atlanta and all over. So thank you so much for joining us, Dennis.
Thank you for having me up. I look forward seeing you online.
Yeah, I'm coming. Look, I've been so busy, but we setting things up, and I jump back on when I got a good one.
Pull up when you need to pull up.
Yep, pull up when I need to pull up.
Thank you everyone for having me on. Appreciate you.
Thank you for joining us. Have a good one. All right, y'all. So we're gonna wrap this up. I cannot believe I have been live for 5.5 hours. Thank you so much, Dennis, for coming up. Yeah, Mods, drop his channel link in the chat if you can. Oh, yep, I see that here. So definitely go check out Dennis Byron's channel. He, like I say, he goes a trial watcher, not an attorney, but he follows a lot of trials. So he goes and sits in a courtroom. He gets to talk to lay people, witnesses, because he's on the ground. So he's able to go in. So Mindy Ann 44 says, great job, Fit. Thank you so much. We're going to wrap this thing up. Follow us. We'll be back. I'm not there's trials coming up that I do want to cover, but I don't know if I'm going to get a trial notice on my side for one of my pending murder cases. So I can't speak too soon in the future, but thank you all for tuning in. Ashley Gambrell 6047 says great coverage. Thank you so much. What else? Mike Jones, MO8 times H says he got 35 years. Yes. Kia Elder 305 says, thanks for the awesome breakdown. You're so welcome. This live was originally set to start at 6 p.m., but when the verdict came down at 3 p.m., we started then. That's why we've been on now for over 5.5 hours. So go back. We talked about everything at some point in this live. So I'll try to break it up into chapters so you can find things. We went over how juries are selected. We broke down the elements that the state had to prove in the murder case, why I felt like the jury made the right decision based on the evidence. They made a decision that I could see how the evidence can fit it. Let's say that, because I would have more preferred a manslaughter charge on this case, but we got murder. I could see how it could be found in this case, and we broke that down. We also went through all of the testimony, went through the individual witnesses. We broke down their testimony, what was said, what was testified against, what testimony helped Anthony, what hurt him. So go back, we went through all of that. We went through the closing arguments made by both attorneys. We talked about the sentencing phase. In Texas, the judge or the jury can sentence you, and Karmelo chose to have the jury sentence him before the trial even started. So before he knew what the verdict would be, that was left in the hands of the jury, and they have decided to sentence him to 35 years in prison for murder. Bruce Christian, yes, he did get sentenced. 35 years is what the jury came down with. Okay, so Thank you all for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like button and share this live if you haven't already. I greatly appreciate you all. Tuning in whenever I do pop up, because it's not on a regular basis. As you know, I am a 20-year practicing attorney here in Atlanta, Georgia. I practice criminal defense and personal injury. If you ever get charged with a crime or you're involved in an accident, slip and fall, you can give us a call. The number, link to the website to schedule a consultation is all in the description. Shout out to our super chats. We had Jay Witt started us off with a $10 super chat. I've been talking for so long, I'm getting tongue tied. He said, let's go, ready to hear your thoughts. I was on his, didn't come up on live because I was working earlier today, but was in the comment section with his channel as they were talking about this trial as the closing arguments were going on. So go over. Jay Witt has some great commentary on his podcast. Mods, you can drop his link in the chat for me as well. And I'm going to go back and tag him in the description because I didn't get to update it before we started because it came out of the blue. So thank you so much, Jay Witt. Mindy Ann 44 sent a $5 super chat. She says, Fit, do you think the reason for no cameras was because most of the witnesses are underage? We talked about that. And I also told y'all, if I see these kids on Dateline come Sunday, I'm going to be upset that we didn't have cameras in this trial. So shout out Mindy. She is now a stream moderator and she gave us a super chat there. And lastly, but not least, we had Gary Miller 1497 gave a $7 super chat, said, just witnessed a modern day hanging, but if a black man becomes Rambo like Micah X, they all be crying like July 7th, 2016. All right, so shout out. I did not see the super chat when it came in. Thank you so much, Gary Miller, for sending a $7 super chat. Thank you for hanging out in the chat. Thank you for watching our commentary over this trial. I greatly appreciate everyone who stopped by. This was a long one. This might be my longest stream ever. I think I didn't go this long in the Diddy trial. So I did not go every day in the Diddy trial, but I was there all day for the sentencing. So we did go live then after that. So thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you in court. Good thing I didn't start saying anything crazy. All right. So thank you all for tuning in and have a great night. I just left the studio. I did not close the stream. So we are really done. I'm going to cut this part out. Okay. All right. Y'all, thanks for tuning in. Have a good night. Thanks. And I'll see you in court.